This is Jocko podcast number 361 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
In March of 1969, the RAND Corporation, a semi-private think tank that specialized in research and analysis for the Department of Defense, published a report titled The Navy SEAL Commandos, a case study of military decision-making and organizational change. As far as I know, the first academic level study of the SEAL teams. The report's author was Francis J. Bing West, a former Force Recon Marine and Vietnam War veteran whose investigation had begun a year earlier and whose research had produced a raft of documents, dozens of interviews, and the first-hand observation of several SEAL missions into the Rung Sat and Mekong Delta. From this research, West had produced an 18-page report whose introduction provided a brief description of SEAL training he estimated at a cost of around $14,000 per man, plus an overview of the SEALs' commitment to Vietnam, at its height a commitment that never exceeded 150 SEALs, or roughly 1,150 fewer than the in-country height of the Green Berets' total complement. It was a commitment that stood out in even starker relief when placed next to the author's obvious admiration for the SEALs' progression from lackluster coastal raiders to the war's most aggressive direct action commandos. Admittedly, commandos who had had no business becoming such, and thus had drawn the interest of the same preeminent think tank that had created the U.S. military's nuclear defense strategy. Intended as a study on organizational change, the report's true purpose had been to discover how the Navy could have possibly succeeded in creating a land-focused commando force, a force that even the Viet Cong had reportedly dubbed the men with green faces, a color not normally associated with the Navy's traditional medium. It was a puzzle of personal importance to the author, as the Marine Corps, the far more likely branch of service, had never succeeded in creating anything similar. Ultimately, the author decided the most important factor in the SEALs' infringement was owing to the SEALs themselves and the culture that weighed upon them. Drawn from a notoriously selective training program that produced few qualified candidates, the SEALs naturally had to find a mission that kept casualties low, a circumstance that might have pushed them, like the LRPs or the Force Recon Marines, into a reconnaissance role, had they had anyone to pass the intelligence to. They hadn't. Nor had there been any great pressure from the Riverine Force to engage in any sort of Green Beret-style advisory duty or civic action. Organizational orphans, with no larger force to support or control them, and possessing no love or admiration for the Vietnamese, the SEALs had set out into the swamps, not to prove themselves, their training had already done that, said the author, but because not to go would have been inexcusable to the others. They had developed a collective value system which emphasized physical hardiness and courage, and they liked to fight. So when the tactics of patrol and ambush had proved unproductive, nobody not a SEAL, meaning no blue water superior officer, had ordered them to try something else. They had just done it. What strikes me as most remarkable about the SEAL story, the author concluded, is their performance and their ability to learn and adapt in a decentralized, sub-optimizing environment. The Navy's traditional latitude and the UDT's traditional adaptability created what several unidentified SEALs soon described to a documentary filmmaker as the war's unsung soldier, and what we consider, without question, the best troops that the country has. Both descriptions notable because they didn't use the word sailors, and just short of the Reader's Digest appraisal that had dubbed them the war's super commandos. By the end, these would be assessments that were next to impossible to dispute. And that right there is a little excerpt from the book by Water Beneath the Walls, a book written by Ben Milligan. He's been on the podcast a couple times. He's a former SEAL. And this is indisputably, speaking of indisputably, this is the best book about the history and the emergence of the SEAL teams that's ever been written. And that section that I just read is from a section of the book called Culmination, which is where the roots of the SEAL teams finally grew into what we ultimately became. From our Frogman forefathers, it was in Vietnam where the SEALs proved their mettle as a maritime direct action force. And it is an honor to have one of those Vietnam-era SEALs here with us tonight, Mr. Gil Espinoza, to share his experiences and lessons learned. Gil, thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
I heard you kind of smiling at some of those descriptions to that in this book with what was going on.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting of how I think even he looks at us. He's in the teams, he looks at us, but every Frogman has his own way that he looks at things. Every single one of us, right? And I'm just thinking about other people. Let's say even Roger, right? His whole mindset and how he looks at it can be totally different, and even operational.
Yeah. Even
combat. You get done doing something, and years later, you're bullshitting with somebody, and it's kind of like, no, we didn't do that. We did this. No, bullshit. I'm sure it was generals. No, I think it was tax collectors. Go, are you sure? The whole history, right?
Yeah.
And then you have a guy that goes, was it generals or was it tax collectors? And another teammate go, well, that cat wasn't even there. So some of our stories get conflicted with other people's stories. But you do remember the ones that were specifically yours that came from here. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about the heart of the Frogman, that I see where he's writing from,
Yeah. No, he does a great job, and actually it's pretty incredible some of the stuff that he documents. For instance, there's a scene where Rangers are being overrun, and he's got quotes of as they're making radio calls, hey, we're being overrun, we need more support. God, the commander's not with them, and he's saying, do the best you can, Godspeed, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And you read it, and you're thinking, oh, he seemed to have done a good job sort of coming up with what the dialogue would be. And then you read the footnote. It's not something he came up with. It's documented. There are people writing down the radio calls, and it's exactly what these guys said. Mm-hmm. So he's just it took him 7 years to write this book, incredible book. But nothing better than the horse's mouth, and since we got the horse here.
Well, I've been trying to write a book since I thought in my head as, leaving Vietnam or being on the fire department and wrestling in college. The whole thing of coming back home and looking back into where it all began from being a little boy.
Well, let's get into it. Where did it begin? Let's start at the beginning.
Well, you can tell I'm not as big as Jocko or you, right? And then when you go to class, you look around, look at guys like you, and I went, what the hell are you doing here, right? But as a little kid, I was raised in Boulder. Moved from Rocky Ford, where I was a little kid, to Boulder, and I left all my family, my grandmas, my aunts, all my cousins, everybody in my family, and we're moving to Boulder, someplace I never knew.
And this is with my mom and dad. Your mom and dad,
right? And my
what made them decide to move?
Economics. They actually were migrant workers. Mm-hmm. My dad became a stucco contractor, and then later on, it just got really, really hard. And we had an uncle that owned a barbershop up in Boulder, so the family moved where the family was, right? This, just like now, mm-hmm. right? Everybody moves to where you have somebody to get a foothold in. And so in kindergarten, this kid beat me up, right? So my brother, I'm kind of whining, and my brother said, what happened? What's up? I said, well, that guy, John and Maya, beat me up. John and Maya, I know his brother, so he drags me to his place. And my brother was my hero. When I was like 5 years old, I was doing chin-ups. When I was 1, he'd hang me on a door and walk out and leave me. He'd come around, and I got to where I'm 1 or 2, and finally I'd look around, and I remember I was like 3 or 4. I could get my elbow up on the door, right? And he'd have me doing chin-ups. We had a rope for a swing. He had me climbing up that rope when I was 5. When I was 5, I could.
What year is this? So this is like 1953 or 19, because you were born in what,
1947?
47?
Yeah.
So
I was 5 years old. It was 53.
So your older brother had like a early start on the physical culture.
Yeah. He was a wrestler.
He was just so he was a wrestler.
He was a wrestler.
Well, that answers it.
And then when he went to Boulder, he's kicking the hell out of the guys in Boulder, but there was still the underlying racist stuff.
Mm-hmm. And so what? And so what are you? You're Native American?
Well, from the Pickeries, probably my grandma's Pickeries, but we identify mainly as Spanish. Right?
Okay.
Not Mexicano, not Mexican, because our people did not come up from Mexico. They came from,
Spain.
From Spain, through California, then to New Mexico, through the Spanish land grants, and then with the mestizos, right, the Native Americans, the blended culture, right? And so then everything, subsistence living, then the government comes in and says you got to pay taxes. It was all subsistence. So how are they going to pay taxes when they never really made any money, but you would trade 10 chickens for a cow or whatever? I mean, there was always
so they were doing old school barter.
Old school barter. And then they had to sell their land and then move. And my dad's family had some Spanish land grant stuff. So his stepfather, my dad's dad died when he was like baby. My dad says the government came in and gave all the men shots, diphtheria shots, and guys died. And so they moved and got up to Rocky Ford and established themselves as a community. All my cousins lived on one block. There was my uncle, my grandma, my other uncle, all of us lived on one block. And literally, there was a train track in the back of our yard. And there was one, it was kind of like a cul-de-sac that went out to a main road. And on the other side was a ditch, water. Smelled kind of like the Mekong, man. So when I was in Vietnam, I sit there and go, what? It kind of smells, kind of smells like that. So I was between the railroad track and the river, right? And we were always told, don't play on the tracks and don't play on the river. 5 years old, we had a pipe that went across that river, right? It's a slow ditch. Mm-hmm. Our deal of manhood, or whatever it was, as cousins, we were all about the same age, was to go across the ditch, hanging upside down, going up. None of us knew how to swim. But that's where I'm getting to the point of being the young boy, little boy, right? No fear. You don't have that until somebody tells you, don't go into the ditch, you're going to drown. You don't know what drowning is until you do want a bit of swimming pool and you go, I could drown, right? But you don't have that fear, You don't know that you're black, you don't know that you're brown, you don't know that you're white, you don't know any of that stuff. You're a kid, right? Intelligent, loving, caring, that natural curiosity and zest for life, that powerful person as a little boy. Well, I got my ass kicked by John Amaya, right?
You didn't know you could get your ass kicked until John Amaya kicked your ass.
No, yeah, I had climbing ropes. I was having a good time. I'm a kid, and I think all kids are like that, right? Initially, they're all like that. And so my brother takes me over there, and he says, had this kid come out, yells at his brother, they come out, and I'm like, in order to maintain that part that you're intelligent, loving, caring with that natural curiosity and zest for life, you have these natural physiological releases, which are laughing, talking, crying, shaking, sweating, yawning, and all that stuff, right? To keep that intact, right? So I'm going through all that stuff, and my brother, I had a warrior brother, right? He wanted to make sure, he knew I was going to get my ass kicked when I was a kid. So he took, because I'm sure it happened to him, but he was my older brother. I didn't know that stuff.
How much older was he than you?
9 years old.
Oh, dang. So that's a big spread. So he's a real, hero to you.
Oh, man. Yeah. He's a chief, retired Navy chief. He went to the Navy. How'd I wind up in the Navy? So this kid comes out, and my brother looks at me and goes, now remember that little, he showed me a duck under, right? A duck under and a high crotch and a throw. He said, just do that. I'm going, because I couldn't really do it with my brother, but he would show me. I said, all right. So I came up, the kid come underneath, I grabbed him with the duck under, threw him down. He says, and when you throw him down, sit on him and make him say uncle. That was an old rule of the old days, right? Threw him down and say uncle, They go, okay, uncle. And my brother, then he says, don't ever let anybody, don't let your brother mess around. Anybody mess with my brother, you just let him know I've got his back. So I go to school, back to Liberty, right? Grade school in Rocky Ford. And everybody, watch out for that little guy, They called me Tuffy, I didn't know. So then when we left Rocky Ford, I'm crying all the way from Rocky Ford to Boulder. And my dad gets tired of it. He says, God, he stopped at the Overlook. You ever been to Boulder, Colorado? And
no.
When you come down into it, it's beautiful. I didn't. So I'm crying. My dad grabs me and pulls off the side of the road, grabs me and throws me in the back. I don't know where I'm going, right? As we were coming over this hill, I'm thinking, I don't have anybody. That aloneness of being alone, like when you start training, right? Or you go in the Navy, where you feel that you're alone, or any time that you left islands, right? And for a little boy to be alone, that was the beginning of being a frogman. I look at it now, right? And so when we came over, I peeked up because he threw me in the back of the truck, got tired of me being inside, in here. And I think the thing is those of us who are introspective or really searching for who we are, right? That little boy is always who we were, but it gets covered up by all the bullshit. Well, when I went over and I looked, I saw these mountains, and in my heart, I heard, no, we're here, and we'll be your friends forever. And it was a squaw and a brave. I look at them, I could see the silhouettes of them. I looked down, and I saw the shining lights. And it's the same thing that I got when I saw Point Loma, when I was going to Vietnam, right? And I saw Point Loma, and the finger is pointing that way to Vietnam, right? But when I sensed that, I went, okay. So I go to school in Boulder, and the goddamn Charlie Mestis beats me up the first day. And my brother was like 7 or 8, and I didn't want to tell my brother because I didn't want to go.
Didn't want him to set up another prize fight for you.
Right. So I got my ass kicked for 5 days, figuring it out. And that's when I understood the inside warrior. The inside warrior is the one that talks to you, that goes, boom, you get hit here, and it's kind of like figuring stuff out. It's like your first wrestling match or jiu-jitsu or your first opponent, right? And I felt that that's what I was doing. I was sensing and understanding it. And then one day the outside warrior came in. I grabbed hold of Charlie, man. I hit him with that high cross, dropped him down, and just started. And 2 times in my life, that time when I started beating him badly, another time when I came back from Vietnam and got in a fight with a guy, it felt like, and you never see The Patriot, when he hacks up that guy that kills his son. Mm. When I saw that movie, I started crying because that's the way I felt, right? That's totally not out of control. You don't ever have these flashbacks where you're totally out of control, and it's always it's always the outside warrior always understands what's happening and what he's doing. It's just that when does he feel like stopping? And the inside warrior says, that's enough. But they both cover up the little boy, because the little boy would have never wanted to have that fight in the first place. He wants to be a little kid. So rather than asking myself, and I did ask myself, what's wrong with me? That's not even the question. The question is, what's wrong with Charlie? Why is he jacked up? Mm-hmm. And then later on, I kind of became Charlie. But when you find out that you can wrestle and you're a pretty tough guy, then you're picking on guys that you shouldn't even be picking on. But they don't know how to wrestle. They're big guys. They don't know how to wrestle, but you do. So I won that fight. And then what happens? Another guy named Terry Fox, big guy, he wanted to beat the hell out of me. So I'm like, what the hell? Trying to figure this out. And that was the very first time that an ally came in. And he was Mike Martinez. And he said, hey, man, he says, he's too little for you to fight. He said, well, you fight me. I understood allies, And so I called him Uncle Mike. And let everybody know he's my nephew.
What grade are you in at this point?
That was in second grade.
Dang.
So that happened. So that was my life, right? And then I came into this group. It's called the Goss Street neighborhood, right? It was right after the war. We were all born in 1947, most of us. The poor whites, the Jews, the blacks that worked on the train, the Polish, the guys left over from World War II, the Mexicanos, and a couple Japanese guys, right?
This is your neighborhood?
That was my neighborhood on Goss Street in Boulder, right? So when people say it takes a village to raise a child, that's bullshit. Because it takes... If I went and I picked up something that wasn't mine, Miss Toledo's sitting on the front porch. Is that yours? No, man. Then put the goddamn thing down. You put it down. Or you're cutting school. What are you guys doing over here? I mean, are you supposed to be in school? Yeah. So there was always this, my mom said, what were you doing over there? And I'm going, well, I wasn't there. Lying right away, kind of like going through SEAL training, man. You start lie, cheat, steal, do whatever you can do to get through this training, but don't get caught, right? Oliver and Chief Allen, don't get caught. That's Miss Toledo and Miss Martinez and Miss Cervantes, don't get caught. And then when you got caught, my mom, how do you know that? She says, little bird told me. So I'm like, who in the hell is this little bird, man?
It's a little bird called a rat.
It was all of them, but that was that neighborhood of caring people that really care about you, about what's going on. Not because you're Mexicans or not because you're Spanish, not because you're white, because this is your neighborhood. This is where you belong. This was my... And it isn't an identity thing. It's a belonging thing that they're invested in you. And the deal was all of us are going to go to school. We're all not going to cut school. There was a black guy, and we had to give up our language. Those of us were Spanish, right? Don't speak Spanish in school. So we're getting ready to go to school. Well, this is in high school, but in junior high, it was the same thing. I go to junior high. There's this guy, Nick Crispin, right? The badass kid in school, the 9th grader, and I'm 7th grade, little. Beat up this kid. I said, I don't even know that kid. Well, if you don't beat him up, I'll beat you up. It's just like, So I don't want to get beat up, so I beat up a kid that I beat him up. And so then what happens inside, right? That heart, that thing that comes in and goes, this isn't right. So I went up to the guy and I said, hey, look, man. I said, we might as well fight now because I'm not going to do that again. Oh, no, you're cool. You're cool. And inside I was crying because I beat up a guy that I didn't. And, oh, no, you're cool. And so then I understood a bully. I understood what they're going to make me do if I don't make a choice, right? So I go through that. I go to the bathroom. Was a guy named Nick, this guy named Chuck, and this guy named Rich. I won't say their last names because they're all dead, but I don't really like those guys anyway. So I'm in there taking a leak, and the guy comes in and says, hey, what are you doing here? And I look up and says, 7th grade, right? It's this innocence, right? The innocence. And I said, so who are you? I said, well, I'm Gil Espinoza. Well, yeah. I said, who are you guys? Well, we're here to beat the shit out of you. I'm like, come on, man. I'm so little. It's about like this. I was like 4 foot. I was small. I was smaller than shorter than Herbie Corral. Herbie Corral. That's why he and I we're good buddies, because we're both little guys. Because there are little guys in the teams.
For sure.
And then there are little guys in the teams and big little guys like Herbie Corral's a big little guy. There are other ones that are, they're like you guys but shrunk down. I was a skinny guy, 120 pounds, carrying 90 pounds of gear up in the Makwa. When I was working with the Prus and working with the Vietnamese SEALs, I carried an M60 with 800 rounds when we went heavy on the border, right? So, and so
what happened? So did you fight these guys?
Well, so then what happened? This guy Bruce McDowell steps in. He was from Hawaii, and he steps in and he goes, "What's going on in there?" And I'm going, "Those guys want to beat me up." And he goes, "Oh, he said, hey guys, you're way too big for him." But that little Nick, he looked at me. He's really cool. He says, "If I stay here, you want to fight that little guy?" And I'm already, I'm shaking, man. I got tears in my eyes. I'm like, I'm alone.
And you're in 7th grade.
I'm in 7th grade. I'm alone. And all the guys from Goss Street, we came to school together. We didn't realize that the classism was happening. There's classism and racism, right? Well, the classism took all of us poor people together, right? Didn't matter whether you were white or whatever. They called our street Sin City. We didn't even know it till we were already men. We didn't know that that's what they called our neighborhood. And so, going, yeah. He says, well, okay. So I hit him with that move, man. High cross, come around, boom, hit him, put him in the urinal. And next thing you know, outside warrior was working, man. It was high order, right? I love the word high order when we went in the teams, man, because that means you're high order. It's a high order detonation, man. I was in it. I took him, I put his head in the toilet, and I sat on his back and started flushing it, and I was screaming. You know, like when you're in the cold water, that whole thing, just keeping your shit together, right? And I'm screaming. Next thing, I'm picked up off this guy. Bruce McDowell takes me over, sticks me in the corner. Just breathe, and I'm like, breathe. He tells those guys, get the hell out of here, and I'm like, and so he says, hey, he says, calm, calm down. I'm like, breathe, and I'm breathing. He says, hey, I says, did you ever wrestle? I wrestled. My brother taught me to wrestle and move, but he went in the Navy, and I'm alone. He said, look, wait a minute. He says, you ever think about wrestling? We have a wrestling team here. I said, no. He said, well, and you'll be wrestling guys your size. Not big guy, little guys your size. He said, you ought to come out. Maybe. Right? So that I did. And that was the beginning of another evolution, right? So I went to wrestle, but I found out I was wrestling for all the wrong reason. I was wrestling to learn how to fight, wrestling to learn how to protect myself, wrestling so that I didn't have to, if the bully came, I didn't have to bow down to him, that I didn't have to serve anybody.
Those seems like actually good reasons for me to wrestle. You said those are the wrong reasons. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I tell kids to wrestle all the time, and I tell them you're going to be able to take care of yourself. You're going to get in good shape. I'm like, those are good reasons.
Those are good reasons, but I wasn't happy doing it. Do you know what I mean?
Got it.
There are kids that are happy. They love the sport and all that. I was a 2-time state champion. I took 4th one as a sophomore. Do I every once go out there, hey, yeah, run around all the stadium and everybody's high-fiving me? I'm like, well, there's one down. Well, next year's the next year, and every son of a gun I have to wrestle. I'm going to kick the shit out of everybody until they know I'm there. And so that's the two things, right? Ego and heart. And what you want, right? What do I do them out of? A lot of us went into teams out of the ego thing. Those cats that were the swimmers and all that kind of stuff, they were successful because they beat guys who were the same as them, and they happened to have a little bit more talent, so they win. But was it ego or was it heart? When you're a wrestler and you go out there and you're getting your ass beat every day, like I had so much respect for the kids that weren't as good as I was, but showed up for practice for me every day, and I'd make them hurt. I'd make them cry because that's where I was getting my stuff, right? My wrestling coach was a UDT guy, right?
So what was his name?
Harold Aschenbrenner. He helped start the museum in Fort Pierce.
So was he a World War II guy or Korea guy? Okay.
In the gap of Korea and Vietnam. Right? Actually, Rusty Campbell, who wrote the book, Rusty Campbell's called SEAL Team, was his instructor. He didn't even know how to swim either. He had to walk on the bottom of the pool carrying rocks until he learned how to swim. That's the other thing about the teams. A lot of these guys didn't swim well. They swam long, but they didn't swim well. There were other guys that could. I was number 1 swim pair without fins. You put fins on me, I went to number 10. And those guys with big legs, shit, they kicked up and they were number 1. I'm out there freezing in the water, But yeah.
So you figured out about wrestling, and was there a wrestling team in 7th grade?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So you immediately, or very soon after, you started actually wrestling.
Yeah, I actually started wrestling,
and now you started to learn, and you took to it really well.
Real
obviously,
well. Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I think of my brother, but there was always that thing, And
wait, what thing? The thing of I want to be able to protect myself, I want to be able to kick people's asses.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit more ego-driven. Maybe
survival.
I was going to say maybe just protection of like you said, not wanting to have to bow down to people.
Right. Yeah.
So your brother had joined the Navy?
Yeah.
And what year did he join the Navy?
In 56. And on that wrestling team, he was on Boulder High wrestling team that I eventually went to, but he was kicking shit out of the doctor's son. So they said he had a heart murmur. And
what, they wouldn't let him wrestle?
They wouldn't let him wrestle. But when my brother went into the Navy, he had no heart murmur. My brother was a corpsman. He finished up over here with SEAL team, right? And in Vietnam, he was working medevacs. A couple SEAL team guys got hit. I'm there at the same time. We were both Vietnam same time, right, in 69. And he was 67 or 68 and in part of 69. And he's sitting there checking all these guys out, the helicopter bringing them in. He said, I started looking at it. Shit, I couldn't tell anybody. They all looked alike, right? He says, and then I thought, what the hell am I doing looking at these guys? My brother's like this. he's a Kirby Horrell, he's a little guy. All these guys, the guys, because it wasn't just the guys were wounded, but they actually did the extrication, right? So they flew him out. So he was a corpsman, and it got him.
At what point did you start thinking about joining the Navy?
Well, my brother went in the Navy, and so here I am. When I graduated, when I came back from Vietnam, I'd been back about 10 years. Thought of Harold Ashenburner. So I called him up. Hey, do you remember I was a 103-pound state champ, man, 95 and 103 pounds. When I went into the teams, I weighed about 112 pounds, 115. God, a little.
That's crazy.
And there's still two guys littler than me, the Waller Wander brothers. They're in Team 2 or something like that. And there was like Mike Walsh. He wrote a book. Mike Walsh is about like me, but he's about like I am now when he went through. I weigh more than I did then.
You were 112 pounds in buds?
Yeah.
That's freaking crazy.
I was 120 pounds when I got burned when in Vietnam after the water and all that stuff. Carrying 90 pounds of gear, trying to keep up with everybody. But I was selling them water because I drink water and they're sweating and stuff.
Yeah, you didn't need any water.
I didn't need water, and wrestlers don't need water. In those days, we drank. We didn't really drink any water, and we took salt tablets right before practice. All this stuff to kill you, right? Yeah. So I had a big triangular water bath, So I'd sit there and we'd be operating. Ask me, you got some water? Yeah, and they were all outranked me. So I'd have them the water, and they'd take drinks, and I'd count the swallows. 1, 2, $3, $5, $8, $10. So I'd make money on patrol, and then I'd borrow money from them because I didn't have any money when we were, and so it kind of balanced out, But
so you get to high school. Did you play any other sports besides
cross country?
Okay, so you were a good runner.
I was a good runner. I was too light to play football on a lightweight football team, but when we played in the green field, just no pads, no nothing, I was one of the fastest runners, and I'd hit you so hard I'd almost knock myself out. so they didn't want to come around the corner because I don't want them to come past me. And we would play football, and that football would eventually turn into a fight. Uh-huh. You're going to fight somebody, right? And they wouldn't with me too much because I was a good wrestler. But
are you getting good grades?
I was struggling with my grades. I didn't understand and that's why when my kids, when they're growing up, I said, how do you teach? Because I found I'm more of a hands-on learner, right? A visual learner. So concepts that I would get in my mind, it'd be kind of hard. I found that out when I went through training. All the shit I needed, everything I needed to know, the dive physiology, anatomy, and all that. I was kind of struggling with that, right? But I got it because it was the body, right? Triceps, biceps, heart, and all that. And I dug that, right? But the demolitions, right? Mark 23 Mod 1, Bangalore Torpedo, HBX, rate of fire is this and that. I'm going, oh shoot! Took the first test. I already gone through Hell Week. I already went through dive phase. I already went through everything. Hell Week was a trip, but I learned that because Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm sitting there struggling.
Was he in your class?
Yeah, he's my class.
Crow Daddy.
Hey, we were in the same boat crew in Hell Week. He told me a story about Hell Week that I didn't know that I did, but he remembered that I didn't.
He was my XO when I checked into Team 1.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I love him.
Yep, freaking awesome.
I think I might even given him that name, Crawdad. I even changed the other guy's name from John to Jonah, but and he still goes by Jonah. But he said, what's going on? I said, man, and I'm sad. 2 guys died out there before at San Clemente in my training class, right? So
are these the guys that drowned, get
Greco
hung
McCall.
up on a Jap Scully? Yeah,
Greco McCall. So he asked me, what's going on? I says, hey, I said, they're going to drop me. I said, why? So the demolitions test. So he came over and gave us a piece of paper. He says, okay, write down, man. And there was just old barracks, man. We had to, under a blanket with a flashlight, mark 133 Mod 1, 133 Mod 2, Bangalore Torpedo, all of the demolitions that we were going to be tested on. I wrote them every night for a week, every night on a piece of paper. So that's what it's all about. I said, okay. And then what they were used for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go take my test. I was, okay, you guys got 1 hour to get your test done. And so I grab my piece of paper and I start writing it out. Instructor come by, Espinoza says, you got an hour. I said, I know. You got an hour. I said, I know. Just look at it, fuck you. Then he takes off, right? And I got it done. So then what I could do is I could take that paper, I could look at it, see the question, read the question, look at the answers right there. But for me to get it, you know. And then when I went to college, well, that's a whole another, that's later, but I didn't believe, I graduated, you know, with the 3.95. You know, I wanted to be a teacher, right? But there's reasons I wasn't a teacher, but so I understood that was my way of learning. Right?
But it took, so in high school you weren't doing great.
No.
But you graduated, what year did you graduate high school?
65, and then I went in the Navy in 66.
What'd you do in the
in between
time?
In between time, I had a wrestling scholarship to University of Northern Colorado.
Okay.
So, well, actually, Northeastern Junior College. So I was wrestling, right? I went home on break, walked into this bar, and one of the wrestlers that was one of my heroes, his name was Johnny Manzanares from Lafayette. He was just, went to junior college, he was a tough guy. So, but go back to Harold, right? He asked
this is
me,
your UDT wrestling
my UDT
coach.
He says, did you ever go into teams? I said, yeah. He says, do you remember what I asked you going to do when we were in the wrestling room? You know, like when you're wrestling, you all just kind of laying around? I said, no. He said, I asked you, what are you going to do when you get out of high school? And you said, well, I'll go in the Navy. And then I asked you, Coach asked me, what makes you think you're man enough to be a frogman? And I told him, Coach, if you're man enough to be a frogman, I know I'm man enough to be a frogman. It was just one of those things, right? Just one of those things. And so,
So you said you were home on break from your wrestling scholarship.
Yeah.
And you said, did you went to a bar?
Went to a bar. It's called Grandma's Bar. Mm-hmm. And we all tell them, where are you going? I'm going to Grandma's. They all thought we were going to Miss Toledo's house, right? We're all going to a bar, sneaking in, 17 years old. But I was in college, right, you know, as a freshman. Walked in, and I see my buddy, Ronnie Manzanares. Hey, man, how you doing? He's like from Lafayette. They used to go, wrestlers from Louisville, Lafayette, would go to Boulder, and we'd wrestle because we're all in 3 different leagues, and we'd prepare ourselves for the state tournament, right? Because we're all... And that's when we really knew that we were state champions because we could whip those guys, and they were state champions 1A and 2A. So I'm the real champ, you know. And so, yeah, it was. I said, "How you doing, man?" He says, "Start crying." I said, "Wait, what's up, man? You okay?" He said, "They killed my brother." I said, "What?" They killed Johnny. He was the big red one, man. Small arms, you know. And I grabbed. It was the first time that I'd lost somebody from my family. From, you know, when you talk about family, it's big. And from Louisville, Lafayette, Latinos, and I hugged him and we cried, and then we sat down and let me have a beer. I said, yeah. And pretty soon, he was telling the stories about his brother, and we were all laughing and crying and everything. So then I went after Christmas break. I went back to school. And I was wrestling real well on it. I was doing real well. And when I went, it was just like I had to tell the coach, I said, I'm not coming back. He said, why not? I said, I can't. If you think about, I was raised when President Kennedy got assassinated, right? That's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I always felt that. My brother was serving in the military. My uncles were in World War II, right? Uncles that were in Korea. And we all served in the military. And so then it was like, what am I doing here? Wrestling, which wasn't real, trying to get laid, and my friends are dying. So I said, I'm joined the Navy, but there was the other side of that. My brother had gone around the world. I'm going, well, I want to go around the world before, because I'd taken the test, you know, UDT, you know, in boot camp, and I passed all that. But I wanted to party. Well, I got stuck on a ship in Long Beach. That's where I got that, right? 17, 18 years old. And
so you get to boot camp.
So I get to boot camp,
And so you had the plans of going into UDT.
I had the thoughts about going UDT. Yeah, I wanted to be a frogman. Just because of my wrestling coach. Because he's talking about the cool shit, man. Blowing stuff up and, dropping pickup and jumping out of airplanes. And I go, whoa, that's... And then the one thing I like best of all of it, man, you get to wear aviator shades, work out, lay in the sun, and get to wear swimming trunks, and chicks dig you. So I'm going... Oh, I could do that.
I used to say, man, I used to be a 35-year-old man that didn't put a shirt on at work unless it was like inspection day, man. Just never. Why? Pair of shorts. That's it, man. Pair of shorts and jungle boots. Living the dream.
That's it. And we had a blue and gold, man. We had the original blue and golds. That was it. Guys would wear the blue and golds off duty. Then they'd say, you got to be wearing lots of uniform. But we would wear whatever we wanted to wear,
So you take the screening test to go to Buds?
Yeah.
In boot camp.
I took the test in, I was the only guy out of my whole company that passed. One other guy went with me, but he had false teeth, so he about drowned. He didn't make it. So then when I really decided to do it, because I was on a ship, man, I got tired of it as a machinist mate. Stinky. We did our sea trials and all that stuff in the hole and everything like that. But even then, I was doing chin-ups on the steam deals, and I was doing push-ups. I'd go work out by myself on, why are you doing that stuff? Well, part of it was the wrestling thing. Part of it is, right, it's always there. That's
part of it was your brother hanging you off of a door when you were 4 years old and you do pull-ups.
There was part of that. I mean, it's stuck, and if you think about it, when you're doing that stuff, that is the time that you're revealing yourself to yourself. That little boy, you're always, and when I'm doing that, even now, when it worked out over at the amphib base, I feel the young boy. I feel the little boy coming up. I feel that spirit of peace that I have that is young and that is strong. Even though I got a jacked up shoulder, I got a left knee replacement, my ankle, I'm looking at that, It's, and so, yeah, it was, I was looking out the end of that ship, and here come these guys swimming by because I'm sitting on that ship saying, what the...
Where was that ship stationed?
Well, it was stationed out of Long Beach.
Okay,
but we
so
did
you were
sea
in Long
trials,
Beach.
And we pulled into San Diego.
Got it.
So we're over on 36th, over by the bay, when guys used to do the training in the bay.
Okay.
And I'm sitting looking out there and stinky and everything. We had to help the boardman and blow the tubes, so we're all black. And I looked, and here come these guys swimming by.
Yeah.
I'm going,
they're heading to a keg, too.
Yeah. Who are those guys? Those are UDT guys. I'm like, oh, hell with this. So I put in for it. And my XO wouldn't let me go because I was too little. Oh, you're too little. You'll never make it. God, I hated that sabotaging belief from the time I was a kid. You're too small, right? You're too dark. Even when I was wrestling in high school, my wrestling coach took a team to Japan. I was a 2-time state champ. They didn't take me or a guy named Joe Silva, right? And I said, well, why? What's the deal? Well, Gil, you really don't look like what the Japanese think Americans look like. I'm like, huh? I didn't understand that, right? What? And so the sabotaging belief like that, right? Is it ego or what is it? But it is something that says, you're not going to make me beat up somebody. You're not going to make me do those things because that little boy that's in there knows who he is, right? Is being revealed. Is being revealed. That was part of that pain of hearing that was revealing, right? So I'm looking at these guys swimming. So hell, I'm going to do that. And that coach, the XO said, "You're too little or whatever." Next thing you know, there I am over at the training. I had to do this. They took us. They says, "Once you go down and do a hyperbaric chamber test." I said, "Okay, I did that in Long Beach. Do the PT test again, the run, the swim, and all that stuff. And then we want you to go down to the tugboat. And there's a diver down there, Class A diver." I said, all right. So I go down there, and there's a chief. Those old chiefs, the diver chiefs, right? The hard hat helmet. "What you doing, kid?" I said, "I don't know. They told me to come down. I want to go on UDT. Oh, yeah, come on over here. Sit down." So they put the big old boots, right? The big old heavy boots, and they folded all the was it Class 1 dive suit?
Yeah, the old school dive suit.
Yeah, whatever they call it, And then they put the helmet on me, and I'm sitting there like this, I go over there, go to the ladder, go down. He says, and just walk around down there. There's some eels over by some rock. Just kind of make yourself at home, and we'll talk to you and check you out. I said, well,
this was your first dive ever?
Ever. First time I'd ever been underwater. I didn't know anything. So I go down, and he's like, how you doing down there? I said, oh, I'm doing fine. He says, everything good? I said, yeah. I said, well, there's some water coming in my left leg, Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. He says, water will come in your left leg. I said, all right. He said, let us know if it goes into your right leg. So a little bit, I'm still walking around. It was 15 minutes, right? So I'm walking around, it goes in my left leg. I'm my right leg, and I'm going, hey, this this suit's leaking. Yeah, okay, we know it. Don't worry about it. Let us know if the water gets up to your chest. I didn't know anything about pressure, right? The pressure in the helmet's not going to go any deeper. I'm going, I said, hey, the water's up on my neck. Nothing. Nobody talks about it. I said, hey, the water is up to my neck. Maybe you guys might think about pulling me up. Nothing. So then it was like, I'm going to die. So I went over to some rocks. I laid back on the rocks, and I reached back. I thought, well, if I can grab the ropes, if I can grab the hose, I'll pull myself up. But they had it tended, so there's no way I could reach it. So in my mind, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. I'm going to die. And then next thing is, it's quiet. I didn't pray it out loud. They pulled me up. Yeah, you passed, kid. So about 3 days later, and then they had already had my orders, and I show up at the area. So show up at the area, and I look at guys like Echo, and look at guys like Jocko. I'm going the same question, like, what am I doing here, right? I'm just a little guy. I'm wandering around there, and I saw another guy, Latino, Gregory Garcia. I looked at him in the eye and said, hey, man, how you doing? He says, two little guys. Good, where you from, man? I'm from Fresno. He said, I'm from Colorado. He goes, you speak Spanish? I said, no, me neither. So we're like, but we're the only two, and that was in 41, right? And so
you're 112 pounds.
Yeah.
That's freaking
Well, give
crazy.
me the advantage, 120 pounds.
Okay. Even 120, man, because there's so much physical stuff that you have to do with, like, carrying logs, carrying boats. Like,
yeah. And so people would sit there and say, like, I was under the boat for a while, and then they go, oh, you two little guys, me and Gregory Garcia were in front, right? And then they got two medium-sized guys, and then there's two tall guys. Yeah. So our boat was like this. So going up Mount Suribachi was cool because it stays level.
It's like level.
But when you come down the other side,
ouch.
First 3 times it wasn't good because we would crash, and then we said, man, we really got to run fast. I mean, it was sprinting downhill in order for us to make it, So there was a disadvantage.
So what's your introduction to buds like? Or it's UDT tray. How do you guys say that?
UDTRA.
It's UDTRA. What was your introduction?
When I first got there?
Yeah, like you got there.
Well, when I first got there, everybody just kind of wandered around, with like. This was in 41, right? In 41.
This is class 41.
Class 41.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to share something with you that was really painful for me in 41. And so there's another little guy. His big mouth, man. Another guy. And then there's another guy, Black Cat. Beautiful. Look at him going, Jesus criminy, man. And there was another little guy, Mel Tanaka. He graduated. He's a teams. And Artie Reese, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's another little guy. And so...
You guys had a little mafia. Little guy mafia.
They were little guys. But they outweighed me by about 10 pounds, 15 pounds. but it was... It was... I didn't have any focus. I was just along for the ride, doing whatever they were going to do. And so it was like, there was no like this prep stuff. Mm-hmm. It was like we got there for 1 week. Everybody kind of got to know each other. The second week, we're running. We're in class. We're in training. And we're doing all that whole physical thing, getting us ready for Hell Week, right? And so during Hell Week, it was the last day of Hell Week before you secure. It's a Friday afternoon. Was it Saturday they secure, mm-hmm. right? I think they secured on Saturday.
What, when Hell Week is over,
yeah.
You mean?
Yeah.
It's been Friday and it's been Saturday, depending on what era.
Well, it was Friday, and then that Friday night, they do a paddle, and then they secure Sunday, right? So that, we were doing a swim.
So this is in Hell Week?
This is in Hell Week.
Okay.
We were doing a swim, and down and back, down and back. And when me and Gregory Lee got out, these guys are getting out of the water. So, all right. So I'm glad, too, because it was cold. We get out of the water. When we get out of the water, there's Chief Allen. He says, okay, you effing quitters over here. And I'm like, well, I didn't quit. He says, you're out of the water. I says, yeah. He said, get back in the water. By that time, I was cramped up. There were like about 60 guys got out. I mean, almost the whole class got out. And so I said, well, I didn't quit. He says, get in the water. And I went, I didn't know that if I'd have got back in the water, that I would have felt warm. I didn't know that. So I went with everybody else. So that night, that was Saturday night, I could see him coming around for the last paddle. And I looked out the back window, and I just started crying. I said, I didn't quit, man. So I went back to the instructor shack, and there was no bell. It was on the door. Espinoza reported, and wanted to speak to you, Chief Allen. And so what do you want, Espinoza? I said, Chief, I didn't quit. I said, I got out with everybody, but I didn't quit. I said, you fucking quit. I said, I didn't quit. I said, I want back in. He says, you can't get back in. I said, I got to get back in. He said, I'm going to tell you this. He says, there's only one way that you may have a chance. He says, you got to go talk to the captain, Captain Myers, command all the amphib base, right? The whole command, and talk to him. Maybe you might have a chance. He said, but I doubt it.
So what day of Hell Week was this?
It was the last day of Hell Week. We'd already gone through Hell Week. We'd already gone through all the rolling around and all that
so
bullshit.
You're done with 5 days of Hell Week.
We were in the 6th day of Hell Week.
So it's pretty much over.
It's pretty much over. It was the last evolution. It was the swim, and then we get in boats, and then we paddle. Right? It was late. It was late in the afternoon, probably about 5 or 6 o'clock at night, or in the just like out here. Starts. The sun starts coming down by 6.
So you guys finished the swim.
Well, those guys that finished the swim, those guys that were with me, that I was with, we were out. They're all quitters, right? I said, I didn't quit in here, right? So I went and I told Chief Allen, I said, I didn't quit. He slams the door and says, get the fuck out of here. So I went back to the barracks. I was broken, man, because I wanted to be a frogman. And so that was Saturday morning. Sunday came, and all the guys in the class were barely walking, and they're sitting there looking at me, and I'm looking at them and I'm sure they were saying fucking quitter, and I don't really want to say that word, but so that next day I put on my dress blues, man. I go to the guy say, hey, Espy, where you going? I said, I'm getting back into training. So I went. Got breakfast, went over to that knock on the door. We go in, and these other guys said, we'll go with you, right? About 20 guys go with me. Crawdad knows this story. 20 guys go with me.
These are guys from your class?
The guys that were all...
That had made it?
No, that had quit.
Okay.
All the quitters, right? All the guys that had made it through that phase of Hell Week. And there were even some guys in 41 that quit after Hell Week. I said, forget it. See, people, it's just the training, man. It's not the real world ops. So when people talk about, going to Frogman and, I did Hell Week and all that bullshit, but then you still got to do world ops. That's what they don't tell you about. That's what you don't see. That's what the hero bullshit is bullshit. But when you get out, like Roger Hayden does a trip with UDT, gets shot, gets a Bronze Star from there, then he goes to SEAL team, and they look at him and say, new guy, huh? He's like, because when I met him, he goes, those sons of bitches SEALs, he says, they sit there because I'm a UDT guy that I didn't do anything. And Roger. So he's those sons
of... that's some big balls to call Roger Hayden a new guy.
yeah, he was a new guy. Well, he was.
Yeah, I know.
He was a new guy. I'll tell you something more about that later on. But so I'm in there. The captain walks in.
So did these 20 guys that came with you, did they also want to get back into training?
Yes. So they all come with me, right? Skipper walks in. We're waiting. Told him what we wanted. He goes back out. The one day, for 5 days, he never talked to us, never acknowledged us, nothing. So from 20 to 30 guys, people said, fuck it, I ain't doing this. They're gone, right? At the end of that week, there were 6 of us. Me, Schellenberger, Mo, Steele, Garcia, right? And McGee. So the next week, that Friday, he had us come in. We came in. He said, "What do you want?" I said, and I looked at the guys, I looked at him and says, I didn't quit. So what about you guys? And they just looked and it was like, I didn't quit either, right? 6 of us. He says, well, we wanted to get back into the next class. Get out of my office. So we leave. Weekend. So the next week, I show up with the guy said, what are we doing, SB? I said, going back. So we go back Monday. He comes in the whole day. We sit there. He walks in, walks out, walks in, leaves. And then he comes in the evening. He says, okay, he says, I'll see you Friday. Don't come in. See you Friday. So that was another week. We came in that Friday. He said, I talked to your instructors. I told them who you were. I asked them about what went down, and they're willing to give you a chance. But I have a condition. We're like, okay. He says, one of you quit or get hurt for any reason, you're all gone. So I'm like, I looked at my guys. I said, look, guys, this is important. If you don't want to do this, don't do it because I got to do it, right? I don't want to, I had a hard time being a loser. I had a hard time, like, letting guys, even when I was getting beat up, the inside warrior is working and going, now you're going to figure it out. You're going to take care of this. And I wanted the chance to push it all the way, right? And it was like, no, we're in. We all agreed, right? So the first day of 42, Oliver comes out. Espinoza, Garcia, Schallenberger, Steele, McGee, and Mo. Lester Mo. He was the one who got one out of our class that got killed. Second class torpedo man. Out of the 6 of us, 2 of us became SEALs. We were drafted into SEAL team. We didn't go UDT. Like you used to have to go to UDT training. And then you go to do tours UDT and then you volunteer for SEAL, right? So,
did you reclass up? Did you start with a brand new class?
Yeah.
So you went all the way back through first phase again? Back
started
through
all over,
again?
and here they are. We're up there in front. We're front and center. And they said, about facing the class. These motherfuckers are quitters. Don't walk to them. Don't talk to them. Don't be around them. Don't hang with them because that's who they are. So everybody's just kind of looking. All the cats in 42, right? And so they put us in the same boat crew. And it was miserable, man. I mean, but me and Garcia were the 2 little guys in front, and Schaller and Steele were a little bit higher, and McGee and Mo were taller. So our boat was it was a lot better than like this. It was kind of like this. And they put it on us. And I look at some of the guys like now in my class, they said, look over us and see what was happening to us. Like, well, shit, they ain't quitting, And so then we get ready to go do Hell Week. So I'm looking at my guys.
By the way, it takes like months and months and months to recover from Hell Week. So you had been through Hell Week all the way until the last day.
Yeah.
And then you just went right back into a freaking class.
Then there was like there was probably about the 3 weeks or something like that, and it was the next class.
Damn.
We still had blisters on our ass and our feet, and our hands were still jacked up. So we're looking at each other and said, okay, this is it. What's going to be painful. But what they did then is the officers picked people in their classes. That's how I got wanted with Crawdad, right? Mr. Kirkland picked me, Crawdad, Courtney, Ingelina, and Posselt.
What, for like their boat crew?
The boat crew. There were 6 of us. Me and Posselt were 2 little guys. Uh-huh. And then Courtney and Crawford were a little bigger. And then Mr. Kirkland and I forgot the other guy was.
They do it all by height now. So they take all the smaller guys, put them together. They take all the tall guys, put them together.
Ours were pretty much together. There were 6 of us in the boat crew, not 7. And we were the number 1 boat crew. We won. And Crawdad tells the story of when, because we did all those harassment things. Yeah. Well, I did one who had to run on my knees like this, and the guys were, Chief Allen comes out there and standing in front of me, knocking us around, and hey guys, help me. And So we as trainees, right, in 42, a lot of guys think outside the box. There's a lot of guys in 42, but we are the ones that challenged our instructors. Oliver, sing a song, Indian guy, right? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians, bang, bang, bang. Oh, you fucking think it's funny, do you? You know, sticks us out on the swimmer line, right? We're out there on the swimmer line. And he goes, all I need is one of you to quit. So I'm way at the back end. F you, Olivera. F me, I'll F you. You sons of bitches will be out there all night. And we were, because it was, the tide goes in and out. And then Chief Allen is sitting there. There used to be a lady called, Wolfman Jack was one guy that was going on. It's Wolfman Jack. I'm doing soul music. And then there was a lady named Sister Margaret, black lady. And she'd be like, do you have problems? Do you have pain in your heart? If you don't know what you're doing in your life, Sister Margaret, call her at 355-3585. And it was like, F you, Sister Margaret. Our guys were fighting. We're fighting back, right?
Yeah.
We're fighting back for that humanity. We're fighting back to reveal that. That's why 42 is a pretty tight class and big, because the nature of that class. Offense. The nature of that class was set like that. And when we went through training, those guys helped me get through this evolution. Chief Allen lost his glasses. Corporate Ted said, we went out looking for his glasses, and you went over, I got it over here, Killer Whale. We called him Killer Whale, right? And I stood up and found it in the sand, and I stomped on him.
Damn.
And I picked him up, and I go, here you go. He looked up, and he goes, straightens him up, puts him on, goes, cool. Walks off. Crawford, he said his heart fell through his asshole. He's going, oh my God, he's going to kill us. But that's what they want. Your instructors aren't there to kill you and make you. They want. Now I see it as totally different. Not break you down to make you. You hear a lot of these SEALs, right? Or they break you down so we can mold you right back. I'm seeing it now. They were breaking me down. So that little kid, that little warrior Espinoza in there, that the young kid that wants to. That is peeled off, right? Through the hurt, through the fear, through the mistreatment, all that is pulled off. I'm not ever going to be the same as those other, however you become a success. But that little boy, I want to get back there because that's the whole and complete person that I was. So when I strip off all the bullshit, right, without the socialization that comes in through the society or the socialization that happens in your own family, the pure thing, your kids fighting each other or brothers fighting each other, or in your neighborhood, Bobby Cervantes, going to pick on him because he's black and he looked like Cochise, and he was the target of every teacher we had through racism and classism and everything else. How's he going to get power to fight back, right? How are you going to take somebody that is in a community? If you were to take in our family, our community, our SEAL community, our family community, we all fought back. So that's why there were so many of us, and that's why we were all, even though later on in our lives we do things that cause discord between me and you as a teammate, the bottom line, the one thing that we did have was that relationship of understanding that we were being revealed, not created, but being revealed that, in order for me to do this, in order for me to be, I notice you don't have a Rolex, but the old SEAL team, real SEALs got them.
No, I just got a Timex. I'm not in the real SEAL category anymore.
In Vietnam, we'd sit and we'd pull the covers off our Rolex.
Did you guys get issued? You guys got issued those?
Yeah, Tudor Rolexes, yeah.
See, that's, I got some kind of, I'm going to file that with the complaint department, man.
You should.
I got jacked.
That's how we knew who we were, Matter of fact, I'll tell you a story about this thing, but that.
Well, I always say that, when people ask about, BUDS, which was BUDS for me, it was UDTRA for you. Like they don't teach you anything, and they don't teach you mental toughness. The people that don't have it go away.
Right. It's sorting itself out in you.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about it too is that when you're both doing that, and you and I are in the mud and we're crying, we're sitting going like this, and you look up and I look at Garcia and go. He goes, okay, all right, and then Boku crawdad, right? Or pat on the ass, or hey, we can do this, And Chief Allen, it set, especially on the race piece with that, about who I am as a human being, right? The great spirit that I am, the light that's in me that moves forward, right? me and Gregory Lee Garcia, because we got rolled to 41, right? We're sitting there looking at each other. Oh shit, man, we're screwed, you know. Yeah, I know. Did you ever know McIntosh?
Yep.
So McIntosh
Butch?
so Butch comes walking in. Now he's in my class. He comes walking in. He goes, "Hey, you guys in the 42?" We go, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, so am I." He says, "And I'm glad to see you guys, man." He says, because and we're like, "Why is that?" He says, "Well, we got to stick together." I said, "What do you mean we got to stick together?" He says, "Because we're minorities." I said, "Hey, man," I said, "Me and Garcia, we know we're minorities, but you're a white guy." Because he's his complexion. Do you know Butch?
No.
It's McIntosh. Looks
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because he's from like the islands.
St.
He's
Thomas
from-
VI.
He's from the Bahamas.
So he sits there and he says, "No," he says, "I'm not a white guy." I says, "Yeah, you're white." He goes, "No, man." He says, "I'm from St. Thomas VI." He says, so Gregory Lee goes, "What's the VI?" This is the Virgin Islands. So we're Fresno and Colorado. I said, "You mean there's virgins on the islands? They name them after?" "No, man." He said, "It's named after Redbeard or Blackbeard the pirate." He says, "The days of the Caribbean." He says, rum and lobster and the islands. That's where I'm from. My mama's." I said, "But you're still a white guy." "No," he says, "I'm black from my mom." He says, "And I'm Dutch from my papa." I says, "You're a white guy." He goes, "No," and he takes his foot like this. He stomps it down. He goes, "No, I'm a soul man." so I go. I don't know, man. I think he's still a white guy. He says, no. So the very first day of training, Chief Allen gets up there. Espinoza, Garcia, front and center, right? The 6 of us, right? The other 4, we try to be shallow. We try to sit in the silence. We try to sit. We don't want to be. You don't want to profile yourself. You don't want. Sometimes you are profiled. It's just the way it is, right? Understanding that it exists, right? So he yells at us front and center. "Hoo-yah, Chief Allen, Fireman Espinoza reporters order chief." "Hoo-yah, Herman Garcia reporters order chief." Yeah, you guys, he's looking at us. He goes, I'm going to use the word N, right? Espinoza, you see, and he's big, black, and beautiful. He's like you, right? He looks at him and goes, "You see any N's around here?" It's got to be a trick question.
Sounds like a trick question.
Sounds like a trick
Could be
question.
a setup.
Could be, because that's what you do. The whole training is that. Think about it. The whole training is that when an instructor has an event with you, there's something that they want out of you. They're guiding you, or they want to provoke you, either anger or whatever that stuff. And and I always learned it's always better to cry when you're in pain than to be in anger, because the results of anger it's a hard deal, right? So I said, no, Chief Allen. I said, I don't see any around here. Garcia? "No, Chief Allen, I don't see any around here." He says, "Well, from now on, for the rest of this class, when I want an N front and center," it says, "when I want an N, you two come front and center, right? You understand that?" So I'm going, well, Chief, and we just got done with we're with the swimming trunks on our boots, right? I said, I think McIntosh. So he goes, "Who?" I said, "McIntosh." He goes, "Where's he at?" We're all out there, right? We don't have suntans yet. We're out there, and he goes, I said, "The guy over on the far left." He goes, "Far left?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "McIntosh, front and center." So McIntosh, he doesn't run out there like we do, regular military stuff. McIntosh lopes out like a gazelle. Jumps out loping. Comes out in front of the chief. "Airman McIntosh reported to the chief." He goes, "McIntosh, are you an N?" "No, Chief Allen, I'm a soul man." Chief Allen looks at him. He goes, "Turn around." So he did an about face, looks at the back of his head. Turn sideways. Turn sideways. Turn sideways again. So he turns sideways the other. He looked at him. He goes, "Yeah, McIntosh," he says, "I think you are an N. As a matter of fact, you're the ugliest mother N I've ever seen in my life. Hit the bay and take these other 2 N's with you, man." So there we were. We would be in class. Chief Allen said, "Hey!" We'd look. all you ants hit the bay. We run, hit the bay, get wet, and we come back, recover, right? We come back and sit in class. So that's what he gave us. He gave that to us to say, it's kind of like a letter that I wrote to a girl that I thought I was breaking up with, about, I love you, and da-da-da-da-da. And somebody says, oh, and she didn't come back to me, right? But it's just, they say, oh, she gave you a beautiful gift. I don't know, what kind of a beautiful gift is this? We still broke up. No, the deal is, you wrote how you can love somebody. That's what you're looking for. That's what they did. They gave us stuff and put us in that pain so that we would reveal ourselves. So we could say, well. And then one day he comes out and he says, all you non-ends hit the bay. Well, me, I knew who I was, right? I'm standing, me and Garcia, we're standing there, and all the white guys gone, and the 2 Koreans and 2 Turks, man. They're in the water too. They're in the water, right? So that happened a couple times, a couple evolutions, right? And so finally Yankee 2 comes up. He's a Korean guy. He goes, Epi, yeah. I said, I don't understand. N, non-N. Mr. Chong, we water. I said, you from now on, you and N. Oh, okay, I understand. And so then the 2 Koreans stood. The whole class went in the water. And Mark Schallenberg, who looked like Howdy Doody, he's got little blue eyes, and got teeth that actually later on Oliver broke his teeth. He pushed on his head on a swimming pool, right? On the water's deck and hit his teeth. Chief Allen comes up to him and goes, Schallenberger? Oh, yeah, Chief Allen. I thought I said all you non-ends hit the bay. Who, yeah, Chief Allen? I said all you non-ends hit the bay. Schallenberger stood up and says, Chief Allen, today I am an N. He looked at me and goes, cool, walks off. So then the rest of the class are going, what the hell is going on with this stuff? We told him, hey, Schallenberger says, hey, So then after that, everybody knew, and the Koreans knew, but we didn't tell the 2 Turks. so the 2 Turks were in the bay. Then we told them. But, and the very first day of training, like in 41, Oliveira comes up, right? He comes walking up, got his ball cap, chew here, scar there, little blue slicker, cut off, the instructor shorts, the big diver socks with his shiny Cochrane boots. He comes walking up, got an umbrella, walks up, and we're all standing out there, and he looks at all of us, walks out cocky. Looks at all of us, says, as you can see on my slicker, it says big G, little O, little D. There's only one big G, big O, big D, and that's the creator of the universe. And he's the creator of you and me. But God's not here. But I am. So for the next 18 weeks, when I tell you to run, you will run. When I tell you to drop, you will drop. When I tell you this shit, I'll tell you what color. He did an about face, popped up his umbrella, and walked off. That was another one of those, Espinoza, what the hell you doing here, right? So those 2 instructors were Moy's pitcher. And you asked Moy about when he's told a couple hilarious stories about.
What class was Moy in?
He's probably like, he's probably about 2 before me, maybe 39, maybe 37. So, he's an older guy. I think probably 37, something like that. But anyway, he did his stuff, and he tells a cool story about being with Oliveira. They lost one of the boat crews somehow because they were trying during Hell Week. So they went out in a vehicle trying to track them down, find out where they are, and they ran. They buried themselves under their boat in the sand. So boom, they hit it, about lost control of the vehicle, and they come back around, and everybody's up and about, And he says it's so cool because Oliver just comes and says, "Yeah, we catch you hiding like that again." He says, "And we're going to run over you again." Kill you. It's like, he said, we didn't know where they were at. But there's a lot of that stuff, But yeah, so those 2 instructors, and so then when we graduated. Right, we went through the training, and we were in different boat crews, and
And I assume all 6 guys.
All 6 made it, and 2 of us went in the SEAL team. We were drafted in the SEAL team.
When I met you for the first time, you were telling me about one of the instructors saying to you, "Can you change the temperature of the water?"
That was Oliver.
What happened with that? Tell us that.
Well, I'm freezing my ass off, right? You're 120 pounds, right? I grabbed the big guys. It wasn't a homophobic thing at all, man. I was, they're putting off heat, man, and I wanted some of it. So I'm sitting there crying. Oliver, come on, Espinoza. Oliver, what's the temperature of the ocean? The temperature of the ocean is toasty warm, Oliver. And I'm crying. I got tears. And I'm glad I was wet, because no man wants to see another man cry. So I'm crying. He says, can you change the temperature of the ocean? And I'm thinking, well, if I piss in my wetsuit a little bit, but I'm not wearing a wetsuit. So, and I don't want to be a smart ass, right? Because just don't want to be all these guys that said, oh yeah, I told you, instructor this when I went through training, and I bullshit. I mean, if they wanted to hurt you, they could hurt you anytime they wanted to, right? That's the power. It's like society. There are some people that are here. How do you want to function in it? You can be in it and be in pain, but you're not going to give it up. So I'm there in pain. And I said, no, Oliver. He looks at me and says, and it doesn't matter what the temperature of the water is, does it, Espinoza? No, Oliver. 2 days later, I'm freezing again. Kind of remind me when I was crying and when the little kids were going to beat me up, Okay. Says, can you change the temperature? What's the temperature of the water, Espinoza? It doesn't matter what the temperature of the water is, Oliver. He goes, Espinoza, the temperature of the water is toasty warm. So then I understood, right? I can't change the temperature of the ocean, right? And the thing about the teams is the only easy days yesterday, right? Those 2 things in my life were very powerful. Same as that fire that hit me, right? But that is that piece I'm telling you is being revealing. The one thing I did have, though, was to say, I can't change the temperature of the ocean, but I'm here. If I thought of being with my 6 guys, right? That not one of us gave it up, and that I can't give it up. I'm choosing to be here, because at any time I can leave. Anytime. Nobody's telling me to stay here. Nobody's telling me to be whatever. All the hurt and fear, I've changed. I'm changing. I'm evolving. And that day it was like 3 choices. One, I can quit. The second is I can be here in misery, or I embrace it and say, this is the cost. Let's see what it costs. And in order for me to be where I want to be, there is going to be the point where, and I think guys get it after they've graduated and go into downrange into the combat area, I'm going to die to do this. I would rather die than quit. That is part of the cost. And that's what I love about my brothers. When I look at it, man, we come to all that point, right? And we go out into our world and we understand that and we bring that into ourselves. And then those cats that have all these bad behaviors, the racism, the sexism, the hetero, well, all that bullshit, all those really weird behaviors, at one point in their life, they were clean and a child. They were for real. And then after that, they go back and they pick this shit up, bring it back, because that makes them feel comfortable with where they were. They don't want to live in that spirit of being free, of being who you are, because it makes you accountable to everything that happens to you, good or bad, psychological bullshit. When I got on the fire department, I was dead. I'd become inhuman. I remember getting to Vietnam, and Dad would say, Gibby, so always remember, you're a human being. And I almost lost that. And I remember seeing a jar of ears, right? Wasn't my platoon, don't know who did it or whatever, but my officers, being leaders, came up and, old Bosun Campbell, man. He was an enlisted guy who became an ensign, retired actually as a lieutenant commander, I think. He says, see this shit? We're all like, what is it, you know? And then he says, we don't do this. We're not gonna get rid of this jar. We don't do this shit. Anybody we kill is gonna have a weapon. Or if they're collateral damage with people that have weapons, we're gonna do that, but we're not gonna do this kind of stuff afterwards. And I guess that was one of the things with the PRU program that was kind of weird, because they kept body counts like that, you know? That inhumanity thing, that whole CIA bullshit, you know, the whole PRU thing, you know, that they were all cowboys. You could do whatever you wanted, you know? And, you know, I think when I was there, a man's inhumanity to man, you know, I was with my buddy Noyce, right? We were working for the company and doing stuff, and we took a break, went to Saigon to party, hopped on a helicopter, took off. I relieved my cousin with the PRU program. It was crazy, but party with this. I saw this. I was always practicing my skills, my language skills, and I saw this little Vietnamese guy looking at me. I'm looking at him. I said, "Hey, lady," comes over. Antenye, what's your name? Oh, toi tente. You know, I said, oh, un beer. You know, you drink beer? Yeah. He looks at me. I said, yeah. No. Yeah, me. Yeah. So his friends came. We sat and we drank. Liked him. You know, we connected. You know, sometimes you don't even know somebody, but you feel good with them, right? We did that for 2 days. Third day we had to leave, and when we left, because he was trying to learn English, I was trying to learn English, Vietnamese, and hugged each other, catch you later, and we take off. Noyce was going, oh shit, I'm in this Vietnamese. They all know I'm an American. But we were in civilian clothes. I said, they don't know who you are, you know? But, so Bill was sitting like this, you know, looking around. But we spent 3 days there. And when we took over this group, which was a Green Beret group, which was the PRU program, my cousin was a Green Beret and another guy. Matter of fact, when we flew in, he was flying out, did the Green Beret hand salute, wearing his aviator shades and stuff. And this guy is a black sergeant. Can't remember his name, but he said, "Oh, you just missed Captain Pacheco." And I'm like, "Oh." And I said, "What's his first name?" He told me. I said, "From Pacoima, California?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "That's my cousin." "Ah, bullshit." I says, "His mom's Aurora and his dad's Celestino." "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, he's my cousin." So when I got back country, right, I started asking him, I says, "You ever hear this?" I mentioned the name, I mentioned the caseworker, I mentioned the sergeant, and the name of the city, and he goes, "Why are you asking me this?" I said, "Do you remember when you got relieved and you hand saluted some cats coming in civilian clothes?" He goes, "Yeah." So it was me and my mate. Bullshit, you know? And then he asked me, he says, "What about, there was a guy with the white scarf, a Viet Cong." He said, "Did you ever run into him?" I said, "Yeah, he shot the shit out of us, you know, but we were using the Army tactics. We weren't using SEAL tactics, right? And how we would patrol and our warning orders. They were, you know, doing a fast a warning order and the brief op and going. We never left. It was like right away. It wasn't like an hour, going an hour later. We popped out right away because we knew about the intel leaks. Mm-hmm. And so when we got back, we decided to do a quick op. I said, let's just go out, work. So we grabbed like 5 guys and we took off. Didn't even tell the rest of the group. And we went out night, early in the morning, we got a hit. We went and checked the bodies. And there's a kid with the white scarf. And the kid with the white scarf was the kid that we drank with in Saigon. I looked at him, man, and I got emotional. And I told Noyce, I said, "Come here, man." So Billy goes over and looks, and he goes, "Oh, man, that's I think his name was Tran, but yeah." He looks at me and goes, "Man," you know, and that's when I understood that warriors, right? That the ideologies of countries, right, use us. That we go fight these wars. We go do whatever that is. But I wrote it. I wrote it on my phone. Right now, I'm kind of.
Well, someone on the other side is doing the same thing.
Doing the same thing, but we're human.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was that connection that we as soldiers are fighting these wars for other people's ideologies. But if they'd have left us alone, we would have been best friends. So when I got on the fire department, guys are playing, "Oh, you got to remember where you're from." You know, you know, all this bullshit. And I'm like, "Did you ever kill a commie for mommy, mother?" You know, like, no. You know, they didn't. There's a whole thing about how I fit into the fire department, but I would tell them, I says, I've killed a better man than you, and meaning it, because that guy and I would have been friends. We laughed, we drank, we smoked cigarettes, and when we left, we felt sad that it wasn't going to work, and then you meet him on. That's a small world, man. You know, and my heart broke that day, you know. And I told the story to my grandson, and he put it like in a poem, but he said, and his heart was crushed. And that was hard, you know. Other than, and then getting connected. There's a guy named Tick, Vietnamese guy, our point man. We got jacked up one time. He said, "SB," I said, "Let's go. We go kill communists." So let's go. Buzzed. We went out. We set up on a river, waiting. Nothing happened to the world that could ever see, but him sitting beside me, right, and thinking, okay, we're going to war, and if it happens, we are together. Didn't say a word, but the connection, the spiritual connection, the blending of us as warriors. You can't buy that shit. You can't create it. You can't form it. It exists in the spiritual sense, you know.
Let's go back to, just to cover this part of your history, to when you graduated Buds. Because you mentioned it, but you didn't go into too much detail about that. You were one of the few guys that got selected to go straight to SEAL Team 1 without going to UDT. At the time, the normal procedure was guys graduate Buds, they go to UDT, the underwater demolition teams, they do deployments there, and then they can volunteer to go over to SEAL Team, which is going to be more land-based. Still foot in the water, but going to be more land-based. But you went straight to you got ordered straight to SEAL Team 1.
Right.
Why do you think that was?
Well, Captain Scheibel, Captain Anderson was the commander when we were selected. He actually lives in Ignacio, New Mexico. No, Colorado. And when you get together, he says, "Yeah, Espinoza," he says, "I picked you and Shikowski, and all." He knows all the names, right? I said, "What was with that?" He says, we weren't getting the guys that were volunteering from UDT because we were getting shot up. I mean, and I think even Roger Hayden, that's why Roger, I mean, he got shot up and stuff in UDT. Hearing him, he goes, he said, "I want to get my ass shot if you're doing UDT. I want to go into SEAL Team and figure this shit out. If we're UDT guys are going to be running SEAL Ops, I want to know what I need to know to do that." And so the whole switch up in operations from the water work to the land, the guerrilla warfare, right? UDT, all the water work, explosive up to the berm line, and then we're from the hinterline in as far as we can go. Now, you guys, you're going in big old huge helicopters taking them. Going, hell no, man. I'd rather be in the jungle, you know, just and they weren't getting them. And so what he did is he had the instructors start hand selecting guys that they think could transition, and then they took the volunteers. They took the volunteers, the UDT guys, and it's really, God, you know, the way things work out. Guys like from 38 and 39 are marrying up with guys from 42 and 41s, right? So a lot of the guys in those classes, like Crawford, right? He was part of the Dirty Dozen, right? And his instructor was one of our instructors was Barry Enoch, right? And then some of the guys that were with him too were out of class 38, 39, and the guys that I operated with, like Hyatt and Richards and D'Angelo, they're from 38, 39, right? So this whole group, when you talk about only 150 guys, I mean, they were making multiple tours. I'd have made 2, but I broke my leg in a platoon workup, right? And I about cried. I did cry because I was in Balboa Hospital. It felt like that damn Hell Week when the guys are going around in the paddle, you know, and going to finish up Hell Week. I'm not going. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I want to do. And there were no doubts. And I think that if you had the doubt, and I don't know how guys work now, if you have any doubt, you don't belong going. You know, take off. I told guys on the fire department, you don't want to do everything, take off the damn Maltese. If you don't, and all we had was the little gold wings. But I remember Chief Stone, we're going through SEAL training, SEAL cadre, right? We're out there in Nyland. Mm-hmm. We lived in boxcars. There was only 2 girls in the bar. That place was Lunar Face and Crater Face. And everybody was hot on them. And they make them feel like queens, you know? Well, the Desert Boys didn't like that. Yeah. So one day, like 8 of the Desert Boys came down, and there was a tussle in the bar, right? I don't know where Chief Stone, he's a little guy like me. He's a Korea guy. He is a Korea guy, but also a Raider.
Wow.
Army, you know, the Army Raider guys, right? Ranger, whatever, you know, because there were the Green Beret guys, but there were also the Rangers. And I'm sitting there having my little beer, and, you know, the guys are all laughing and everything, and he comes in there, God damn it. He says, you MFers, and he's the guy when we're standing, going with training, he goes, yeah, I want 2 rows of corn here. 2 rows of corn here. I want my M60 man over here, my M16 here, my grenadiers over here, my stoner man, and if the officers with your M16s, I want you over, you know, assigned, right? Mm-hmm. He said, when that left foot hits, you got the M16, I want that. He says, and if you on the M16, I want womp, womp. So you stoners, I want some singing. He says, and the officer every once in a while, boom, and then you grenadier, I want you every 4th time your left foot hit, I want boom. You understand? We're all like, yeah, we understand it. So he'd stand behind us. Okay, let's move. You know, we were like a rock and roll band, man. Boom, but really looking at the rate of fire, you know, and the intensity of it, right? So we were trained in that small group of what it felt like to be powerful, invincible, right? And so they would grab the guys from UDT, they would marry us up into this SEAL cadre class. And there's a book, Vietnam SEALs or whatever, in Vietnam. And my cousin found the book at Annapolis. She went to Annapolis. And you can see up there it says SB and Mo, the boat, how we were assigned. And they're doing the instruction. That's how basic it was, you know, because they weren't getting guys to do it. So he wanted, and I think that was the beginning of transitioning the UDT teams. I mean, the kids that are going through BUDS now, and they're saying, well, we can save this time. Because when we went to jump school as SEALs, right, the UDT guys had already gone through jump school. But those of us who were that went through the SEAL cadre that hadn't done that trip weren't airborne yet. So we go to jump school. And we were in shape, man. Oh, yeah. So we were out there doing the run around. We ran at least 3 or 4 guys into the dirt. You know, they sit there, they get 10 chin-ups, and I'd do 1 for the Army. And I could do 50 of them at that time, because I was a little guy, right? 1 for the Army, 1 for the Navy, 1 for the Marines. Oh, yeah, smart ass, give me a couple more. And I'd get all the way up to about 47, 45, and then instead of yelling hoo-yah, I'd yell airborne. You know, airborne, sergeant, you know. And they didn't know who we were. That was what the other thing was so cool about being a team. They didn't know who we were. We, matter of fact, me and my partner, we went in, we quit. We didn't talk to anybody, right? Didn't talk to any Army guys. You know,
Is that airborne school?
Airborne school, mm-hmm. Yeah. We didn't talk to anybody. And they assigned guys that put us up into this barracks where we were at. So who are you guys? Where are you from? Just walk away. Just, hey, come on, man. You guys talk? And talk to each one of us. Everybody just don't say anything. And, you know, and then we turn our head and we're like, you know, just playing that, whatever that role is. But nobody had to tell you. It just happened. It was just like everybody would pick up on the energy of everybody else. That's the other thing that's created in the training class. You can see them. There's a group of kids from Team 8 when I went to a golf tournament. I could see when they came in, they're all picking up on the energy of each other, all wearing shirts that they got from Walmart. One has a cat, one has a bird, wearing their flip-flops. I mean, they're so out of uniform that they're in uniform. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You could tell who a Frogman is just by the stuff that he doesn't wear to not conform, but he is conforming, right? So, but anyway, back to Chief Stone, he yelled at us, says, "You sons of bitches are living on the reputation of dead men. Get all the money you got out of your pockets, leave it for them, and I'll meet you back at the area." And then we just had a big old hole in the earth that we threw wood into out on an island. We built a fire in, and you'd sleep in these box cars with these springs, and you'd put your bed in there like a mummy thing. And when you wake up in the morning, there's a damn snake in there with you, But that night we operated all night long. I mean, it was kind of like almost like a 2-day op all night, the all night thing where no sleep. And you were glad that you went through Hell Week because you could operate like that. You could do that. And he never scolded us after that. He told us, "Some of the bitches are living on a reputation of dead men," made us hurt. And he says, "You're not SEALs yet." I understood it. You're not SEALs yet. So I finished SEAL cadre, right? Those of us who made it through, and Garcia and McIntosh, "Hey, I'll meet you at the Tradewind bar. That's where we all hang out," right? I said, "All right." So we show up there, and the night before, I'm going to meet him next. The night before, I'm sitting there, and I have me a beer, and this lady comes up, sits beside me, and she just sits right beside me, and I'm like, "You one of those FNGs?" I'm like, "I don't know." I said, "Ma'am," she says, "FNG." I said, "I don't know what that is." It's a fucking new guy. I'm like, "Well, yeah, I guess I got my Rolex, right?" I got my Rolex. Yeah, I'm almost a new guy. I got my Rolex. Well, I'm Chief Gustav's wife. So I'm going to tell you something. I can outdrink you. I can outfight you. And I can out-F you. I'm like, "Oh, oh ma'am, can I buy you a beer?" The chief's like, and I'm 20 years old. I'm sneaking into the bar, right? Yeah. And so she says, "F&A right?" So you can have mine. I just got it. But anyway, she says, "I'm going to tell you something." She says, "The chief has 3 tours of Vietnam. He's never been hurt. Never got anybody killed." He says, "We lost a couple guys." And I think by that time, Funk had all the guys that gotten killed were on stupid shit. Like Funk, they had him hand tied, and they were going to show these senators how we do stuff when we capture people. The boat broached. He went into the river, found him 4 or 5 days later. The way the water runs is so dark, and the current killed him, right? We kill our own for stupid shit, or guys drilling out an 82 millimeter mortar, and it kills guys. Mike Corman, that went to Vietnam with this, he switched out with a guy that was a regular corpsman that was with the Marines. He switched out with him so this other guy could get his pay, right? And Doc Maynard's walking with another guy. That goes off. They're walking by and kills both of them. A guy named Van Hoy who had a hero to everybody, man. He had his shit together, right? Doc Maynard, that's how you lose guys, right? But I lost track.
So what'd she tell you?
So she told me, she said, "Yeah, thank you." Yeah. So don't get him killed. And if you don't want to do this job, if you don't know where you're going to go, and this is from a wife, right? And sometimes I guess my understanding is some of the wives take on the personality of the officers' wives, start their little stuff. My daughter is the wife of an officer, Marine Corps officer. But she let me know the human piece, right? This is a family. I mean, there's their family, and this is what it means to her. And I'm responsible for myself to make sure he doesn't get killed. And I have to learn that stuff, not just for me. And I understood that that sometimes in the teams, just, well, I don't want to let anybody down, right? It isn't that at all. If I would do anything like that, and then you let yourself down, and I have. I mean, I'm not sinless, but I know that when I come to that point where I do something I don't want to do and don't do the things that I should do, the greatest disappointment is in me because I don't have power over that. Or I chose to do whatever I did. And so I looked at her and I went, no, ma'am. I said, if I don't know where I'm going. I mean, I just graduated SEAL training. I don't know where I'm going. I said, I promise. And Chief Gustavo was a cool dude. He was a good operator and everything. So I got that. So next day I told McIntosh Garcia, I said, well, I'll meet you, all right. So we get together. And it was early in the day. And you never, there was a trade wind bar when you went.
Was it in the IB?
No, it was right. This is where the little, it's on Orange Avenue, down from McPee's, between Danny and McPee's. It's where the ice cream place is.
Yeah, no, it was gone.
But anyway, it had swinging doors. You walk in there, you walk in, and a lot of character and a lot of who we were is the not just the operational piece, but the interpersonal piece, right? So we walk into this place, swinging doors, and we look down, and there's this guy. Got chaw in his mouth and smoking a cigar. It's by the bathroom, and you weren't sure whether the bathroom had a problem with plumbing or whether it was him. He's eating boiled eggs and drinking beer, and he went to the head. It was like, and he had a full growth. And those guys on the team will know that it was tobacco, right? Because he had a lot of tobacco, right? So he looks down at us, and me, McIntosh, and Garcia. And so he says, "Hey, you guys the FNGs?" I already knew who I was. Miss Gusselwell already told me who I was. We go, yeah. He says, that's all we need in the teams is more F and N's. Mexicans and N's. So I was like, who ya? So we just looked at each other. But the cool piece about it, we already knew who we were. Chief Allen already established it for us. Oliver already established it for us. I don't know who this cat is, but he's an operator, and he has every right to say whatever he wants to say to me because I've not done anything, right? So I missed my first platoon. I go over, do my trip, do my Vietnam thing.
Well, what happened you broke your leg in your first workup? What were you, parachuting, or what were you doing?
That's what I tell everybody.
It wasn't as cool
as that? I was parachuting and rappelling was one of the other things. When I got to Balboa Hospital, it was like, how'd you do that? Oh, I'm sure I was rappelling.
How far away from deployment were you?
2 weeks.
Oh.
2
You're
weeks.
getting ready to go on deployment. What happened?
So what we were doing was doing a compass course, right? Alpha, Bravo, you had these different legs, and we went by ourselves like about 4 minutes behind each other, so we'd cover each other, right? We didn't go in pairs, we went singles. And so it was like a 10-mile deal, right? So I'm up on this rock, and I'm looking, thinking, oh shit, I got another, I don't know, maybe a mile to go down this other rock. I have my black face on, have all my stuff, I got my weapon in this hand, I got my compasses and everything, and I'm looking, and here comes the guy on a horse. I said, hey, he says, how you doing? This is good. How you doing? He says, doing fine. He says, I've done a nice ride today. I said, lie, cheat, steal, do whatever you can to get through, but don't get caught, right? I said, you don't happen to be going by that rock down there. He says, I'm going right by that rock. I said, how about a ride? He says, sure. So I get ready to shift my hands over to a weapon to reach up to grab him. He goes, oh, no. He says, you're little enough. He says, I'll just pull you up. I said, all right. So I put my foot that's the other thing you learn is don't let anybody else have control over your shit, right? You just don't do it. You got to do your own stuff. So he reaches down, grabs hold of me, slings me up. Next thing, he falls sideways. So he lets loose of my hand. So I take my hand and I grab up like this, and I grab hold of the saddle. I have my weapon here, and I stick it on this side. That horse takes off.
Oh, no.
Next thing I'm running, next thing is like, oh, this thing in my leg. I look at my feet. They're both above my heads. I have my maps here and I have my weapon here. And when I hit, it was like, and I went, oh, shit. So he scampers off. Then he comes back. You okay? I said, no, man, I don't think I am. He gets off his horse and he said, well, and he got his little bag and he cuts my laces off and looks at my leg. And then I took my little 38 I had, hand weapon. Doc Maynard was my corpsman, right? He's the one who swapped out. He's the guy who got killed. Doc Maynard comes down. And by that time, another guy comes by on a horse. And he says, what's going on? He says, I think this guy's got a fractured malleolus. Looks like a distal fibular break. He's got pedal pulse. And I didn't know what any of that stuff was. I'm just a soldier, man. And so I said, so what's going on? How do you guys know this stuff? He says, oh, we're doctors. We're up here on the little. I said, no. So they splinted it and everything. By the time Doc got there, I was already squared away. He says, you have any drugs? I said, no, we don't have any drugs. Because he would give morphine, but then with the morphine syringe, he always had to do the doc. He didn't want to do that. And so the doc said, well, here. And he gives me a pint of peach brandy. He says, drink this. Got in a little Jeep that the doc kept me. This kind of kept track of us. By the time I got to Balboa, man, I was jacked up. So they had to wait, give me a block. And so then my platoon came because I was in the hospital, and they all gave me a kiss goodbye, man. And this guy, Alan, took my job, and I hated him. I was so envious and so hurt and so pissed off that he's got my job with my platoon, and in that platoon, with Mihach and I were the point men in that platoon, right? And I wanted to go work, so that means I had to stand down again, and all these guys that I was with, right? So then I had to do. It took me 2 months, right? So I'm in Balboa Hospital. I got my foot up like this. His SEAL team on it. Once they found out who I was. Guys from Quezon were coming in. They were shot, jacked up, man. I'm sitting there watching them come in, and they put this guy beside me, and still machine is going in. And people were jacked up. I saw war from that. I saw the damage. This machine goes off, stops, a little light. And so I pushed the button, started back up again. So it happened about 4 times. It was like in the middle of the night. I push this button by myself. My team's gone, and pull the cord for the corpsman. He doesn't show up. Finally, when he does show up, he said, what do you need? I said, what's this? We went off. He goes, when did this happen? I said, I've been for 4 hours. Right? So he grabs him and takes off. Then he comes back. This guy comes back about 2 days later. He's a Marine. He's got a patch on his eye. His leg is jacked up, and he's got wounds in here. He looks at me and says, you the guy who's pushing the button? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were. He said, I was drowning. He says, when the button would go off, he says, I would start drowning. He says, you push the button and suck that stuff out of my lungs. So he and I became good friends, and I was only there for I went back and checked him out. Later on, he had like a floppy leg and his eyes missing, and when I went back and saw him, he says, how you doing? He said, I'm doing great, man. I said, well, they're going to send me to MCRD. I said, really? Marine Corps recruiting station, right? He's going to receive troops. He says, yeah. He says, and check this out, SP. He's got his patch on his eye. He goes like this. Marine Corps emblem inside his eye. He says, I'll be receiving those guys. He says, look me in the eye, boy. So he was a cool guy. So, yeah, I miss my platoon. And so then when I'm there, I have SEAL Team 1 on there, and this guy comes walking in, got his Rolex, got his ball cap, and I look at his Cochran jump boots and shit. I'm going, oh, it's a team guy. So I said, hey, man. I was at the Gidunk with this CB. And
this is at the hospital?
At the hospital. Mm-hmm. So I look at this guy, and I say, hey, man, he says, you in the teams? He goes, yeah. I said, so am I. He goes, so what the fuck? And walks out. So I'm like, oh, you rude son of a bitch. I'm pissed off. So I did about another month there. And then I left, right? Went back to the SEAL team area. Said, okay, SP, you're back. Here, locker 69. I said, go take it and change it, put your new gear and stuff. I said, all right. So I go over there and I look at the lockers. They were like this, like these spaces here. And there was a window at the end, and mine was at the end. So I go over there and I look. When I go in, I walk by the lockers, there's that guy that told me, so what the fuck? So I walked by him. He just kind of looks at me. I don't know if he, just kind of looked at me. I kind of looked at him, and I went, and there's a name up there. So I grabbed it, pulled it off, and I threw it in the shit can. And he goes, "That was a good man." I said, "So what the fuck?" He looked at me, man, and it was like, we're going to rock, we're going to dance. We're going to dance. And I backed up into the corner, and he just looked at me, and he goes, "Fuck you." Turns around, walks out, and I went, wow, that was pretty intense, And so then we go out, and they say, okay, we're going to start assigning platoons, Alpha Bravo, Delta, Charlie, Echo Platoon, right? So they start naming names, Echo Platoon, Espinoza. I'm going, oh, shoot, man, that's cool. So it goes on, and then they call that guy's name. He comes walking to my platoon. I'm going, oh.
And you guys are both in Echo Platoon?
Both of us in Echo Platoon. And I pulled that name tag and threw it off. Then later on, I found out that he was with a guy named Anton that had gotten killed in a firefight. They McGuire rigged him out. He got hit 2 times. They went on 2 helicopters to do an op, and they dropped everybody off. So they were patrolling. They took Anton and moved him up forward, and never was really a point man, right? Mm-hmm. But they had moved him up out of where he normally does. He stepped out, and in the jungle, there's a lot of times you just step out and it's a base camp, right? And if you're not really quiet, they know you're coming. And so he stepped out. They got engaged. He got shot, killed the 2 Vietnamese, another American, and 2 guys wounded. When I talked to my partner, and I learned about this, so that was what the op was, right? So I didn't know that Anton had gotten killed, and then I understood what had happened. We were in the same platoon for 3 months and didn't talk to each other. I didn't talk to him. He didn't talk to me. We'd work and do stuff, and there was like the visual connection about what we're doing, but it was like hard. It was hard. I'm not gonna. It was like, I don't know, like 2 invisible forces that had no way to communicate. It was like a big wall, And then one day I'm walking to the trade winds to go to the trade winds, have a beer, and he pulls by in his car. The reason he was in there because he'd gotten drunk and broke out his teeth. That's why he was there. And the only words he ever said, "Espy." I go, "Yeah." He says, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm going to the trade wind." "You want to ride?" I said, "I hate walking, man." I said, "Yeah." So I get in there, didn't say a word. We drove up to the bar, right? Park right in front. We get in, there's nobody in there, right? Well, except for Tobacco Lewis. Remember Tobacco, right? That guy. I'll tell you about, I'm kind of digressing, but in the same place when me, McIntosh, and Garcia came in there, and when he said all we need in his team is more ends, and right? So I told you about that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
that was Tobacco Lewis?
Yeah. Okay, we ratted him off. That was that goddamn Tobacco Lewis. And so we come in, and I could, and he's still sitting down there, right? So we walk in, he just kind of looks at us, and Hyatt says, "You want a beer?" I said, "Yeah." And there was a keg in the trade ones.
And is Hyatt the name of the guy that you had not been able to communicate with?
Yeah, I love him.
And now he says, "Hey, you want a beer?"
He's my best friend, yeah. In the teams. Yeah, I shouldn't have ratted him off, but he's okay. So he says, "You want a beer?" I said, "Yeah." So he pours a beer, pitcher. And guys would buy kegs of beer for getting divorced, getting married, getting promoted, getting demoted, getting killed in Vietnam, coming back from Vietnam, anything. There was always a keg in the afternoon.
Monday,
Monday,
Wednesday.
Yeah. So there was always one there. So there was always a keg. So like at 3 o'clock to probably about 5, I mean, guys would all get in there and drink a bunch of beer, and then it would go on. So we drank that keg, that pitcher of beer, and then he said, then I said, "Hey, you want another pitcher?" He goes, "Yeah, sure." So I poured him a beer. We sat there, sitting at the corner. I'm sitting right here. He's right here. The door is right there. I always sat there because you don't ever walk in that door either without kind of check, because you could get hit pretty easy. I mean, there were some good fights in there. It was a wild place. And you want to hear about Antone? I said, yeah. So he told me about the helicopters, about getting hit and then getting out and saying, man, I don't know how we flew out of there, I mean, everybody was wounded. The helicopter was shot. Everything was, he said, and he didn't get hit. He's never been hit, right? I was with him. Anyway, he was sharing that story with me, and then he's crying. And I'm crying. And guys, it was so beautiful about the bar was, man, the other guys would come in, they go, they got a thing going on, not interrupt you and not look down on you. Guys are having their own memorial times for themselves in your own space, in your own, and respecting it, That was, it was kind of like the womb. I mean, that bar was kind of like where guys would come in with pain. They would come in with anger. They would come in proud that they have kids. That it was a place that everybody felt safe, And so that's when he became my teammate, of him sharing that with me, and we did a talk one time for Seawolf gunships, he'd come to Texas, and he says, Espy, you want to tell him that story about the Seawolf gunships? And I go, well, you tell it. He goes, oh no, you see, you like talking. You see, you tell him. So I said, all right. So we got shot at, we were on a dike, and these guys shot at us. And so and Hyatt had his shit together. The officer we had was a young guy, right? So he's like, oh, do we engage him? And Hyatt, we would look out there, and he goes, that's
mean engage?
Me shooting.
Engage who?
The guys that were shooting at us on this little kind of like a little dike. We were up on top of the dike, so they were shooting up at us. Well, the first thing, if somebody's shooting at you from down below, they got something, But he was a brand new officer. Actually, he relieved Bosun Campbell, who had stepped on a booby trap. That was another op that we were on. Lit him up. Point man got some shrapnel in his ass, and Doc Maynard was with us, and he had me walk the point out. And but I'm kind of getting a little crossways here, but where was I at?
So, I mean, it just basically you were talking about the trade winds and how that's kind of when you guys got tight. And, I mean, I suppose the next thing is, so you're doing a workup and preparing to go back to Vietnam, or preparing to go your first deployment to Vietnam.
Right.
And what's that? Was that like a 6-month cycle? You go to Nyland?
It was a 6-month cycle. You'd go to Nyland, you go Cuyamaca, you do the jump thing, you do just mostly patrolling and stuff.
And how many guys you got in your platoon? Is it 14?
Yeah, 14 guys. And he told me, he says, yes, he says, you stay with me, you won't get hurt. It's all right. This is my sea daddy, man. He's my partner.
This is Hyatt?
Yeah. And so, matter of fact, I have this watch because of him. We come back from Vietnam. We go in there. He says, how much money you got? I said, I don't know. So count your money out. So I got the $125. He says, grabs it. I said, hey, man. I said, give me my money. I said, we're going out and partying tonight. He says, nope. So you're coming with me. So we go to the PX. I said, there's nothing in the PX I want. He says, yeah. So we go in there, and he looks at the lady. He says, I want that one and that one. She, 2 Rolexes. She puts them up. I said, lady says, I don't want a Rolex. So she puts it down. I said, lady says, he wants a Rolex. So she puts it up. I said, lady, I don't want a Rolex. So she puts it down. So finally he says, lady. She puts it up. I said, lady, and she goes, little fella, he's a lot bigger than you. And today you're buying yourself a Rolex watch, It was that kind of a thing. And we took a break one time, went to Na Bay, is where he had operated. This was his 3rd trip, 2 with the SEAL team and 1 with UDT. And they threw us out. They threw us out of the base for fighting, and so we had nowhere to stay except for places that he knew. Mm-hmm.
Like out in town.
Yeah, out in town. Yeah. So we were out in town hiding. We were out there hiding, right? And so at night, during the day, we'd kind of hang out. And then at night, the Viet Cong would come in. So we'd be sheltered in these places. And the Viet Cong would be in these places that we were at during the day partying and drinking and dating girls or whatever, and we were hiding. And then in the morning, the Viet Cong would leave, and then we'd wake up. For 3 days we did that. That close to the enemy is cool. They don't even know that you're there. And so that was our relationship.
So when you finish your workup, and now it's time to fly to Vietnam.
Now it's time to fly, man.
Did you leave from North Island?
We left from North Island.
What, like a C-130?
C-1, yeah, the little C-117.
Oh, dang, okay.
Cargo plane, right? So that's where we went, and we stage all our gear and everything. We get in there, and it's loud, and it's...
What year was this?
69. It was March. Yeah, March of 69.
March of 69.
So we getting ready to roll, looking at the rivets and stuff, looking at the chief that comes in there to fly the airplanes. Big old belly, got his chief's hat.
And he's the pilot?
He's the pilot.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And you look out the window, and like the airplane has all this grease and oil and stuff. We go flying like this. Next thing is like, goes like, what the hell? We turn off, and so we get ourselves back together. I go, so what's happening? He says, I was looking at the lights. It says, looking, the green light and the red light. The green light and the red light. Pretty soon I said, well, the green light and the red light, they're on the wrong sides. He wasn't following. It was coming right at him, right? So he turns off. So I'm going, oh, man, I don't even get to Vietnam. That's happening. So then we get to Hawaii, right? So we go in, and Hyatt says, hey, SB, I said, let's have a Mai Tai drinking contest. I said, cool, all right. We go in, man. Next thing you know, I'm waking up. I look down, and there's a tomato stuck on Hyatt's face where I was on the upper rack. And I'd thrown up. It was on his face. Bosun Campbell, we could hear, you sons of bitches, I told you. We're kind of looking around, and Hyatt gets up, his hair sticking up in the air, and I'm looking at him. And he said, I told you guys we're leaving at 0600. You guys are late. The airplane's rolling up, and the number. Now, he says, and the rest of that goddamn platoon never told you guys, get your asses. And we're like grabbing stuff, and like grabbing my boots, putting stuff on. And I asked Bosun, I said, hey, Bosun, I said, who won the Mai Tai drinking contest? Who won the Mai Tai drink contest? You son of a bitches. He says, you guys got drunk, and then you got in a fight in the bar, they threw you out, and then you guys stole a damn bus, the Navy bus that, that they were driving around.
Yeah.
And we threw the sailors off the bus, stole the bus, and then the shore patrol tracked us down, and we got in a fight with those guys on the bus. Then they arrested us.
One night in Hawaii right there.
It was one night.
That's one night in Hawaii. They need to get you guys to Vietnam stat.
Oh, yeah. We were, and there's another platoon that was before us. I think I can't remember whose platoon. I don't think it was Crawdads. But anyway, their officer was in Vietnam waiting for him. Well, they got in the same fight, but it was the whole bar in that fight. And I went to Barber's Point to see that bar. It's now a gym. But they got there, and they got in a fight, and the officer's sitting over there back in Vietnam waiting for his guys to show up. And where in the hell are they at? And he gets this communique that comes and says, we don't know who they are. We don't know where they came from, but we know they're headed your way. And those guys had gotten in a fight, and they started a fire in the bar. And and if you think about it, right? Think about somebody that's going to go to war. You're internalizing that shit. And so you are loose. It's like, and so you want to try to take these people and tell them that, no, it's
follow the rules. It's a hard one.
You can try.
Yeah, that is something that in the military, certainly in SEAL teams, you're parachuting, you're diving, they're doing a bunch of dangerous stuff. And when you're young, you're like, well, I could die tomorrow, so right. I'm gonna have a good time tonight.
Right, that's true.
That's what we're doing.
And the consequences, right? The consequences of mistake are brutal. They're not. You can, if you're working on an office, you cut your finger, whatever. But we fuck up out there. We mess up out there. And the same thing when I came on the fire department. 2 guys got killed in my fire training, and I thought, okay, Vietnam probably going to get killed. Got on the fire department, maybe. But this is really a kind of a lame kind of job, man. You fight some fire, you do some... I saw it totally different when I got there, right? It transitioned, it changed for me. about, especially when I went up in rank, it's like being a platoon leader. You know, the other guys do whatever they want to do in the platoon, but as a platoon officer and the platoon leader, and as a battalion chief when I was in the fire department, I'm responsible for them, to keep them alive. I become Chief Gustafel's wife. You know, and so it was you really transition a lot about what that means and those consequences and what's real and what is it to be a real frogman, right? They're the machismo crazy cats out there, but they are they good operators? Are they running on their ego, or are they running on the teams? You know, do you love the teams, or do you love yourself, right? And a lot of the cats that love themselves wound up in trouble. They're willing to make that or create that for some reason. I look at some of the events, you know, of how guys are getting killed now, and I'm thinking, it's like when we got shot at, and then the officer says, "So we take him under fire." We look at him and go, "Are you fucking crazy? If we take him under fire, they're going to know how many of us there are, right?" So then we start receiving fire. So we call it an extraction. There was nobody coming to get us. Sometimes the Army slick guys would not come in, but a Seawolf.
They're coming.
Oh, they're coming, man. You know, and
I've had quite a few Seawolf pilots on here.
Yeah,
it's freaking awesome.
And so when they lock and load and they're dumping their ammunition just to get 4 cats up, I mean that whole thing is on fire, right? So we're running. So we had no air support until those Seawolf guys said, "Well, we're coming," and a couple Air Force guys, "Yeah, we're in our little Phantoms, and if you need some help, we can help you." And so I'm at the back end, right? Everybody's running, blow everything up on the back side of the blue strobe, right? So I got a blue strobe lit up, and I'm running. I got M60. I'm running heavy, running M60, and Hyatt's up ahead of me, and Richards. He married his Richard's sister. Hyatt married Richard's sister, and we were good mates, man. I mean, there's some bars in San Diego that remember us.
You're still not allowed in.
Just by being crazy, yeah. So I'm running and I fall in a hole. I mean, and these guys, Air Force guys, are coming flying like this, right? And when they're lighting their stuff up, it looks like it's only like about 10, 15 feet up in the air because you're running. But they don't tell you, like you see the movies. I mean, they don't, and you're getting support. They don't talk about in those days, the links were rolling out. So you're running along and ding, all the casings and stuff, I mean, it's beating the hell out of you. And you're running like this, you know, trying not to get them down your shirt. And you're running, and they're flying. It's like 2 of them, phoom, phoom, in the water, and the casings. And I fell in this hole. And it wasn't even that they could hear me because the whole world behind me, I could feel the heat and everything behind me blowing up. They just stopped. They ran back. One grabbed the barrel, the other one grabbed the butt, lifted me out of the hole. And they took off running, and I'm like...
Your feet aren't on the ground?
Every once in a while, one would hit, and then finally I got my feet, you know, and then we got over to the Seawolf was loading, dumping all the ammunition on the other side. The side that we were coming on, they weren't, right? And so we jumped in, and then they started dumping it all, and then that helicopter was trying to... And everything's going... Well, I told that story, and then and Hyatt told me to tell it with the Seawolf guys, right? He's in Texas. And so then he says, "You tell the story." I said, "All right." So then, okay, I'll tell the story, and as close as I could get it, because everybody has their own story. And then I saw Hyatt get up, and he walked up to the podium, you know, when I was there, and he comes up beside me. He says, "Well, that opted. SP just told you about." He says, "I didn't realize how much that helicopter meant to me and how safe I felt once my hand touched that helicopter. Then I knew I was okay." And I never ever thought that, because he was always so calm. Our platoon, we were a bunch of calm people, you know, and when you have that in your platoon, except when you're yelling and they're running away from you, know, I'm in a goddamn hole, you know, like, you know, everybody is like that. It's that calmness that keeps you right. And if your officer is calm, even Bosa Campbell, when he got lit up, he really did a real easy transfer to Doc Maynard, and an Air Force helicopter with doctors happened to be coming in. We were in a booby-trapped area, so we're trying to secure the area, and we're receiving fire from a little hooch down there, and me and Hyatt lit that up. There was that whole thing, the whole dynamics of, like when I wrote that piece about the flash, right? The flash of war, that whether you're creating it or whether it's being created for you, the inside warrior is working and figuring it out. The outside warrior is non-forgiving and violent, right? And they're both standing out. And I think, the little boy in there is watching that happen. And I think the whole war piece is totally alien, because that's not where we really want to go. So those of us that pay that price, it's going to cost you something, even in the training, because pain is going to cost you something. When I got back from Vietnam doing my out in the world, I thought that was me. That's just the way that I am. I'm fighting, all that kind of stuff. That's who Espinoza is. It was all my behaviors. I confused my behaviors for who I am, and I let loose of it, because then I was alone again. I lost all my teammates. I wasn't in my platoon when I lost them that time. When I came from Vietnam and I left, right, I'm alone again, right? And it's taking me now to come back to that space of understanding my life, right? And that's crazy. I'm 75 years old trying to figure this stuff out. And then I look at guys like you. You got your podcast, you got your thing going, jiu-jitsu. If they'd have had MMA when I was coming back from Vietnam, I'd have been I was going to 5 Points in Denver to fight mostly black guys, because that's where the danger was. They had guns and knives. And that was... You get in a fight in Boulder, right, with the hippies. I mean, there's just, maybe
there wasn't much satisfaction.
It wasn't too much. So you might go to this place called Peggy's High-Low, and you get a hookup with a cowboy. At least when you're fighting those guys, it was in the dirt. But, and I remember going in there, and this one big brother's in there. He goes, I'm looking, because I'm checking security, right? The other thing is looking at the environment. Those challenges, right? I'm looking at the bar. Where's the security at? Where's these guys? Who am I watching out for? It was like working with the PRU program and knowing that you had, out of the 50 guys you got, there's probably 8 or 9 of them that are Viet Cong, that are Chu Hois, or they're working both sides. That was exciting. That was the cool thing about when I was with my partner and I working that program versus working the Vietnamese SEALs. Vietnamese SEALs, we knew, and I did that with 2 East Coast guys first. So I worked with them, and then they took another West Coast guy in my platoon that worked with those guys with the Vietnamese SEALs. And then they said, oh, by the way, you guys have that expertise. Why don't you and me and Bill, we went and worked for the PRUs. We did that. That's where I relieved my cousin, right? That whole thing, that whole challenging thing about depending upon the spirit and the understanding and the awareness about who you are is exciting, and I wasn't getting that, So I was creating the tension. Outside warrior creates the tension and that's who you think you are, and so then you live your life out like that. You're a frogman. I'm a genuine, I would say genuine barrel-chested, anti-magnetic, chrome-plated, Rolex-wearing, K-bar carrying, rootin' tootin' parachuting FF from Frogman who can. It'd take 40 men, 40 days to track me down. I can see in the dark, breathe underwater, and I can fly. That whole thing. And so it's so that's who I thought I was when I got on the fire department. I'm going, I look at all these guys don't even train, and then 2 guys get killed in training. Then they're blaming everybody. Oh, yeah, this and this and that. And then none of you guys wanted to train. This is our fault. So then when my buddy got killed, it's kind of like, what do I do here? The word sacrificial responsibility comes up. Right?
Sacrificial responsibility?
Right. Christ. Jesus, man. He didn't have to die. I mean, he's God and everything else, but he's going, oh, shit, I got to die for these morons because they ain't going to figure it out. Right? And so here you are I'm going to Vietnam. I'm going with these guys. Why? That's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So you go, okay, I'm in. Where can I go? My coach told me about being a frogman, right? Then you get there and you see these guys, and you see these instructors bigger than life, and nobody knew who a SEAL was. I knew what a frogman was. I wanted to put on wear my swim trunks and get a suntan and all that stuff. Then there's the choice. You going to choose to do that or not? Are you going to choose to be part of this family or not? And there are kids in their own families right now that are choosing. They don't want to contribute to that about the reputation of your family. My dad told me one time, man, he said, Gibby, said, the only thing that I ever gave you was my last name. Don't bring dishonor on it, right? And this is the same guy in fourth grade education, right? The biggest thing that I learned from him was part of preparing me for the teams. We were hunting. And my dad said, Gibby, we shot an elk. We tracked him down. It's getting cold. It's night. I'm freezing. We're poor. We had cotton gloves. There ain't none of this Cabela shit and all that, right? I'm wearing two pair of Levi's. It's cold. I'm 10 years old with my dad. Well, we shot him. We got to find him. We're Indians. We don't leave stuff out here. We'll track him. We'll find him. I didn't realize because of our subsistence, we killed an elk hunting in the wintertime, and we fished all summer long. That's how we ate. And we would plant stuff in the garden, and we'd raise chickens and rabbits. That's how we ate. That's not a bad diet, but hell, man, you get tired of getting eggs. You get plucking chickens and skinning rabbits, and he has me up there hunting, right? I'm going, oh, Dad, come on. It says, nope. So we track him down. There he is. There's the elk. So we're tracking. You can see a little bit of the blood. The wind's blowing. It's getting cold and everything else. Sometimes I was fishing with him at night. I didn't want to be out there. I'm freezing my butt off, man. And it's when I would get cold out in Coronado, man. I remember being at Barker Dam, freezing my ass off with my dad. But I never thought about what the temperature of the water was, but I knew I was cold. So I'm, we find the elk, and he says, okay, Gibby, he says, now you got to go back and get the hunters, get the rest of the guys. Mr. Chavez, my brother, and Mr. Gomez, I was going, Dad, Dad, I says, I don't know, he says, look, he grabs me, looks at me right in the eyes, he says, listen, what you're feeling is fear, and I understand it. Don't be afraid. Like, okay. So I take off, and I went, and it isn't like left and right. So then when you're talking about the Spirit of God, right, this whatever is that guides you, and when you're in combat, whenever you're doing stuff, a lot of guys have this. A lot of times they think it's them, but then there's other things that put you in a different place. And the only thing that you survived and other guys didn't is time and chance, right? And making a decision one way or the other, the thing, however it gets you there, whatever it is, and you can't feel sorry that you survived and they didn't. That's life, right? So my dad sends me to go find these guys. I'm looking at the track, and it was like, I don't know where to go. And then in here it's like, and I go and I find it. Hey, my dad shot an elk, and I grab them, and they come, oh yeah, okay, and they follow me out. They grab their guns, they grab poles, we go out there and we find my dad, and he's out there smoking a cigarette, looking at him. And it's Seth, and they're all, that's a big elk, and my dad had me, we always carried a little bag that had a hatchet, a bone saw, and his knives in there, right? That's what he gave me before he told me go get the hunters, right? So I went up to where my dad was, and he grabbed my face like this, looking down at me. He says, I knew you could do that, And when I read like in the that where God, when Christ got baptized, right, the word says that so this is my son, of who I'm well pleased. I thought when my dad grabbed my face and told me that, I thought, wow, man. It was my responsibility But my dad was sacrificing my life for a deer to go get those guys, you know. But you understand what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. And people say, well, it's a calling to be a frogman. Well, there's a thing. I think our egos say, well, can I make it? Can I not? Some guys can say, I never had any doubt, right? That they've been supported with their families all the time, right? My family supportive. I remember writing a letter when I was rolling back into 42 about, Mom, I want this more than anything in the world, right? And my mom knew now, 50 years later, right? They did that class on 230. My mom says, I knew you were in SEAL team, but I didn't know that's what you were doing, right? I mean, that's even after Vietnam, right? I didn't know that's what you were doing, but I do remember my mom. Actually, my sister said, "Oh, Gibby," he said, "Yeah, Mom almost got in a fight with Miss Martinez." What? Really? She says, "Yeah." She said, she told him you were going to Vietnam, and she said, "Well, all he is going to do is be fodder." You told me my son's fodder, and I'll kick the hell out of you. You know, that not always supportive. My mom was kind of domineering and kind of mean, really, but I knew they were always there for me, you know. And even when I came back from Vietnam, my dad, you know, after my workup, after I did all my stuff, Vietnam Veterans Against War, the Young Socialist Republic, I'm going to school at CU. I got a letter when I was getting back from Vietnam to wrestle at the University of Colorado. A dream I thought was already gone. I wrestled 118 pounds, right? So I'm barely making 120. I didn't really have to cut. I was still just a little guy. These guys, my kids, we go to reunions, they sit there and looking, and they finally got to the age where they went, Dad, yeah, because you're the littlest guy here. I've been the littlest guy all my life. But, you know, when I got that letter, it's just like a whole new thing. I didn't fit. I wasn't brown enough to be brown. I wasn't white enough to be white. I was a Vietnam vet. I just got done killing a commie for mommy with my teammates and stuff like that. And they're telling me, Viva la raza, Aztlán and all that. It's like, I'm an American. You know, my people have always been from here. And it doesn't even have to be that they're from here, but this is what I feel in here. It's from my heart, from my soul. It didn't come, but it did. The ego is, yeah, I can be one of those frogmen. Till you start getting shot at, and then you're asking yourself, you're going, what am I doing here? And then you come out with all your teammates and everybody, you know, like after the op, right? You all sit there, look at each other and go, oh, wow, some guy go, that was pretty intense, you know? And you get guys, yeah, it's like, and the guy that was always pretty cool was Lou. You know, when I got hit, you know, he was pissed at me. You motherfucker.
When did you get hit?
I picked up some shrapnel up by Cambodia. You know, we'd be on these barges and they'd float downriver and we'd operate off them. Mm-hmm. And
so is this when you got there? That was the first thing you got tasked with. What was the first thing you got tasked with when you got on the ground? What was your job? Did your platoon all operate as a platoon, or did you immediately get shaved off and split up?
First of all, like for the first 3 months, you know, we were all operating. It was all platoon operations down in Sadek off of PBRs, right? PBRs.
What were you guys doing? Were you guys doing ambushes, raids?
Ambushes, prisoner snatch. We'd like find out where the tax collectors at. We'd use the intel and capture them.
Who was getting the intel? Were you guys getting it yourselves?
It's mostly, yeah. Well, we had like the Nilo out of Saigon. Some of our officers, Captain Scheibel Anderson was there. Some other team guys, they were getting the information.
So you'd get a target package, like, oh, here's a grid location for a little village somewhere.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, it's this hooch over here is where this tax collector is, this Viet Cong tax collector?
The VCI, yeah. This is where he's supposed to be, right? So we'd go down and get him. Or we'd just go sit and watch and sit there for 2 days and see what boats come, where they come, just hidden.
So you do just like a reconnaissance,
do an
just
assessment,
wait and watch.
Do an assessment, wait and watch how many weapons, how
Were
often.
you mostly going in by the water in this first 3 months?
Yeah.
Like just waterborne operations?
Yeah. On PBRs and our own LSSCs and LCPL. It's a big boat with a minigun on the back and a couple 60s. And
And so would you insert at night? They just kind of drop you off?
Most of the time at night. We liked operating at night more than during the day. And then we'd sit during the day and watch it all. We wouldn't even know we were there.
How many guys would you have out in those recons?
Would
you take the whole squad?
Yeah, we'd take a platoon depending upon, like if we were expecting something big, or we'd just do 7-man teams.
And were you usually a point man?
As point and rear, kind of like go back and forth, So when our point man went on R&R, he went to Australia, and then I ran point for a while.
What'd you carry for a weapon? Did you carry a stoner? Yeah,
a stoner. Except when I was with the Vietnamese, and I carried an M60.
How come you carried an M60 when you were with the Vietnamese? How come you switched from a stoner to a 60?
Because I just wanted something bigger.
Bigger.
Like they had their M16s, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have stoners. When we worked with the Vietnamese, they didn't have stoners. There was all M16s. But I just felt I wanted something big.
Yeah.
And
you want that big.
Yeah, and with the two Vietnamese, there was another Vietnamese guy. There was only one M60, so that made two 60s, right? And that's just, I don't know if it's a logical thinking, but that's. And then my buddy Bill, he was a radioman.
So
working with the Vietnamese as an advisor, I dug,
Yeah, when you were doing the first 3 months, so you're doing ops. You guys are carrying, compared to what we have to carry now, the modern guys with body armor and radio. Everybody's carrying a radio. Everyone's carrying body armor. Everyone's wearing a helmet. Everyone has night vision. It's like even the weapons, because you get your weapon, but then on your weapon you put a laser and you put a scope, and like you put a light. Like everything's just. You guys look like super slick compared to us.
We were quiet.
Yep.
We're a pair of Levi's, a couple, our stuff some guys wear the stuff on the outside, but if you went around the wrong side, you'd want to put your stuff on the inside to keep it from getting muddy.
Put your bandoliers on the inside to keep them clean?
You'd wear your
your web gear?
We did. If you did it like this, right? If you strapped them on there, you didn't really wear web gear, right? You could wear the harness, right? Just the harness. And then other guys had their vests made up, like what you wear now, the vest. Yep. Guys would go to the parachute loft and have them created, right? For their M16 magazines and things like that.
So you were wearing jeans, though.
This is the one bullshit thing about all these guys, these Frogman SEAL team guys, right? Oh, yeah, because it was better than the BDUs and all that. Bullshit. You wear Levi's, and they're wet and they're muddy and they're heavy, and you get chafed and all that, and try to take a shit with a pair of Levi's,
So why'd you wear them? Because it looked cool.
Combat qualified, man. You want a combat qualified pair of Levi's. Jack. So when you got home, right? It makes more sense, right? When you got home, you walked along and said, I like my Levi's, man. That was the main reason.
These are from the Delta.
These are from the Delta, man. These are, whatever. We're this on 5 combat ops, or what? I mean, that's what it was about.
I make a pair of jeans right now, and we call them Delta 68s.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. We make a pair of jeans, and we call them Delta 68s in honor of you guys wearing them back in the day.
Cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. So, yeah, that was why, because there's nothing cooler than walking downtown San Diego or downtown Coronado with 4 guys that have combat qualified Levi's on. And you're going to run into some Marines who are going to sit there and look at you like... It's just, even these watches would get you in a fight with them. I was sitting at the Daylight Cafe down in Coronado.
No. Oh, the Day and Night Cafe?
The Day and Night Cafe, the little long booth.
Yeah. Oh, I've been there.
I'm sitting there with me and Hyatt, right? So we're eating, and this guy comes up behind me and says, look like you're one of those little wetback frogmen. So I'm like, oh, shit.
It's going to be one of those nights.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those nights. And Hyatt looks at me and goes, hey, motherfuckers, the only one to call him with wetback would be me. It's not you, and I don't call him that. And I told him, I said, Lou, be cool, man. It's all right. So when I get done here, I says, I'm going to kick the shit out of him. He says, okay, SB. So, I just almost finished. So I finished up, and I turned around. I looked up at him.
Big boy?
Oh, it's a big guy. I went, hey, man, I'm going to tell you something. And so when I did that, I just, one hand behind his neck and the other one underneath his throat, and I hung on. Right, he moved, and my heels were still arced on the wall, like this. And I hung on. And then Hyatt jumps on top of the bar. Karate, right? So, yeah, stay where you at, motherfuckers. And I'm just hanging on, all this kind of stuff. Those guys are looking at Lou, and he's like, no, like Bruce Lee, whatever thing, and they all like that, So finally the guy, they choked him out, right? Mm-hmm. And hung on and came around and choked him out. Now I got mad. Backhands him. My watch pops off into the street, right? Ah, shit. So then I kick him and my shoe goes off into the street.
You need to secure your gear better.
Hyatt just looks at me like that, Come on, SB, let's leave this joint. So we go out and I pick up my shoe and I put it on and grab my watch and put it on and this way. So he always thinking, right? So we walk to the corner and we get out there and he says, let's look. So we peek around the corner. He says, are they coming? I said, not yet. And he says, well, let's get out of here before that big son of a bitch wakes up. He says, because I got him by surprise, Yeah. But that's when you grab hold. It's like grabbing hold of the tiger, right? You know that if you let loose, he's going to jack you up, So
you guys would run recon, look at a target, and then when you were going to go hit the target, what was that? What was the normal profile of a mission like that? You take sampans in? Did you go in the night?
Till you cool off. We did work for the PRU program. This is an operation, right? Me and Hyatt.
Explain what the PRU is.
It's Province Reconnaissance Units, right?
So these are Vietnamese.
They were Vietnamese. They were not SEALs. The SEAL program had its own stuff. Vietnamese SEALs.
So they had Vietnamese SEALs, and then they also had the PRU,
Province Reconnaissance Units, and they worked for the company, right? They had a caseworker that usually in charge of them, and a senior officer, American officer, or an enlisted, right? My buddy and I relieved those guys, and he was E4, and I think I was E4, right? But we were operators. Right.
So how many people are in a PRU? How many Vietnamese did you have in one of those groups?
There's about 40 in the group.
So there's 40 Vietnamese. And there's two of you.
Two of us.
2 American advisors.
Right. And then the caseworker. And then an interpreter, maybe 2 interpreters. Mm-hmm. And out of that 40, probably about 5 or 6 of them you can count on being Viet Cong.
Did you live with them?
Yeah. Lived with them on a base, like a villa type thing. And you just stayed with them.
And then what was the op tempo like?
Well, probably, we'd go out. It depended on that was what was spooky about it, because a lot of their intel came from them, right? Mm-hmm. So they could set you up. Mm-hmm. They could set you, the guys in the company could set you up to be hit. So you had to kind of figure things out. And that happened to us a couple times. And we got hit. We figured out there was 2 guys that were kind of, when they were around, things happened. Mm-hmm. When they weren't around.
So what'd you do about that?
Well, I told the one guy, my interpreter, I says, tôi tên an lak sawa, tôi không tệ, I don't like him. I think he's a very bad man. And says, have you seen, and then, did you see what's happening with this guy? He goes, como guachi. He says, I take care of it. So we have another op. That guy didn't come back. So, because my interpreter, that guy was, and he works with my cousin, mm-hmm. right, was
good and trustworthy.
And that's it. See, some were good and trustworthy. Somehow they're there, the sacrificial responsibility, the thing that they feel from their heart was right on. And others were victims. They were in the military by being a victim. I mean, the war's going on. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go?
So you were about to tell about an op, like a standard op that you did with the PRU.
Okay, yeah. One of our guys, SEAL Team 1 guy, comes up to us and says, hey, I need some gunners, right? I have 2 boats, probably about 6 guys in each boat. We're going to do a PRU op. We're going to go get these tax collectors, right? All I need you guys to do be shooters. All right. So my officer, my LCPO, Black Mac, was with me, Hyatt, Black Mac. And I don't know if McIntosh was on it or not. But So here we are in the sampans, 4 sampans, right? There 2, Black Mac, another guy, and me and Hyatt, and we're gonna take the bodies. We're gonna tie them up, and we're gonna take the bodies. Launch off of a PBR in sampans. Cruise up this little river.
It's nighttime.
It's nighttime.
Are you guys dressed like Vietnamese? Are you guys in black?
No.
Or are you guys just?
Well, see, that was our platoons too. Though some guys would wear black, sometimes wear black pajamas, wear Levi's. Other guys would be wearing green tops.
So you're kind of mix and match.
Always. We did a blocking force one time, and the Army guy says, "Who in the fuck are you guys?" You know. Hyatt says, "Well, we said we're Frogman." But there's a whole. We were gonna kill a colonel in his helicopter, you know, but we didn't. But so the op.
I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. So was I. Hyatt was sitting there, his gun up like that, and I'm going, "Oh shit, we're all going to shoot this guy."
Why? What was the colonel doing?
We got ambushed. The army. We were doing a blocking force behind an Army unit. That's the other thing too. We'd work with some Army, so we were doing a blocking force behind an Army unit. They got sniped on. So this guy and the colonel comes flying over and he throws a CS grenade out. So the CS grenade goes out and pins his guys down. They're getting sniped at. The rest of us, and we're in our different shit, Levi, some of us, we're laying up along the bank, and this helicopter lands right outside of us, right? Lands right outside of us. So he comes walking along us. We're laying up the bank, and he walks by Hyatt. He's sitting there looking at us, and Hyatt says, "I guess you're the dumb motherfucker that threw that CS grenade out." You know? So he looks at us and he goes, "Guys, who in the fuck are you guys?" I said, "We're just the blocking force, you know." And so he said, "Well, I'll talk to you when I come back." Right? So he goes over there, and these guys, they did a medevac. They got these guys out. They were wounded. One guy got killed. But so then he comes back out, and he says, "Yeah, well, we'll see who you guys are, you know." And I said, "I don't give a shit who you are." He said, "If you throw another CS grenade out of there," he says, "I'm going to shoot your fucking helicopter out in the air." He just looks at him, goes back to his helicopter, and when he gets in, he sticks a CS grenade out the Lou stands up, he's got his stoner, and he goes like this, and I go, "Oh, shit." So I grab mine, and the other 5 guys, they grab theirs. We're up there, and I'm thinking, he pulls the trigger, that guy's going down. He pulls it back in and leaves. Those were the guys I was with, and we all, it could easily get out of control.
Yeah.
You know, but everybody did maintain.
All right, so back to this PRU or PRU-op that you were kind of like saying was a good one to highlight.
Yeah. The PRU advisor, team guy, got this information, right? He says, "I just need you guys to come in and back me up." Because we had the stoners. He had, some of those guys, all they had were the carbines, right? M2 carbines. And maybe a 116. And with those guys, with the Vietnamese SEALs, you might find an M60. With the PRUs, you wouldn't. When stuff went down, he can't call any American Air Force or air support or any of that stuff. And they don't fly support for anybody. And they were doing everything like from the bush, right? Kind of like guys that worked with the mountain yards, right? So he says, I got this intel. He says, "We're going to snatch these guys." He says, "You set up security." He says, "We'll throw them into boats. You guys package them, and we'll get our way out of there. We'll grab hold of because we could use our, if we're going on the op, he can use our boats, right? Tie the sampans alongside of them, and they can go. So here we are, Espinoza and Hyatt in the back with the sampan. You ever paddle a sampan?
No, I have not.
They're like P-rows. You ever did a P-row? Like the guys in the Cajuns down in Louisiana?
No, I haven't been in one of those either.
They're a bitch, man. So we're paddling.
Is it like it's like a canoe?
Yeah,
I've been in a canoe before.
It's like a canoe, but the sampans are like they're like flat bottom little thing, and they go like this, and they're pretty tilty, right? And you got to paddle them. And I thought he really knew about well, we were both figuring. We're sailors, right? We're frogmen. We can figure anything out. So we're paddling. And the rivers aren't very, very wide. We hit this bank and we're kind of going like this, and we're following these guys up, and so we're stroking, trying to get up with them. So then we go into an area, and it was like here's where the hooches were, right? The hooches right here.
So the hooches are along the bank of a river.
Right, along the bank of the river. So we came in, we set up support, set up security for them. He's got his proos up here. And then he says, okay, it's the same four-corner security, right? Anything that comes out the walls on the two corners, you shoot them. So we're all right, because that's how we did it, because in a hooch, if you don't have your free fire, the two corners, somebody's going to get hurt. So when enemy comes out here, you can shoot them. These guys are going to shoot, the four corners. It's all right. So we're sitting down here. We paddle in. It's supposed to be quiet. It turned out to be a John Wayne fight. Oh, do my laka, and guys.
Wait, so a John Wayne fight is where they know you're there?
It means when they got inside, the cats that were in there were fighting back. Because they were Vietnamese. They were the Prue guys. They weren't team guys. They weren't us.
So the Prues go into the village,
go into the
hooch, and they get into a gunfight.
They get into a gun and fighting.
Okay.
So the guy comes flying out the hooch, and the guys on the corner, kill him, right? And so then there's this thing going on, and then one guy comes out on our side, running right in front of us. Black Mac, this is the very first time I ever saw this, right? Had an M79 grenade launcher, right? And usually if you're going through the dense jungle, you carry the flechette rounds or the like canister rounds, right? Well, this was kind of going to be in an open area, so he did an HE round. And this cat goes running, they popped one flare. Then in the firefight, the river goes right like this. There were some people down here in Viet Cong, right? So when we had the firefight, they were getting hit over there. These guys are running out the back. Black Mac shoots this guy in the back with that grenade launcher. And all I saw was 2 hands and 2 feet flying through the air. And I remember going, wow, man. Wow. You know how everything kind of goes slow motion?
Mm-hmm.
And there's noise, but it seems like it's quiet?
Mm-hmm.
You don't, I don't know, you disconnect or whatever. But anyway, it's all just happening, but you're okay, right? And everybody's calm about it. And the guy that was running the op captured his 2 guys, right? So when we had them packaged up, these guys started opening up to where we were.
So Viet Cong started engaging you guys, the Viet Cong that were a little bit off the target.
Right. They're engaging us, but we need to go out over here. So we grabbed the 2 bodies, they threw them in, because there was 4 guys. This is the op where one of my friends said, oh yeah, I says, didn't we capture some generals? We wasn't even on the op. And it was in a Memorial Day. It was in a Memorial Day thing. He shows it to me. I'm going, so I call Hyatt and I say, was it generals that we captured, or wasn't it just some VC? I think it was 2 VCI guys and a tax collector. Because, yeah, that's what it was. He says, well, I said, why? I said, because the guy who told me about the story says, he said it was general. See, he wasn't even on the op. I said, oh, because your stuff and not that anybody's taking credit for it. There's another op that one guy did try to take credit from me. It's called the Donk story, but
okay.
And another.
So in the meantime, how do you get? So you got to leave the area of operations,
right,
and you have to go by this group of Viet Cong,
right,
that are engaging you.
Yeah, and they're shooting over here, right? So then we didn't know that there's other guys on this side, so they start shooting back at these guys.
So we had friendlies. Those are friendlies up there?
No, they're Viet Cong too.
Oh, so there's Viet Cong on both sides of you.
On both sides of us. Here's the place we're going now. We have these guys here, and we're paddling out between them.
So you're going to paddle out between Viet Cong on both sides.
Right.
This is not good.
This is not good. The one thing that was good about it, though, it was a black night. It was a dark night, so we weren't silhouetted on the river,
mm-hmm,
right? For the short time that the flare went up, we saw what was going on. We know we were going out, so we took off. But they had this thing going on, and it was like another one of those, what the hell are we doing here, right? But by the time we got out on the river, because there was the 2 Vietnamese sampans and then Black Mac and 2 Vietnamese in the third sampan. Me and Hyatt with our guys, we passed everybody. We were waiting out on the river for these guys to show up. It's like, I'm going, are we lost? Where are they at? It's like, no. And then the boat, because the radio was with Mac, with Black Mac, so he had to call.
Was Black Mac the platoon commander, or
he was the assistant? And he made chief.
Why'd you call him Black Mac?
Because he was a black man. We had Black Mac, and we had Pink Mac, Macintosh.
You called Macintosh Pink Mac?
Yeah, Pink Mac.
And we were talking,
and Bimini too.
So I was, Echo was asking about Macintosh, and he was like, he goes, wait a second, so was Macintosh a black guy? And I said, I was like, no, he's a white guy. He's as white as me. And then he asked you the same thing, and you're like, no, he legitimately his mom was legitimately black.
Right.
Well, for me, this was news, and I knew him like for a long time. He had freckles. His last name is Macintosh. He looks like a complete white dude. I mean, it makes the story even funnier.
You have to concentrate on his face.
Yeah.
You'll see the black features if you really start looking close.
I mean, I knew him for a long time and hung out with him. If you would have asked me, I never would have said that guy's black. Other than the fact that, everyone knew he was like from the Virgin Islands.
Right.
And but I just figured he was some white guy, that grew up there.
If you think about it, that's the way SEALs are. We think we know who they are, but they're not. Yeah, we don't know. But anyway, we got those 2 guys out, and it was a cool op. And then the guy that was running the op, he was just so happy because he'd been trying to catch those guys for a long time. Mm-hmm. So stuff changed. It was always a dynamic. The intel was always dynamic. Yeah. So something that was good today was different. I think it's kind of like symbolic, or kind of like the way the Afghans, is what I'm understanding, is they're moving all the time.
Yeah, well, you always have to adjust for that, and it's interesting, the fact that we're working with Iraqi soldiers, or I didn't fight in Afghanistan, but guys that did work in Afghanistan had to deal with the same stuff. You got these partner forces that you're working with. Some of them most of them are good, but you got 4 or 5 of those guys that are definitely suspect, and you got 2 or 3 of them that are bad. And one of my friends got shot up pretty bad by a guy that they thought was there to go and do a mission with him. He's a special forces guy. What about the Donk op? What happened with that one?
Oh, that was going on to Football Island, man. And me, Tick, the Vietnamese, the kid that was sitting beside me. Mm-hmm. I loved him, man. He was a guy who told me, he said, SB, I want for my country what your country has for you. Says, you SEALs, you come, and then you'll go. He said, but I'm going to die here. I'm going to fight here. I've been fighting before you got here. This is where I'm going to die. Nah, hell no, Tick. Said, we're going to be together. I'm going to get out. I'll become an officer, and I'll come back. And I was even going to join the Vietnamese Navy SEAL team, right? That's where I was going with it. But I needed a break too. I wanted to get out of, there's a thing where you realize that if you're not all in, you're gonna get killed. And that's for my respect for the cats like you and guys that have been in for 34 years, that like Hayden Chaldekas, guys like Frisk and Crawdad, and those guys. Sometimes there's the little break of war between after Vietnam, that space, but then there's more of it. Mm-hmm. But for me, it was like I need to get out, and I had the offer to wrestle at the University of Colorado. So there was with Tick, and so he says, Football Island there was a bunch of cats there, and we wanted to pull an op on it. So what we did is 3 people, 3 SEALs, and Tick, got our little sampan, went up to Football Island. Is not any wider than the room.
So like 10 feet across, 12 feet. This is how big the river was, or how big Football Island was?
No, that's how big the river was.
Okay.
Football Island is probably about 3 clicks wide, probably about 2 clicks, 3 to 2 clicks, wide and long. But we didn't have a lot of intel on it. And then during the day, there was a lot of, they would move around, right? So what we wanted to do is find out how many were there. So we went in at night. Went in with the tide, sampan, just the four of us. Went in, crawled up the Still River. Then it narrowed probably to about that wide.
So like 6 feet.
6 feet, right? But way out was the big river, and that's what we came in on. We came in with an LSSC, right, with the sampan attached to it. So they'd launch us, they'd cruise on up the river, and then we turned in and did our evap. So we're in there and we're sneaking peek. We got up there probably when we first reached the mouth of the river. We heard this. So it was like,
Okay. Is that them signaling?
That's them signaling, right? But it was right near the bank where we were going up. So going, sons of bitches they're right there, right? So we stayed low paddling up, just kept going, went by them. Probably about 2 minutes, 3 minutes up. Not that far up, maybe about 5 minutes. So then we got to where it was easy to pull in. There was like a shallow bank that we can get in. So we harbored up the boat. Then we crawled up, peeking up and looking, and Jesus, those cats were smoking cigarettes. They had their weapons kind of stacked and talking. And then there was this thing that went like this.
How many?
Probably about 50. That's a big group of cats.
That's a big group of cats.
There's about 50. There were.
Did you have a stoner? Did anyone have a 60?
We all had no. We were going.
Four stoners.
3 stoners and a tick with the 16. So we could have fought.
Yeah.
But we're not there for that. So we'd hear this, but it was like a dong. It made like a real hollow sound. It was a little piece of wood like this, had 2 serpent's heads, had a hole drilled through it, and then there was a line that was cut out that would make that hollow sound.
Oh, okay. This is almost like a percussion instrument.
Yeah, and but it had a place where your thumb would fit and where your finger would fit. I didn't know it at the time. We just heard it. So then we get up there and we're laying out on the river. We hear this, whoa, whoa. Well, the boat, and we were up there we were just kind of hanging out for probably about 40 minutes, maybe an hour. We caught it just when the tide was full, and then it started running out, right? Well, the cat's out on the river, hooked up on a sandbar. So the Vietnamese guys are there, and they're going, and then one guy was hitting his little donk. He said, "Oh, sounds like the Americans are stuck." I go, "Yeah." And then one guy says, should we go? We should get the guys and we'll go kill them. We're just hanging out here, and let's just take a break. Let's let them live tonight. And so Tick was like, we're going to have to get out of here, right? So this one guy gets up and he says, I'm going to go take a leak. So he goes over with the little thing, and I'm laying here, and Hyatt's laying there, and he takes this thing and he puts it down.
This is the percussion instrument thing.
Yeah, he puts it down. And so then Hyatt was the platoon leader, right? He's the one who's calling the op. I'm here, Tick's here, and Rich is over here. So Hyatt said, well, let's go. So I'm sitting there looking, and when he laid it down, it was like right in front of me, then he started pissing between me and Hyatt. So I'm sitting there like this, going like this, like, you can feel the like rain fitting on the top of your head. I'm sitting there going, son of a bitch. And so the other guy said, hey, chatay sin hutuk. You want a cigarette? Oh, yeah. So he turns around, goes back over, and gives this guy a cigarette. Hyatt, let's move, man. I grabbed that thing, put it in my pocket. We slid out, and then we're on the current is starting to move out. So it was pretty cool. So we weren't like, we were going out with it. Those boats are, so we get out there, and then we pass by the guy that shot. I was like, and I didn't really understand it, but then Lou, he says, I could feel the fucking bullets going into my back, man. He said I could just feel them all the way, where you just get that. It's not reality, right? There are things that, well, I'll get into that a little bit later. But so we went out, and it was so dark that when those guys were still sitting there, we pulled the boat up there and we said, hey, so let's push you off. We pushed them off the barge and then we took off. But I had that dog. I put it in my pocket. So I told this story to a buddy of mine, Andy Willingham, right, team guy. And he said, that's cool, man. He said, and I showed him the little thing, because I brought it back. And then he was in class 41. Tough guy, man. Just actually, he had a tussle with a guy. I'm not going to say the guy's name, but he's East Coast guy, the real high end that ran a lot officer, that is high profile and shit. And we were in the Tradewind bar, and he's starting this East Coast, West Coast bullshit. And Andy Willingham tells him, you don't shut the fuck up. I'm going to knock you out. Andy's dad used to bet money with all these guys down in the South, and he was a relative of Strom Thurmond. And he used to knock donkeys out with that 6-inch punch. Well, the guy goes, what? Out. He drinks his beer and says, I'll catch you later, SV, and he takes off. And that guy's a very famous East Coast SEAL. Big name, high name. That's never going to be in the history books. But that's how things happened then. Mm-hmm. It wasn't, the guys that are high order, top end dudes with the big reputations and stuff like that, they're just regular guys. You're just a regular cat.
100%.
We're all like that, and I think the sense where the media gets hold of this thing and sensationalizes everything about, where that we are anti-magnetic, genuine role. I mean, all of that stuff, right? And but when you're going to screw with the Frogman and you're out somewhere, you're not going to just have to kick the hell out of one guy. There are going to be 10 guys with him. You don't have to prove that, I mean, this is where the power is at. Everybody knows that, mm-hmm. right? And when that goes down, where's the calmness, And the one thing is that in a millisecond of time, you're both a coward and a hero. Now, when shit goes down and you find yourself somewhere, you go, how in the hell did I get here? When you can run as fast backwards as you can run forward, and each one of the instances look alike, they smell alike, but they're not alike. It's a totally different thing, and each one has its own evolution, the same as a fire. It has its own character. It has its own, and what I used to say in Vietnam, it's not the thing you see that's going to kill you. Mm-hmm. And I tell my guys in the fire department, it's not the thing you see that's going to kill you. What is? That's the thing that's sniffing around with Jocko's name on it. Mm-hmm. It's going, where is he? And that's where the training comes in. And if you have the training, then you have the millisecond of saying, and there's that spiritual thing that says, we're in the wrong place. Or don't. And when I look at ops, that like our new guys now, you guys, right? The young guys that get killed in Afghanistan, Iraq's like, where was the discussion? That was pretty jacked up from the beginning. But because we are who we are, we give the space and time to say, I wasn't there. They were there. That's their op. And however it went sour, or whatever happened, it's the thing that was sniffing for them. And they didn't see it. No matter how well trained you are, sometimes it's just not there.
What did you do with MAC, with SOG? Did you do SOG, any SOG operations?
The MAC VSOG thing was the Prue thing.
Okay.
So that was their. Yeah, that's their thing. Yeah.
Got it. So those are the ones.
And I didn't even know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
They just sent me and Bill over there. So you go in there. These guys are leaving. Take over. We're like, all right, And the only reason they sent us for that is because I was with the Vietnamese SEALs with 2 East Coast guys, mm-hmm. and I worked that. So then it was kind of like, hey, we want you to, because I spoke better Vietnamese than I did Spanish. So.
Did you just pick it up from?
Yeah.
How'd you pick it up?
From the appointment, from Tick and Quan and Unlock and all the guys that I operated with were Vietnamese SEALs that all the rest of the Americans operated with. So when Tick said, yeah, I'm going to be here, but you guys are going to leave us and I'll probably die here, all of them were killed. Locke, Hong, Tick, all these guys. So that's how I picked it up. Mm-hmm. There were guys that went to Vietnamese language school. They didn't send me. I spoke better Vietnamese than I did than the guys that went to Vietnamese language school because personalized it. McIntosh could speak Tagalog because in Vietnam he had the little thing on learning all the Tagalog phrases, right? And so I was invested with TIC, and I was invested with the liberation of South Vietnam. And I think there were a lot of Vietnamese, a lot of SEAL team guys, Vietnam SEALs, that's how they felt. And then after it went down, I mean, I talked to some guys. I said, well, yeah, I'd like to go back someday. And I had some partners that said, so I didn't leave a damn thing over there. There ain't no reason for me to ever go back there. And I think what happens is there's a romance. There's where you romanticize the memories, right? People romanticize wars. They romanticize of what it is, or they think about what it is. I think those of us who be there see the nakedness of it. See the deal, right? The flash of that changes your life. That changes everybody's life. And we think sometimes that you can only see that in war. We got people in communities that are going through the same thing of going through post-traumatic stress in their own neighborhoods, And but what I went through has given me language to what happened in my life. That I'm now able, through reevaluation counseling is one, where I have the picture of who I am as a human being. Advanced reticular therapy is the vision thing that some guys are doing. That they gave me mental pictures of where I'm going, and then this lady's really helped me with it's her thing. It's called Rewired Creator, but where I've come to the point where I'm not going to settle for that. Like I said earlier, my convictions and my wants need to be stronger than the alternatives that I settled for in the past. That it's okay to do this, I can't do that anymore, and I got to forgive myself for the sins of my past, right? Mm-hmm. That's a biggie. And when I was in Coronado this last time at the reunion, I go to Denny's bar and I have a beer with Mario Maestas. I mentored him. I was his wrestling coach in Colorado, right? Bad dude. I'd wrestle him and then be like, okay, when you wrestling the guy and he's getting stronger and tougher, and then you go, oh shit, I hang out here a little bit more, he's gonna beat the hell out of me.
Clock's ticking.
That was him, and that family and that relationship and what we create for each other, it's beyond just a happening. It's beyond just being a frogman. There's the whole spiritual connection to those old UDT guys that didn't know shit. They went and they picked them up. Can you swim? Yeah. I remember asking one of my old guys, World War II guys, I said, what kind of weapons you carry? Well, I said I had my cribbers, my swimming trunks, and my flare. I said, what about weapons? I said, we were just doing drop and pickup. He says, if you miss the boat, he says, you're swimming in with the fleet, with the guys that are landing on the beaches, and there's usually a Marine laying around. You can just take his weapon. He didn't care. That was their character. That's who we're born from, right? That's where the tadpole to frog, and Chief Stone, man, we're living on a reputation of dead men. Like you said, the people, they're going to sit there and say, oh, that's your reputation, right? But each one of our generations, those guys behind us, are building their own generation. They're building. Where's it going to go? If it's left to the people that operate, that Tobacco Lewis, when I came back, I was by myself. He's sitting there in the Tradewind bar. I look at him. I come in. I go, shit, he's still sitting there. Hey, SB, yeah. So I come over to him. I say, hey, man, how you doing? So he grabs a pitcher of beer. As I understand, you're a pretty good, badass little operator. Take my drink, right? See where it is, the transition to being called that. Not called, and you couldn't. Now it's called SEAL operators. Nobody would ever have called themselves an operator. The only person that could call you an operator is yourself, is your teammates. the guys that were with you. And when they say that and somebody else says it to you, it never came from you. It came from the cats that were with you. And there's some cats that were never called operators. They're Vietnam. They're SEALs, Vietnam guys. They're team guys, but not at that level. Not at whatever level that is. And it doesn't mean to put one type of operator over another operator. It's just that you are. Not better than all the rest of the operators in the world, because then it becomes the ego thing. But from here, if somebody calls you that and you almost cry, it means something, and I went, yeah, have my drink with him, and and I had, you have these guys that they say that are bigger than life, and actually they're not bigger than life. They're people that know how to connect with you, that are, they give you life more than anything. You go, yeah, I can do that. I can be this. Oliver, Chief Allen, Barry Enoch, No, I was fortunate, man. I walked with some good people,
Did your platoon, did you lose anybody in your deployment?
Doc Maynard transferred. He rotated with the Army, he was a Marine Corpsman, so that Marine Corpsman could get some money, right, do the ship over stuff. And he was the one that was walking by with Van Hoy. Doc Maynard and Van Hoy were walking by when they drilled out that 82 millimeter mortar and killed 5 SEALs. And
he just happened to be there.
It's walking by. And then I wasn't there because I was working with the Prus, but another buddy of mine named D, they were having a party, they're changing out. That was the other thing that was crazy. But anyway, at that party, because we were coming over and they just had a party and they were still doing a little bit more operations. And Van Hoy told D, he says, I'm going to get killed here this time. He said, what the hell is about? What are you talking about? He says, these guys are careless. They're dangerous. He says, and I've talked to them about stuff. He says, but we're going to mess up. And they did. And he had already like 3 or 4 trips, And he was a cool, Van Hoy was a rock star. And you get me was the very first time we go to Vietnam, going to relieve a platoon, and they grab you like this. I say, hey, how you doing? You're SP. I'm like, what? I think I'm shaking hands with a dead man. I said, well, you think that's funny? They would do those kind of things, And so then I did it when I left. Yeah.
So how was it coming home? Did you think you were going back to another platoon? Like you're going to do it again? At what point did you make the decision that you're going to get out?
I got the letter to Russell at the University of Colorado, which was always one of my dreams because I was raised in Boulder. And I thought, man, I'd love to wrestle at the University of Colorado. Babes and booze in Boulder, my hometown, or bombs, bullets, and bullshit. I kissed Hyde on the lips, and I said, hey, man, I'm going to catch you later. Because I wasn't ready. I wasn't right. I felt that. I felt that thing that if I go back again, I might get whacked. And I needed that time away, And if I had that space and I had that time and I wasn't ready, then I'm cheating. I may be the weak link in.
You're letting down the team
in another's operation, so I'd rather not be there, right? And so, yeah, and saying goodbye to those guys was really hard, And then all the other stuff, there's the people talk about some of the movements that are coming now about gender and all that other kind of stuff. We dealt with that in the teams a long time before that, we're gay guys or whatever it is, like in community, we allow for everybody to exist, not in the teams. I mean, in the teams it was all, but we were in California. So, all the stuff they're talking about now is already all the gay thing, all of that stuff is, So when I went to school at CU, there was a lot of people trying to surprise you about things. The Viva La Raza thing about how violent they are. Well, I'm back from Vietnam. It's like, wait a minute, Vietnam Veterans Against War, the Young Socialist Republic, the Atsalon thing is like, and I was raised in Boulder, right? All this stuff's going down. I'm like, what happened? In my life, when I was a kid, it felt like my days were black and white days. Vietnam, they're green and black. When I came home, it was all technicolor, man. All chicks come and ask you if you want sex. It's like, what happened? There's free love and all that other, like, where's the moral conviction? Where's those things? It was like, there weren't any.
What year was it that you got out?
69. 70. I got back in Vietnam in 69.
So it's just
March.
like the height of mayhem in America.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing was going down. And I remember at a party, this guy was talking about the Chicano movement, right? There was another kid there. He was from Del Norte, and I'm listening to him. This guy Falcon was really an activist. I said, well, I don't agree with it. I think it's kind of bullshit, because I just killed a commie for mommy. I'm back here. I'm from Boulder, and he said, well, you're a sellout. I'm a sellout because I love my country because of what I did. And this kid, Martinez, he says, yeah, he can say whatever he wants, and he backhands him. So that's kind of a cheap thing, isn't it? So you don't like it, let's go outdoors. It's all right. So we go outdoors, and I forgot where I was, right? So I walked out, and as soon as
Is this the other time that the outside warrior kind of got the upper hand a little bit?
Well, what happened was he hit me, right? So I turned and I looked at him, and I said, I've been slapped by women harder than you just hit me. I says, just stand by, because I'm going to kick out of these three guys first, your little girlfriends, and then you. He says, oh, no, man. He says, you got to. Then it was reminding me back when I was in junior high. Fight this guy, and then they go, oh, no, you're okay. You're cool. I says, bullshit. I says, you are manipulating these young kids into what you think it is. But they're not, but they're being manipulated, and it's not creative thought. I said, so I'm going to tell you what. No, you're cool. I said, no. I'm going to go back in the party, me and Freddie. I says, you come back in there, I'm going to kick you inside there out. I says, as a matter of fact, when I go to a party, if you're there, you better leave. And if I'm there, don't come in. And later on, he got killed by threatening some old guy in New Mexico, right? So I didn't fit. Asked my dad. Hey, man, I said, did I screw up Vietnam and all that? My dad, I love him, man. He's the guy who grabbed my face, told me don't be afraid, right? And my last name's the only thing I gave you. So he takes me over and he makes me stand in this. We put tiles in the bathroom, not the stick-em kind, not this court. So we did that, and he had me stand there. And
this is after Vietnam. This is when you asked him if you had screwed up.
This is when I was going to school at CU, right? Because I came home and they were still there. Before my dad told me, we're moving. I said, why are you moving? We're afraid of you. We think you're going to kill us. I said, why? What do you mean? He says, the way you are, the behavior, the way you look at us, the way you carry yourself sometimes. He says, we think you could kill us. That's when I understood that's where the outside world started looking and going, what the? And there's couple other things I'll get to a little bit later about what happened. But he had me stand there. He says, the way we are as people, he says, the man can say that they own the rivers, the mountains, the valleys, even the buildings that they built. He says, the air or the sea. He says, but they don't. But I want to tell you something. That square tile that you're standing on, everywhere you walk, Gibby. That's when I knew he loved me. When he called me Gibby. Gibby's different than SB, and Gil. He says, everywhere you walk, it's paid for by you, by the blood of yours and your friends. He says, and you did it for your family. You did it from your heart. So it's paid for us too. He says, you'll never be ashamed about what you did and who you are. Because that, you own it. So when I walk into a building, this place right here right now, this is mine. This is yours. Mm-hmm. But this little chair here, that's mine. And I didn't understand that. But somebody has to tell you so that you do. And my dad, 4th grade education, told me in the Indian way, you know. And he gave me so much power. When I came back, I didn't fit. So when I wrestled at CU, it was just wrestling. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't get it. I had to go to 5 point. I went to the nationals 2 times. If I beat this one guy, I would have been 6th in the nation, right? But he ran. I beat a national champ that another guy knows, but they ripped me off. And actually, when my wrestling coach talked to this guy, I said, why'd that happen? He said, I just couldn't let that Mexican kid beat this kid, right? All right. I understood that. No big, I'm a frogman, you know. I fought for my country. I'm not, you know, I just fortunate I had a pop that told me that, you know. When I went hunting with him one time later as a man, we killed an elk. I was just back. It was later. And we were getting him up. He says, Gibby, he says, you're hunting. He says, you go up over the ridge. He says, and you scare down an elk and I'll kill him. I said, all right. So I'm up there walking up on this ridge. Now, he wouldn't, my mom wasn't going to let him go. But he said, what if Gibby goes with me? Well, if Gibby goes with you, you can go. I said, Dad, I don't want to go. He says, you go with me. I said, all right. So he tells me these orders. You go up on top. He says, you chase down the elk and I'll kill him. And we'll be, you know, it's all right. So I'm up there humping. I'm like 47 years old. I can feel my heart. You know, like when you're on ambush or something like that and you feel your heart beating in your head, your neck, you know. I'm thinking, I'm going to have a heart attack up here. My dad's not coming up here. And they're going to find me a bag of bones, right? So anyway, I came down and he was driving. So I got in here. I put my weapon here. You're supposed to have your weapon where you're hunting, right, with you. He said, will you drive? So I went around the truck. As soon as I got hold of the door, I heard the sound, man. Somebody shooting at us. Went right over my head. 2 of them. And I said, he said, what's going on? I said, I don't know, Papa. I said, whatever's happening, they're shooting at us. And then I grabbed his weapon because I'm going to shoot somebody. And he goes, no. He says, there's the elk. It's coming this way. So instinctively, I drew up. I was going to shoot the elk. My dad goes, no. He said, that's my gun. And when we went, I said, Dad, I don't want a gun. He says, no, I'm just going to be with you. No, you got to have it in case you get hurt. You got a gun. So all right. So he locked and loaded the round for me. I shoot, clipped him like this. And I took the second shot. And then I locked and loaded and I'm running. Next thing I'm just running after this elk. And I heard my dad as I was running. He says, I'm going to shoot him again. My dad, no, Gibby, he'll fall. And when I got there, the elk fell. And I looked at him, and the elk goes. And I felt the spirit, you know, it was like, and I saw him die, you know. And I hadn't hunted anything since Vietnam, right? And, you know, like sometimes when you see those guys and they're gone, when you know that the spirit was there, but they're gone, it was like that again. Those aren't flashbacks. People go, oh, I got a flashback to Vietnam. Those are re-stimulations. You know where you're at. You have a choice to do and whatever. A lot of guys bullshit themselves out. They quit on themselves. They give themselves an out of being responsible for themselves. That's how I think, right? And so I looked and I'm standing there and my dad comes up behind me. And I had my H harness with my K-bar and stuff. He says, you okay? And I turned around and looked at my dad. He says, you're not okay. He says, give me your knife. He says, go get the truck, the little bag that had the hatchet and the knife and the bone saw and all the stuff. He still had that. So I go to the truck. I get to the truck, and I'm like shaking like this. It goes, oh, man, God, wait, what am I doing here? Why did I even... So I get the truck. I come back over to him. My dad comes over to me, and he looks at me, and he gives me a hug. Got me like this. Well, the knife with the blood, I'm like this going, shit. So he says, looks at me, and he says, forget that Vietnam bullshit. So I need you to help me right now. Hold the legs. So I'm holding the legs, right? We're this place where all it was out in like a pasture, right? Where they'd cut the stuff down, right? The stubble, right? I operated up the plate of reeds up by Cambodia, right? And that was a pretty flat place, but that's what it looked like. And I could hear, isn't it like, whoop, 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 but I could hear them in the heart of my mind, right? Thinking and shaking. And so then we got him up and everything. He shoots a gun. His buddy comes down. We load him in the truck. We take off, get in the truck. And my dad says, okay. He says, now we pray. Right? He keeps the liver too, an Indian way, right? So we pray, and he grabs my hand. He says, Heavenly Father, I thank you. I thank you that my son is with me. And I thank you that you gave this elk's life to bring him home to me. I'm sitting here, Pops, man, come on, So then that night, I couldn't sleep. It was in like a little teardrop trailer, man. It was freezing in there, right? We're cold. My dad's rubbing my back. I said, Dad, I'm going to get outside. So I went outside, and I looked up at the sky. And up in the sky, and there's 2 times I've seen it. One, when I did a Native American sweat with a guy that was a Vietnam vet that invited me to be part of the American Indian Veterans of Colorado. His name was Wendell Irving, one of the greatest honors of my life. That was the beginning of me stepping out of all that, the oppression of Vietnam, and losing myself, losing the humanness that I was, and that piece, the young boy being revealed, right? I looked up and I went, oh man, God, this is too much. These hunting trips are too much. And then again in the spirit, the same way those mountains spoke to me and said, we'll be your friends forever, right? And the way that Po Loma says, I'm with you, and that's the way to Vietnam. I heard him say, I heard the spirit is like, the same way that I gave that elk's life to bring you home to your father, I gave my son's life to bring you back home to me. It was the beginning of the spiritual thing, I mean, I'd accepted Christ and all that kind of stuff, but it was different because then it was blood again. Like the war, like the Vietnam blood again. There's the blood sacrifice of things changes things. If people knew what war was and what the blood was, like the people in Ukraine right now, they know. The Americans don't know. I mean, they'll kill guys in the ghettos or whatever over meaningless stuff, right? Because you want your car, or you want his whale tail, right? I am Jonah in the whale right now, because I'm trying to sort things out. And where am I going with this 75 years? Where am I going for the next 25 years, right? Where am I going? This is part of that challenge. This is part of it. And where does that come from? That comes from being a frogman. That comes from not being afraid of being cold. I hate it. I hate it more than anything, but I'm not afraid of it, right? I'm not, and it's, people say I'm not afraid to die either, You're not going to know until somebody's there to kill you. I mean, that's the reality of it. I look out there and see all the MMA guys, man. They're going to go out there. The one thing that I admire about all of them is going out there. They're the ones that's going to know. Not the cats sitting around outside that aren't in the arena, that aren't in there getting their ass kicked. And then even though they are, which is the one that has enough that's going to pull them out, that isn't going to be ego that pulls them out, it's going to be their heart that pulls them out. Those are the true champions. There's a guy with all the talent in the world. He can kick shit out of everybody. But if his heart's not right, man, it's on ego. He's an angry person. And I was that angry guy one time. I sit there looking in the mirror and going, the face of death was mine. Like, what? And then I'm going to have kids. I can see the guy was with the Union, the young SEAL, man. What do I do? How can I do this and still love my babies, little kids? I said, Barry Enoch did. He would sit there and hold my babies. And Barry Enoch is one of the baddest dudes in the valley and one of the nicest guys. You ever meet him? No. Barry Enoch? He's a true mentor of teams. He was with Crawdad, and it's bigger. So my pops gave that to me, 4th grade. Then when I was wrestling in high school, my sophomore year, he didn't go see me. And then one day I was dry. Told him I need to go to a wrestling camp. I got to lift weights and this and that. Eat some protein. My coach wanted me to do that stuff. My dad said, well, I don't know about that. He says, I got you a job. He says, and if you make enough money, he says, you can go to your wrestling camp. He says, now, shut up and eat your beans, right? Protein. I said, well, what's my job? He says, hanging drywall. So I was 98 pounds, man, hanging drywall with grown men. I had to get on a scaffold, on a horse, to get on a horse to hold that up. But there was nobody that ever wrestled that was stronger than me. And so all of that prepared me for the teams when shit hanging on the bottom rung of a helicopter in the air, and I'm 500 feet going through training, right? Through Bud's training, we did the drop out of the helicopter and pick up, hanging on, and no big deal, That, how do you get there, right? It's each of those little life things, or knowing that Chief Allen's on my ass, I was doing drop and pickup with him, right? And they were telling you about what that is, and I'm sitting there going, you ever do drop and pickup?
Yep. They don't do it anymore, but I did it, yep. Yeah,
well, there was one East Coast guys told me, how do you do that stuff? Just sitting there, just jerk you out. I said, well, you got to be swimming backwards. He said, oh, really? And they were teaching them to do that, kick and go. So he says, it's going to look like the boat's going to hit you, but don't stay there and it'll pull you in. So I'm like this. Oh, bullshit, I stroked out. Boom, the boat goes by. Chief Allen comes back in that round. He says, Espinoza, don't move. Who ya, Chief Allen? He takes off, comes back. I swear he's going to hit me again. So then the third time, he didn't say anything. He just turns around and comes over and I go, this is coming at me. It is really coming at me. I'm kick stroking and gliding. He ran over me with that boat. Boom, man. My face piece was hanging down and stuff. And then he pulls by. Last time, he grabbed me. When that boat grabbed me and I hooked up, he threw me. All the guys ducked as I fly from, the boat's about this big, huh? Everybody's ducking. I'm flying through the air and I caught the other side, I never, ever missed a pickup again.
So what'd you do when you graduated from college? Then you wrestled all your years of college?
Yep. I wrestled 4 years of college, qualified for the Nationals 2 times, and then it was like Brad Leach was a sheriff, and what am I going to do, right? I was going to teach school. I was doing my professional year teaching school, and this kid comes up, and I was with my mentor, my proctor, and he says, you see this kid walks out of the classroom. He says, hey, get back in class. The kid looks and says, fuck you. I'm like, what? He walks out, and I said, hey, what's the deal with that? He said, no, man. He says, you can't. I said, you can't grab his head, stuck him in the locker, kick him in the ass, and tell him. He says, no, you can't do that. They'll arrest you. I said, well, I'm not going to be a teacher. And I graduated, and I was, what am I going to do? I didn't want to teach school, so Brad Leach was the sheriff, and he says, how would you like to come on to police department? He says, and we'll start a dive rescue team. Since you're in the teams, you can shoot and stuff and do that. So it was like a come down and do the polygraph and gave me the whole test. I did everything. Polygraph, the drug thing. I was just from CU, right? He says, you ever done any drugs? I'm going, well, what do you mean? You know, he says, well,
clarify.
I said, you know, they gave me those pills in Vietnam, you know, that speed, and they kept us awake all night. That was the only thing that I'd ever done, and maybe down in Mexico, a little bit of white pills, you know, just a party for the weekend. But so I thought, well, okay, smoking grass I did. So how do you justify it? Well, if you take a lid like this and you smoke it and you share it with people, you actually only smoke about that much, maybe a quarter of a lid. Huh. Other than that, did you do any more drugs? I said, oh no. Okay, I passed that. So then Bradley says, oh yeah. He says, you're good. He says, well, come on, we'll get you to the academy, give you a gun, and you can.
This is for sheriff.
Sheriff. And I said, okay. So I go home Sunday, go to sleep, wake up, and it was like, wait a minute. Ain't no way I could be a cop. If I can't take crap from a 13-year-old kid, I'm going to kill you. I'd fight guys at the bar, right? But if I'm going to be stopped by somebody and you're going to pull a gun on me, I'm going to kill you. So I thought I can't do that either. So then the fire department came up. So I couldn't be a cop, couldn't be a teacher. There was a movie called Kung Fu, and it was grasshopper stuff. It's kind of like everybody in Boulder was kind of like, oh, the essence of life. And shoot, I learned all kinds of lines. I could pick up on chicks, right, and talk to people and go into, you know, in school. I kind of. So it's like, what am I going to do? And so then they were having affirmative action hiring for people of color, right? 200 people are going to hire one guy on the fire department. I didn't know about it. Miss Martinez, who my mom was going to kick the shit out of calling me fodder, right? She calls up and says, hey, they're hiring firefighters in Boulder. They're going to hire one. He said, why don't you try it? So I'm like, sea, air, land, and fire. 4 elements of life, you know, just like the directions, north, south, east, and west. I mean, it was all coming together, and I was really getting sensitized to this. I almost became a Buddhist, you know. I was thinking about all that stuff. So I said, yeah, okay, I'll try it. So I did. And I was wrestling at CU, right? And I was running 15 miles. You know, I was in good shape. And at that time, it was push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, and all that other kind of stuff. So I kicked everybody's butt on that, right? I had an afro, my mustache, you know, because I had a, you know, you got to look cool up there at CU. You know, it's the whole hippie-looking thing, right? And so I do the interview and stuff, and they're like, oh, yeah, you really was a SEAL team. What was that? I said, well, not really much. I said, you know, you got to wear shades, wear swimming trunks, and just kind of hung out on the beach and stuff. Ride boats. Oh, okay. So that's the Navy? I said, yeah. I didn't tell them what the team, no, they wouldn't know what the teams were, you know. I did have a jacket, had UDT on it, because SEAL team didn't have but I had a UDT patch, right? In my fire, now it's all gone, but... and when I hitchhiked home from the Navy, when you got out? When I got out, nobody picked me up because I want to know what I fought for, right? 2 old ladies picked me up in New Mexico. These other Mexican guys picked me up and wanted to frisk me. I had my .38 in the back, and they frisked me, but I was sitting in the back. I think I ought to pull this thing out and say, okay, guys, everybody out of it. But I didn't. Then when we're into Colorado, some coyotes were stalking me. You know, I'm thinking I'm gonna come back in Vietnam. I'm gonna get eaten by the damn coyotes. Then the guy in a tractor trailer truck tried to run over me. He thought I was a cow. He stopped and gave me a ride into Colorado. So anyway, that's how I got home from the Navy. But so I said, yeah, I'll do this. Took the interviews and everything. He said, well, yeah, but you got that good stuff there, boy. You know, and I'm all white-haired guys, blue-eyed, you know, from Nebraska, and so I'll just try it. I said, well, he shaves off. I mean, my hair's been cut shorter. I can shave my mustache. I'm not okay. So I show up. I was drinking. You know, I was still over here. Yes, I didn't know I was going through post-traumatic stress. When you look at the behaviors now, I know I was, but
and the behaviors are drinking, fighting,
all of that
Just
stuff.
the whole 9 yards.
Racism, sexism, screw the white guys and whatever. So I'm telling you about, you finalize yourself as a frogman and you're pretty clean about who you are, right? But then when you don't fit, you don't feel that you don't fit, then you start bringing all this stuff back, right? That's the socialization piece, because that's easy to fall back into, right? So when I got out of the fire department, I was like, this guy says, yeah, kid, you know where you belong? He says, we're going to get along fine on this department, right? So I put up with that for 5 months later, I was drinking, and it was already the beginning. I lacerated my liver, 3 holes in my duodenum. I got this cut here. I have one down my leg, lacerated my liver, riding a motorcycle, drinking, and going back over to Denver. The one thing cool about those guys was they covered for me, because I had no sick or vacation. We worked every other day for 3 days, and then we were off 4 days. So if you'd have 10 days off, you had off for a month. So 20 guys, 20 shifts were covered for me, and I paid those shifts back when I got back to work, but I kept my job. So I'm going, well, that's pretty cool. Waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning is the same thing as waking up at 7 at night if you're drunk. And every other day thing was got to call up. Oh, shit, I'm sick. Hey, I'm calling in sick. They go, well, you're on a 4-day. You don't come back. I said, when do I go back? 3 more days. Oh. So I'd use all my sick, my vacation. There's times I wasn't coming to work. I mean, it was hard because it was so free. I didn't have structure. And even when I was wrestling in college, my wrestling coach, I wanted to go back to war. I'd be drunk. I'd smoke a cigarette in the bar and saying, hey, man, I just want to let you know I want to leave. Shelby Wilson, Olympic champion. He said, well, Gil, he says, if you want to quit, I'll tell the team you can go. Son of a gun. So I didn't quit. I struggled staying in college because of that quit thing. I couldn't let them. I couldn't let myself down to let them down, because I have never quit anything in my life, right? So
how long did it take, as a firefighter? At what point did you start to kind of figure out that maybe all this drinking wasn't so good for you? Maybe that you were had some stuff you needed to sort out.
Well, finally I found who I was. Right, I'm on the first fire call. I go out, put a cup of coffee down. We go out, going to call, and there's this guy, trapped like this.
In a vehicle or in a building?
In a vehicle, car wreck. So I'm looking, and I'm like, what do I do? He says, here, hold the hose, kid. So we're doing extrication. We'll tell you what to do. Car catches on fire, open up. I'm like, all right. So I'm sitting there watching this guy, and they're trying to get him cut open and stuff. And I remember I'd had that. I'm not going to drink any more of this. I'd had that, I think it's a diuretic. So anyway, I took a cup of coffee, right? First cup of coffee, man, sit there and boom, get a call. I put it down, we take off. I'm sitting there watching this guy, and all I could think of when I was watching him was, look, man, why don't you just hurry up and fucking die? Because I know you're going to die. My coffee's getting cold. That's where I was. So they cut him apart, and he died, right? So we go back. I grab my cup of coffee, take a sip, and I went, it's cold. And I went, okay, what's happening? What's happened to me? When my dad told me, he says, don't forget that you're a human being, right? And I saw this go down, and I had no feelings, nothing. It's like getting disconnected over in Vietnam, getting disconnected. That this space and time, and not discharging, because when you're there, I wasn't discharging anymore. I wasn't crying. I wasn't laughing. I wasn't even now, sometimes some kids say, well, Mr. Espinoza really doesn't have a sense of humor, because sometimes I don't, Even on the fire department, I'd look at somebody and they'd say, oh, I think this guy's trying to kill me, But so it was like, okay, that was the thinking about it. And I became very best friends with this guy named Billy Duran. He was an Air Force guy, right? He's a firefighter. So as I got on the fire department, they told me, you remember where you belong and this and all that kind of stuff. And then about the 4 years, because it was easy. I was drinking. I was getting paid good money. I spent most of my money on a bar tab. I was buying for everybody, you know. I wasn't even taking vacations. I was just using my time and drinking and fighting and whatever. And I was not happy. It's kind of like, what am I doing here? So then there was a training fire. I was the second guy. I was the third engine to go in and do this training fire.
So the training fire, they set a building on fire that's going to be demoed or something like that?
Yeah.
So they're just taking advantage of a building that's going to be demoed.
What they were doing is they were doing smoke training. And in the smoke training, there was a new lieutenant. So this older lieutenant was trying to
train the
see how what kind of macho man he was, see whether he could really fight fire and what kind of a smoke eater he was. I was at another station. Billy Duran and this other young kid had 1 month on the job. Well, if you burn tires, it's a hydrocarbon. The temperatures in this chicken coop over the period of time, so there was 3 or 4 other evolutions that happened in that same building, it lowered the flash point, right? So at one point, it ignited, killed Bill Duran, killed the other kid, the lieutenant that was in charge. He suffered some burns. The lieutenant that was in charge of the engine company, 80% burns on his body. So he died. You know, he got burned up, but Billy died. And for me, it was kind of like there was something that was going on too, because I was pretty violent. And previous, you know, when that happened, I got fed up with everything, right? And so one day, knowing how I felt about not having any feelings, Billy Duran getting killed, all this petty ass bullshit was like, for instance, a black guy was walking with a girl, right? And I'm sitting there and they go, look at that. I said, look at what? It's that black guy with that woman, white woman. What do you think about that? I said, what I think about it is if it was me walking out there with that woman, you'd be on the inside looking at me and saying, look at that guy, what's he doing with that white woman? You know? That's what I think about it. You know, it doesn't mean nothing to me. And so then I got fed up with that. So I was in a dive locker, right? Because I'm doing diving, kind of trying to reorganize the dive team at my level. And one guy was talking about, he had a little booby trap cleaning up, petty ass bullshit, you know, kind of like cleaning up. He was an officer, set me up that I didn't clean up the space on the engineer's room. So I set one up in the officer's room. He didn't clean it up. He got on me for not cleaning up mine, so I got on him about not cleaning up his. He said, why didn't you just clean it then? I said, why didn't you just clean yours? As a matter of fact, I grabbed hold of the door, closed it. He says, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to tell you what, man. Today, either you kick the shit out of me or I kick the shit out of you, because I'm tired of all your white man bullshit and all of this traditional firefighter bullshit. He goes, whoa, wait a minute, Gil. Wait. What do you mean? I said, where are you from? He said, well, I'm from Lincoln. Yeah, I said, where's your people from? Well, we're Germans. I said, were you raised here? He said, no. I said, well, I was raised here. My dad, we're from the Picary's Pueblo. So I was born in Colorado. I says, and did you ever kill a commie for mommy? He goes, what? I said, you ever in the military, did you ever kill a commie for mommy, man? Well, no. You know I'm not. I'm not in the military. I says, well, they don't give me this shit about where I belong or anything else. He said, whoa, wait a minute, Gil. I don't know where this is coming from. I said, what do you mean you don't know where it's coming from? This is affirmative action bullshit that all you white guys are talking about. I says, and I'm not buying into it. I'm a frogman. He goes, well, wait a minute. He says, you know, on this fire department, if they have fires, they want you with them because you're a good firefighter. Extrication now, you're good at extrication, they want you with them. They go into a bar fight, they go into the bars, they want you with them because you know most of the guys anyway in Boulder, right? EMS, they know you know EMS. And they can count on you on the engines. He says, but there's more to being an all-around firefighter, and you're not doing it. I said, what? Yeah, what's that? He says, coming to work on time, coming to work, not being on suspension, and not being hungover. boom, man. In my mind, I heard my dad say, Gibby, the only thing I give you is my reputation, my last name. Don't bring dishonor on it. And then he says, I said, well, I don't give a shit. I says, I'm getting connected to go to Saudi Arabia as a weapons instructor. Got connected through, it was called Brown Magazine, a Soldier of Fortune magazine. I already got accepted. And they were going to give me $100,000 for the year. But if I got killed, my family didn't get it. It was totally disconnected, total, And I said, that's what I'm doing, so I don't give a shit. And I was going to put my 2 weeks notice. That was a Friday. I was going to put my 2 weeks notice in and be gone. He says, well, when you do that, he says, everybody's going to be glad that you're gone because your reputation sucks. So I went over to the door. I opened it up. I stepped out and I closed the door and left him in there. I went over to the dorm where the beds were and I laid down and I thought, shit, I can't leave here until my reputation's right. So the next day, Monday, I go to the chief. So I'm going to tell you what, man. I says, I'm going to come to work on time. I'm not going to be hungover. I'm going to try to max up my vacation days, my sick days, and that's what I'm giving you my word as a man. My word, period, not as a man. I'm giving you my word. Okay, Gil, that's cool. Everything's good. And he actually gave me some space. One of my battalion chiefs told me, he says, Gil, and my cousin Davey, when I beat up a guy real badly, and my bat chief sits there and he says, Gil, I don't know if you need a priest, a psychiatrist, a doctor, a counselor, or what, but I don't know how to deal with you. I said, well, I'm a man. I'm what a real man is. I don't need anybody, and there's nothing wrong with this with me. The whole world's jacked up, but I'm not. I'm right. Everybody else is, So anyway, I made that commitment to him. 2 shifts later, I'm in a fire. I fall in a hole. My lieutenant falls over me, and terrorists later on tore my ACL out. But I'd given my word, so I ace-wrapped my knee for a month and worked like that. And so then later on, we're doing training fire. And I jumped off the apparatus and it caught my leg just right. And, man. So then I went to the hospital and they said, oh yeah, you tore your meniscus and your ACL's been torn for a long time. So then I had it rehabbed. So that was the beginning of me now becoming a firefighter, that I can't leave until I get all this stuff straight. And so then the part of being revealed again, when I got on that job, when we moved to Boulder, my dad's first job was working at Fire Station 2, shoveling snow. He was a laborer. So he comes home and I said, what'd you do today, Dad? I was like 10. Well, it was after the hunting, right? Maybe 11. No, I was younger. I was like before the hunting thing. So I was at the fire department. I said, what were you doing? So I was working with the fire department. What'd you do? I was shoveling snow off the roof. I said, what were the firemen doing? Oh, they were in there smoking cigarettes, watching TV, and drinking coffee. He says, I think I could do that job. I said, yeah. He says, yes, I could do that job. I said, cool. So I became a firefighter. My mom, when I became a firefighter, has a little piece of paper. It was in a book. It's called First Latinos in Boulder County. And I have a copy of it. And in it is a thing that I wrote when I was in 4th grade or 3rd grade. Oh, it's shitty handwriting. So when I grow up, I want to be a fireman. I might ring the bell. I'll wear the rubber coat, the rubber coat, the boots, and the hat. And we'll go on a fire truck real fast, and I'll ring the bell, and I might sleep in the fire station. She gave that to me. And I went, I didn't even know it, right? So my first assignment at Station 2, I walk in there with my bunker coats, all my stuff. The same station that my dad was, right? Put your gear up there, kid. All right, put my gear up. And I walked into the lounge and looked out the windows where I know my dad was looking in. And in here, right? I love God because God talks to your spirit, those things. And it's always a good thing. It's never, ever God telling you, oh, you fucked up or you're bad or you're whatever it is. It's like, hey, now you guys are on the inside. Hey, Pops, I'm on the inside now. You know, so there I was as a firefighter, and I did have a little bit of trouble. I was blessed by this guy named JJ that became my lieutenant. And when I got there, he says, I heard some stuff about you, and how are we going to make this work? And I already made that commitment. I says, I'm going to tell you what, so you treat me like a man, not like an idiot or a baby or anything else. I said, we're going to get along. I said, but don't mess with me. I said, it's agreed. And he actually was my mentor as a lieutenant, and then he became a captain, so I became a lieutenant. And then when he was a captain, battalion chief came up. He's the guy that came up and says, I think you should be the bat chief, one position. I said, I don't know what being a bat chief. I know, but you would be the guy.
How many years was this into your career?
10. About 10 years.
So you did a good turnaround. Once your first 5 years of kind of
oh yeah, it was bad.
Being a jackass.
It was horrible.
Once you squared that away, then you turned around and really got on the path of doing the right things.
That commitment, right? That commitment to myself, to not let myself down, for my dad, for this gun. I can't do that, you know? So yeah, it was the 10 years. And then I remember when he told me to go for bat chief, and I tested, and then I became the bat chief. Then all the sabotaging beliefs come in, like you're too small, you're not smart enough, you're not all the bullshit that so I'm going, oh, here we go again. Well, I'm driving a fire truck, I'm a bat chief. I didn't realize that everybody in the county hears what the bat chief says on the air. And that's a lot of pressure. That's like being an incident commander, right? I mean, you got the op and stuff, all the air op stuff, all the stuff you say, everybody hears, everybody knows everything that you said or think about, right? I'm driving down the road. I'm going, oh, my God, I've had a panic attack, man. I pull off the side of the road and going, what the hell what are you doing here, Espinoza? What the fuck are you doing here? And so I called up this lady who was part of the reevaluation council. I told her what I'm feeling. She said, okay, sounds kind of weird, but she said, I want you to say this. I am totally and completely incapable and incompetent to be the battalion chief. I said, what? She said, yeah, say that. So I went, all right, I'm totally and completely incapable and incompetent to be the battalion chief. So, well, what do you think about that? I said, well, that's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of, I can't, it's hard. I'm having a hard time processing that. She says, okay, so now say this. And so I said it again. I'm totally and completely incapable and incompetent of being the battalion chief, right? But fortunately or unfortunately, I am the very best person to be the battalion chief. So I said that. I went, so what do you think about that? I went, yeah, I probably am. Because it was spooky, because at that time, if you became a battalion chief, you weren't in the Union anymore. And that's why a lot of people didn't want to leave the Union. Because if you screwed up, you're gone. That is the sacrificial responsibility piece. That's the piece that says, okay, I was going to write a book. My book was going to be called Frogman Out of Water, right? Because that's where I was at. Mm-hmm. Now it's changed because of my fire. I was going to be Frogman Out of Fire, because there's a whole nother dimension about losing everything that you ever had in your life. What I just went through with this fire. Everything I ever had, except my kids. The greatest treasures in my life, right? And being good with them and being bad with them. Being a great father with them and being a bad father with them. Being a good mentor with them and maybe not being as good a mentor as I could be. In those three spaces, my dad, he filled those spaces. I would hope that I could fill those spaces for my kids. That's why even sharing this with you is part of me trying to write my story, so that those things, these dimensions, the flavor and texture of my life, they understand who their grandpa is. This is important. That's all I have to leave them. Right? What comes from your heart and what you say.
When did you end up having kids?
I was 33. So, and my oldest is 40, going to be 41.
So were you in the fire department when you started having kids?
Yeah, I got on the fire. I met my wife. Yeah, that was crazy. I was steaming, man. she's a Christian girl, house demon, and I met her sister, right? And then she comes in, and it's like, I wrote a poem. It says, she glowed with the light. It was night. I didn't know why, but I cared. And she led me softly and gently into the knowledge of love. And in May, we three will be one, right? When I asked her to marry me. Because that night, I'm like, wow, man, she's hot. I mean, there was a devil fighting with an angel, man. Because the devil's telling me, don't go over there. God's telling me, go over there. Don't go over there. So finally, my buddy Andres goes, Jesus Christ, man, you never have any trouble talking to girls. Go over there and talk to her. So I said, hey, would you like to dance? He said, I don't dance. I said, well, why not? He says, well, I'm Christian. I said, I'm a Catholic. I says, but I dance. I am not dead. He says, no, I don't. I said, so my buddy's looking at me, so you don't want to lose face. I said, well, you mind if I sit down? Oh, no. Good. Sure. So I sat down. He says, well, so it kind of went on. So finally she was going to dance with me, and that was in the days of platform shoes. So I was a lot taller than her. Matter of fact, later on, she says, I thought you were taller. You know, so I love those things. But anyway, we did dance, and then it was like, and that's when I think maybe when we talk in the spiritual sense, where God was trolling with her, because all I wanted to do is get laid. I mean, that was it, right? Being in the teams, the whole sexism thing, the anger thing, the race, I mean, all of those behaviors. And then eventually, you know, it was like I liked what she had. I liked what I was missing, you know. And that's why I'm saying that even after you accepted Christ or you get into the Christian thing, that you'll let loose of it, you'll go somewhere else, because the alternatives is you settle for in the past. If you don't keep it in front of you, it's like SEALs or guys that operate, but they don't keep the basic training in front of their face. And so then they get killed or they hurt somebody, or they don't pay attention to it. And that's what happens. That's the way the world is. This is the way that the world is. And if we don't take care of it, then we are like sheep led to the slaughter, man. We're going to be taken out somewhere, you know. And so doing this is part of that. The fire department saved my life because of that, being able to party or whatever that was. And then the responsibility that I had as a bat chief to keep my guys alive, to change. I tell a captain that has 20 years on the job, hey, man, I need you to do incident command. I need you to wear your bunker gear. I need you to wear your coat. I need you to tell me where you're going and this and that. And he's telling me, I've been doing this for 20 years. You've only been on here 10 years, and you want to tell me what to do? Then the Frogman stuff comes out. I go, yeah. So, well, you don't know as much as I do. I said, no, but I do know about being in combat. I know about getting shot at. I do know what the war we're fighting. I do know the training that we need. And the other thing I know is that Chief Gustavel's wife told me a long time ago, if I get you killed, I'm in trouble. And Karen is the one that I'm worried about. And so for me to tell you to put on your bunker gear and everything else is easy. And I'll write your ass up if you don't. You wouldn't do that to me. I said, try it. Oh, God, so good, man. There's a fire alarm. Whittier grade school, man, they go out on a fire alarm. He gets off the truck. I just follow him, just 2-engine response, and then me. I roll up, sit on the corner. I didn't go arrival. I didn't tell him I was responding. I just followed him. And I don't have to run on the fire alarm. So I'm waiting. I watch him get out of the truck, and he looks down the street, sees me, gets back up in his truck, puts on his helmet, grabs his gear, throws it down, puts on his coat, puts on his stuff. He looks at me and he goes in the building. So he had 25, I think it was 2501 at that time. It was engine 1. I'm arrival, sprinkler alarm, 3rd floor. So I heard that, nothing visible. I just left. That night, and this is where I learned a lot about his example too, was if I'm going to have this stuff going down with somebody, an officer, good officer, takes that, especially an XO or something like that, to another room, not in front of the people. So he said, can I talk to you? I said, yeah. His office, because the captain had one. He said, yeah. He says, you wouldn't have wrote me up, would you? He said, I saw you. I said, yeah, I would. So, okay. After that, he talked to me on the radio. Because when we were fighting fires, he loved to see me show up, because we'd gone into some fires where other people are bailing out. So he knew how I would fight fires. And I gave him that respect. He gave me that respect. And my whole shift, after a while, all the promotions were coming off my shift. Because I wanted to do what we did in the teams. I want to teach you to take my job. I want you to be better than me. If you know more than me and you're better than me, when things go down, you'll see what I can't see. That's what I loved about the team. So for one of my misters saying some stuff, and then for one of my teammates going, "Are you fucking crazy? Why are we going to do that?" Well, and it wasn't like, who has the bigger sword, right? It's like, tell me why. Because of this. Yeah, it makes sense. So that's why when we look at the history of the teams, my era and your era, is that I don't know, and I'll never be able to, but that's what I want back in the teams. That's what I want on fire departments. I want all my guys to know more than me, because, there was like, why do we want to do hazmat? Because I brought hazmat in. Because I was the little guy on the end of the ladder, I did ice rescue way different. That's where the Gumby suits came from me, because they shoved my ass out there with bunker gear on. I'm going, hell no, I'm not going to do this. There's a better way. Ice diving, we ice dove in wetsuits. There's dry suits. There's stuff that we can wear, right? Swift water, right? Teach guys how to be around swift water, because if they don't know, they die. That's the thing. If you don't learn something, you die. The consequences of our mistakes, the consequences of our business, being in the teams, being in fire, and being a cop. Right?
Yeah. So you mentioned this a couple times, but it's a very horrible and ironic end to your fire career, is that when you retired from the fire department and you ended up losing everything in a fire.
Yeah.
And it's the Marshall fire, right. December 30th, this is just what, last year?
It'll be a year coming up.
2021. Yeah.
New Year's.
This fire breaks out. You're retired.
Yep.
You're just enjoying life.
Yep.
This fire breaks out in Colorado, wind gusts of 115 miles an hour. There's 6,000 acres burned, 1,084 structures either totally destroyed or damaged, $500 million worth of damage, 2 people killed, some other burn injuries, and one of the things that burned was your house.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
In Old Town. My house is in Old Town, Superior. They're still looking at the causes of it, but they do know that fire happened, and then the wind gusts came in, like you said, at 100 miles an hour. And when the fuels are that way, it's like, you ever take like a torch when you're doing heating a pipe?
Yeah.
Right? It goes. Yep. That's the kind of fire it was. It was a superheated, wind-driven fire, and so the contact. It's not only just a conflagration of one structure to the next structure, it's also the heat and fire generated by the winds, right?
So did you get evacuated?
You know where I was?
No idea.
I went and got my ex-wife, because there's a Marine, right? A little Marine, Red Rich. He said, "Hey, I'm at the bowling alley. You want to come down and watch me?" And he always invites me, but I never go. He's a muffler guy. And I'm going. So he says, "Well, I'd like to see Rose," because we were. Rose
and this was just a normal night. Like, you didn't know anything about a fire, because this thing happened fast.
Nothing.
So just a normal night. He says, "You want to come watch me bowling?"
Bowling, yeah. So I go up, put on my Seal Trident, put on my Marine, the flight jacket with the Seal Trident on it. So we're going to go see the Marine, Put on a crappy shirt, put on my boots. Left my dog, Chief, in a kennel, right? I put him in a kennel because he eats my stuff. So that day, I told Rose, "I'll pick you up." Usually she would come to my house, then we would go. If she'd have come to my house, her car would have been burned up. I had a little Jaguar that my buddy, the team guy, had sold me that was in there. I had my coat, and we took my truck. I'm in Denver at the bowling alley. I get this call from a neighbor. "Hey, Gil, yeah, you got to reverse 911. You got to get out of Superior." "Did you get it?" I said, "No, reverse 911 is going to make notification that something's coming." Well, I didn't get that notification. For some reason, I wasn't on the callback. I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." Prior to that, the girl that I was dating, we'd broken up. She called me too and said, "Hey, there's reverse 911?" I said, "Yeah." I didn't know at that time. She said, well, I can go down and I'm not in town. I can go down and pick Chief up. I said, nah, I don't want to be beholden to her, right? I'll find somebody. And so then that's when the other neighbor called me up. I said, nah, I didn't know him well enough. I'll call one of the other neighbors, guys that were in my neighborhood. They were all gone. They were up on the hill watching the fire. So then I get the call back from the first guy. He says, Gil, he says, my buddy that was down there, he says, broke your door down and he's got your dog. I said, broke my door down? Because I don't lock my doors. You know, that's at kind of the community. He says, yeah. He says, broke your door down. I says, broke my door down. He says, don't be mad. I said, I'm not mad, but he had to break my door down? He goes, yeah, because I was thinking it was evacuation, not the fire. Mm-hmm. And so then the other thing, too, and then I asked the guy later on when I got him, when I picked up my dog, I said, well, did you close the door? Because if the door is open, I always leave the upstairs open so that my dog can look out. So then what that does is it creates
a draft.
It creates a draft, a chimney, right? So I go, oh, that doesn't sound good. So 2 days later, because they wouldn't let us in, 2 days later, I called one of my firefighters from Boulder and said, hey, so can you get down there and check it out? So I'll check it out, Chief. So, and I've already been retired for 10 years, right? 2012, yeah.
Did you see it on the news?
Yeah. But it wasn't showing real close-ups. Everything was from way back.
Got it.
You know, and they were saying that Old Town was affected, but they didn't talk about the devastation because nobody was getting down there. And so I'm like, well, whatever. Only easy days yesterday, man. Can I change the temperature of the water? No. Right? That's what I mean. Mm-hmm. The development of that, the revealing of who I am as that little boy of going, hey, I can only take care of what I can take care of, right? And one of my friends, well, actually, Rose, my ex-wife, right? Her friend said, I can't believe he's so calm about it. You know, other people, I can't believe you're so calm about it. Time and chance, man. A guy gets killed, you don't get killed. What can you do about it? You can feel bad about it, but you can't change it. You can have the emotion, right? When we talk about things, we tell story, and we have these because it's emotional, right? It's emotional because it starts creating in you that piece about who you really are. It starts opening it up for you to see yourself, to say, hey, I am going somewhere good or I'm not. One kid told me he was mad at God. God, why did God do that? I'm a Christian. I'm a bishop and all that other kind of stuff. For me, it was like, why would I be mad at him? He didn't start it, right? And he's invisible anyways, invisible God. I'm having hope in an invisible thing that I can't see anyway. And he's given me another house to live in. He rescued my dog, right? I mean, whatever the deal is. And so, and then the guy tells me.
So now this is the firefighter that you knew that you said, can you go check it out?
Well, the firefighter that he went and checked it out, he calls me up and says, I said, how are things? He goes, better than you, Chief. I said, yeah, well, what's left? He said, nothing. I said, what do you mean nothing? He said, nothing. I said, what about walls, roof? Nothing. So I went over and I looked with my family. The asphalt shingles are usually around. They were in dust. There were no 2x4s in the walls. The only thing that was left were gusset plates, things that were metal like a stove. I had a wood-burning stove. The only thing that was left was the top, you know. Washer, dryers, all gone, everything.
Yeah, I looked at some pictures online, and there's nothing left but sort of the concrete foundations.
Right, and then they took my foundations out. That's the other thing, man. I've felt the full force of water, right? Through the surf, right? And if you're not prepared for that, it'll jack you up. Got to see if it's sniffing for you, right? Fire. Air, you don't have that chute on, you're going to die, right? Land-to-land warfare, man, it moves. It's always dynamic, the war piece, right? All the jumping out of boats and all the whole recovery thing. And fire, I thought I knew fire. I put out a lot of fires. I've been to a lot of fires, but that one, it was totally consuming. So when it talks about Sodom and Gomorrah being completely gone, that fire is, and people would sit there and say, well, it really humbled you, right? No. Fire, the water, all that whole thing. The humbling piece was the generosity of people like Mama Lee. For her to call me up, say, "Hey, I understand you've gone through some stuff. I don't even know who she is, And so I always want to confirm your number. I want to help you out." And when she did, she sent, I said, "Look, man," I said, "if you ever get to Colorado, I need to give you a hug." And then I did, and that's where I ran into you, right? That fire, this other guy came up, is Revital's the name of the organization. It's a firefighters deal. The family, the fire family too, right? And the Frog family, they set up the Navy SEAL fund for me, right? A guy, Julio Fitzgibbons, calls me up. "Hey, SB, yeah. Do you know him?"
Yeah.
"Hey, SB, yeah." He says, "Class 42, right?" I go, "Well, yeah." I said, "What were your top medals?" "What?" So what were your top medals? I said, "Well, Purple Heart, Navy Commendation with the V, Combat Action Ribbon." "Okay, thank you, goodbye." So what the hell's that about? So then I get a call from Dozenbach. Do you know him? Anyway, and so he says, "This is."
I think that's Dozer.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, yeah.
It's Chris Dozer. Yeah, he says, "Yeah." He says, "Well, I got your name from Fitzgibbons. He submitted your name into the Navy SEAL Fund." I said, "For what?" He says, "We're going to do a fundraiser for you." I'm like, "What?" And he says, "Yeah." I said, "We'll get back with you." Hangs up. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here, And then this Revital guy, named is Jordan Long. He's a firefighter, right? And he was a firefighter that went through some emotional stuff. Quit being a firefighter, but he's since then started intervention for post-traumatic stress, firefighters and cops, really helping them out. And so he calls me up. So I want you to come down to this place. You have any coats? All I had was that SEAL coat. My best coat was burned up. All my gloves were burned up. I'm wearing the most raggedy shoes that I ever had. So I show up and I loved my gray coat, right? So he has a gray coat there and the gloves is here. He says, "You take these with you." I'm like, it was a warmer coat than my coat. So God gave me a coat that was warmer than the coat that got burned up, right? Give me some shoes that are nice and some gloves. And so then this is how the world goes around, right? He says, "I got this furniture, this firefighter's, whatever, the brother isn't getting married, but he has furniture. And if you want to go up and look at it." I said, "All right," up in Dillon, up in Bailey, Colorado. So I drive up there. Let's get introduced to this kid. He says, "Oh, yeah, furniture upstairs. We'll go inside." He says, and "This is my cousin. He's in the garage, right?" "Oh," I said, "Nice to meet you. I'm I said, "I'm Gil Espinoza." He says, "No." He says, "You're Espy." I look at him and go, "What?" He says, "You're Espy." He says, "I know you." I said, "Where do you know me from?" He says, "You're in a SEAL team with my dad, Tom Dixon." I said, "Bullshit." He goes, "No, yeah. I knew him when he was a kid, right?" So there's that Tom Dixon thing, right? SEAL. I grab all my furniture. I take it back. The house that I have was referred to by a cop, referred me to another guy, and they got the house that I'm renting right now. I'm with my daughter, and we're looking around, and she says, "Dad," she says, "look at this house." I go, "Yeah, it's pretty cool." She says, "No," he says, "but the floor pattern, the floor layout, it's the same as Grandma and Grandpa's house in Pueblo. 2 bedrooms on the side, front porch, kitchen, and a little basement. And the chief has a fenced yard. He didn't even have a fenced yard where I was at. I used to have to yell at him, Now he has a fenced yard. I got furniture from another team guy. That knows that guy. And now I'm meeting 2 old guys in the park, the dog park that I go to. And I didn't really know too much about you then, but this kid's name's Artem, right? He's he watches your stuff. He says, "Oh, what are you doing?" I says, "Well, I don't know, I'm going to go down and do a podcast with this guy, Jocko." "Oh, I know him." I go, "Well, he knows your deal." I'm going, "Well, who is he?" He told me about you. And he goes, "Yeah." He says, "And there's another guy named Echo. He's a big guy." I go, "Yeah." He says, "Yeah." So I'm going to bring us some shirts. He says, "You better take some extra larges." I go, you don't see how the circle is? Right? And there are no coincidences. You know, and that fire, I thought I was a SEAL. I was bad. I thought, you know, there's this thing, a friend of mine, she told me, she says, I think you say that you're not a SEAL, you don't identify with it, but I think you do because you got a lot of SEAL stuff, you know. So then I started feeling insecure about that. I thought, well, maybe she's right. But all my stuff is gone, my medals, and people have given me back. I'm consciously, I mean, I got like some coins and stuff. I kind of, I'm hesitant about getting all this stuff back because now I got to keep it, or I got to put it on the wall, or I just got this thing from Frogman Distillery. It's called the Art of the Spirit Distillery. His name's Paul. We tapped a keg for Mike Thornton, and I was there for that. One of 2 SEALs, right? Now I got a hat, you know, and I got 2 bottles of whiskey. That now it's like, oh, I don't want to get too much, you know, and because I'm thinking trying to build my house. That's the other thing, is recovering the gap of insurance and all that kind of stuff, right? And I got one firefighter that's a builder that's going to help me. Have one guy whose son I coach wrestling, and he's a big builder. He's going to help me, but it's where do I feel comfortable in here, right? I feel more comfortable with the firefighter that's going to help me. Nothing against the other guy, but how do I feel in here? Right? So, and that's going by, I don't know. That's the challenge, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely a devastating story. And like I said,
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing. I was going to say, it's a devastating story. And for you to be sitting here talking about it, like, not quite with a shoulder shrug, but like almost with a shoulder shrug of like, hey, guess what? I got a better jacket out of the deal.
Yeah.
And Mama Lee, I always mention her charity, America's Mighty Warriors.org. We always mention that. And the Navy SEALs Fund.org. That's another group that helps out my buddy Drago. Yeah. Drago started that.
And his wife Rachel.
Yep. And he's a great friend of mine, and so anybody that wants to help out organizations that help out, these are 2 organizations, the Navy SEALs Fund.org and America's Mighty Warriors.org. Those are 2 awesome organizations that help out. This is one case of where, you know, a guy that didn't even ask for it, but somehow they figured it out.
They figured me out. It tracked me. It tracked me down. You know, it was wonderful.
Well, I think that probably gets us up to date of where we are now. Echo Charles, you got any questions?
Yeah. What do you weigh now?
About 155.
There you go.
What's that workout program that because you're 75 years old, and it looks like if you wanted to step out on our wrestling match, you give some people a run. What's up?
What's
up?
What are you eating?
It's a Rolex watch.
What are you eating? What do you eat?
I'm on just some protein. Do a little bit of stuff called the super pump. As far as supplements go. Mm-hmm. But I struggle to eat. I hate eating, man. But I eat fish and chicken.
Cool.
You know.
What about them beans your mom was pushing down your throat?
No, I'm done with beans. I do like going to Bob's Diner in Louisville and get myself that's my little fix. Huevos rancheros with chorizo and sometimes a Bloody Mary.
What about your PT program?
That I work out every day.
What do you do?
Lifting, right? Chest and tries. I do all the splits, man splits.
Chest, tries, back and buys, shoulders and traps, legs, something along those lines.
Legs front, legs back. When you're 75, man, it's like, I do the fronts and back, you know. But I do something every day. My ankle hurts so badly that I don't do a lot of cardio. If I do cardio, it's on the stair stepper. Take it up just 1 minute at 1 minute at 2, all the way up to 10, you know, and then back down. And then that's pretty much it.
I know. Well, like I said,
I think genetics, you know, my dad was a drywaller, man. He did that stuff till he was 81 years old on the ladder, on stilts with a cigarette in his mouth. I had firefighters who wouldn't do that. You know, I'm like, are you nuts? So then I had to move him in with me. And actually, Serena went to college at Colorado State University in Pueblo. And she watched him for 3 years, watching him do he's amazing, man. He gave me all that love, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
He wasn't afraid to share himself. And I was coaching wrestling for 4 years ago for 4 years. The number one rule: don't hurt the coach. I get in me wrestling and tussling. If they got into something, okay, stop, don't hurt the coach, And I didn't realize my shoulder was so screwed up, And so at some point I need a shoulder replacement. At some point I need to do my ankle. I'm trying to find this Navy doc if the VA ever helps me do the community care to get that done. But no, it's my brother, 5 years old, man, had me doing stuff. When I hit the teams climbing that rope or doing that stuff, is like a piece of cake, And but it is that time that's mine. And I do really look at it revealing the little boy, man. Because I was living myself with the outside warrior so much that I destroyed so many relationships that I didn't have to destroy. And understanding that I am worth loving. I am a good person, And but now at where I'm at I'm back into the nakedness again. It's going to be interesting to see where I'm going, as where my life's at, and looking forward to an Oliver or Chief Allen or my creator, right? I'm not pissed at him. All he's doing is saying, "Hey, I want you, and I'm leading you here, and keep your ears open." And what's the instructors? Pay attention, right? I used to do that with my firefighters. Pay attention. I'd look at him sometime when this guy, Lieutenant Rozeski, goes, "Hey, Chief." I said, "Yeah." He says, "What'd you do to what's his name?" I said, "I didn't do anything to him. What's up?" He said, "Well, I came over and says, I think the chief hates me." He says, "Why is that?" It's because he just looked at me, and I felt it. He says, "No," and that comes from instructors, right? It comes from the Oliveira look. It comes from Chief Allen. It comes from an instructor going. It just lives. And he said, "Nah, I just told him that's your face sometimes." That's what you look like.
Well, Gil, any other closing thoughts?
No, I just want to thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, Jocko, that I'm here. I was pretty apprehensive about it. I wasn't quite sure, but then it just I'm grateful to the Creator that you're here and that we're here together, and I'm glad you made it through, and I'm just pray a blessing on you, and Echo.
Well, thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely, blessed to be here, as we all are, and just thank you for. Thank you for laying that groundwork in the teams, the groundwork that you guys that we built off of, that we tried to maintain the reputation that you guys earned, and we always did our best. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for your service in the Navy and the teams, and of course, how many years as a firefighter?
37.
37 years as a firefighter, and just that level of service. Can't thank you enough. Appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Hoo-yah.
Hoo-yah. And with that, Gil Espinoza has left the building. And I think makes it pretty clear that getting after it is a lifelong mission.
Yes.
It's a lifelong mission. And, it was very interesting and awesome to hear somebody that's been doing all kinds of things, badass things, from being a SEAL in Vietnam to being a firefighter to being a wrestler at a really high level. And he's 75 years old, and he's like, I'm still trying to figure it out.
I know, man.
So, pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah. The parts that stood out to me, which is funny, is the Black Mac and Pink Mac.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, why you call him Black Mac? I was like, bro, I know exactly why. Because he's black.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
Well, you take that. That is the assumption, and it's a correct assumption to make. Mm-hmm. In the teams, whatever whatever, like if you're a Mexican, you're going to have some kind of Mexican nickname. If you're black, not guaranteed, but most likely you're going to have some kind of something that has to do with your ethnicity.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because it's like that's just how.
That's just how. Well, in Hawaii, I told you this before. In Hawaii, racial issues is not a thing, not a big deal at all. Everybody's mixed, and there's so many races or whatever. So to say, oh, the Filipino guy, oh, the black guy, or popolo guy, you say popolo for black guy, or the haole guy, or the Japanese guy, or whatever. Like that's not a thing. No one's like, oh, that's racial or nothing. There's no racial sensitivity in Hawaii because everybody's something. So I get it, but so I get that kind of like where if
that's funny that they called Pink Mac Pink
because he's
because
even though he was a black guy.
I said, no, he's a black guy. I'm telling you, bro, he did not look black.
Yeah,
you know, he might have had a black mom, but he didn't look black, and he's from the island, so he seemed like a haole guy that just, you know, he had kind of freckles.
He had soul.
Yeah, he had soul. He's a soul man.
But that's the thing too, though. If you're hapa like that, and you're half black and you just pull the white side, a lot of times you wind up with freckles. Oh yeah, there's this guy, one of my friends from college, Gerald Lacey, white guy, haole guy, half black. His older brother's like dark skin, he's like a white dude. He didn't talk like a white dude, he's from Crenshaw. But to look at him, you're like, and he had freckles. They call him, I think, my dad used to always say this, call us red bone when you're a real light skinned black person. Red bone. For real, bro. So also, okay, so for the black thing and white thing, so my brother Jade's nickname when he was young was Snake, right? And there's a guy in the teams that I think he's still in, so I don't say his name, but his name is Snake too because he has a lisp. And he's a twin too, by the way. But so when we moved here, so Jeremy, my friend Jeremy, he'd always tease Jade, call him Snake because that's his little nickname from, when you're a little kid, you call him, to tease him. So when we moved here, we met Snake. He's a white guy, blonde hair, blue-eyed dude. So, but there's Jade, who's black, half black. Mm-hmm. Then there's Snake, who's white. So Jade was black Snake. This guy was white Snake. Mm-hmm. Same exact thing. So I understood exactly what it was. This guy's black Mac. This guy's pink. That's another level of kind of funny. So I dug it. I mean, I understood.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like I was surprised when he's like, oh, he's black. I was like, okay, well, yeah, okay, obviously. But it could have also been like some random story about, oh, we called him Black Mac because he got gunpowder on the blah, blah, blah. Just whatever. Yeah. But it's a good nickname, so I figured we had to get to the bottom of that one.
There you go.
But anyways, what an awesome opportunity to hear from a guy that's been through all kinds of stuff and is still out there trying to learn. So
staying active, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's like saying, "Oh yeah, my shoulders like jam." But when you look at 75 years old, when you look at him, you're like, "Bro, this guy's like."
He looks. How old is he? How old does he look?
If he said he was sick, if he said he was 55, I wouldn't be like, "Oh." I'd be okay, cool.
Yeah, cool.
You're 55.
You're 55. Cool. You look like you're aging a little bit.
Yeah.
You look like you've been rode pretty hard, but at 55, you're still doing pretty good.
No, I would.
But then he's like, no, I'm 75.
No, I would look at his body and be like, oh, you're 55. Dang, you're still getting after it, like lifting and stuff. Sure. Obviously,
for sure.
That's literally what he looks like.
Yeah,
impressive.
So
hey, it pays, man. Stay active. Stay in the game.
Probably that's got to have something to do with just staying humble.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you're not like taking it for granted.
Yeah. When mentally you stay in the game. And who is one of the? I think. This guy Tom, he's a wrestler here. He trains here. He used to. Anyway, he said something really important where he was like, yeah, my dad, he said there was something along the lines of don't give yourself like the excuse of age to start going less hard or whatever. Hey, look, if you can't go hard, you can't go hard. Yeah. Like if you're trying to lift your max or whatever and you can't get it, then okay, you can't get it. But don't be like, hey, I'm 70 now, or probably a lot of times it starts younger. So, hey, I'm 40 now. So I'm going to, instead of getting this hard set of 10 with, 100 pounds or whatever, dumbbells, see what I'm saying? I'm going to do like 80s, see what I'm saying? Just because I'm getting older now, kind of a thing. And look, I'm not saying go crazy and be dangerous. I'm not saying that. But that mindset of like, hey, I'm going to cut myself some slack because I'm getting older, just in general, is not that good of an idea, where it seems like Like he wasn't, Gil didn't do that.
No slack.
He's like straight, no slack. He's like 75. He's like, I'm really looking forward to really developing and like most people 75, bro.
Yeah,
that's like
they're done training.
You were kind of done, yeah, bro. But yeah, so you can just tell by that that he has that mindset, and it shows.
Right on, awesome. Well, speaking of staying in the game. You got to stay in the game. Get yourself some Jocko fuel to stay in the game. Get yourself some joint warfare. That's the thing that's going to keep you in the game. Well, let me rephrase that. That's the thing that's going to knock you out of the game is when the joints break down. Yeah. When the joints break down, we break down. The machine breaks down.
It's true.
So you got to be careful of that one. JockoFuel.com. You can get it there. You can get it at Wawa. You can get Vitamin Shop. You can get everything at Vitamin Shop. You can get it at the military commissaries, Hannaford's, Dash stores up in Maryland, Wakefern and ShopRite, Circle K in Florida, HEB in Tejas, Murphy's down in the southeast, and Meyer in the Midwest. That's where you can get this fuel for you. That's good for you. That's the key component. So there you go. Also, wrestling. Yeah. He was coaching wrestling for 4 years. That's going to keep you in the game. Yeah. Jiu-jitsu is going to keep you in the game. Yeah. So you should train jiu-jitsu. When you train jiu-jitsu, you're going to need some gear to train jiu-jitsu in. You're going to need a gi, rash guards, shorts, OriginUSA.com. OriginUSA.com. Go there, get whatever you need. Get hunt gear, get jeans. We got to talk about the Delta 68. The funny thing, see, here's the thing. He was like, we didn't wear those because they were... He said there's no operational purpose. And I was like, just to be cool? He's like, it wasn't even to be cool there. It was to be cool back in America.
Right.
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to make this statement. Mm-hmm. If they would have had Delta 68s that we make, they would have preferred to wear those.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Because they're light. They got a little bit of stretch. But fatigues don't stretch. Yeah. Like fatigue jungle camis, they don't stretch at all. Delta 68's got that little bit of, give you a little leeway. It's not even a little. It's all the leeway that you need to move. You want to do a squat, you can do it. You want to do a front kick, you can do it. Yep. So the Delta 68's re-engineered. Yeah. If we could get time travel, we go back in time and just drop off SEAL Team 1, SEAL Team 2. They're out there in the Delta. Give them some Delta 68s. Here you go, boys.
Yep. So
let freedom ride.
Wait, so just to clarify, and this is one of the cooler things that I've heard too. One of many. Small, but very cool. So he was saying you wear them in combat just so they're almost like got their street cred when you come back, where it's 100%. Like these jeans are the ones that I wore. It's not like you can wear your helmet or your night vision goggles. Right. I'm just saying, and be like, these are the ones that are probably why you're going to wear that. But jeans, you can.
Have you seen pictures with guys that are carrying like flags, like rolled up on their gear? They'll carry like an American flag like on their gear, like a full American flag. It's the same kind of thing. It's like, hey, this has been on ops with me.
Right.
I have the little American flag on my body armor. Yeah. That's like my favorite flag, little American flag that went out on ops with me. That's what it did.
So let me ask you this, and this is maybe I'm out of touch, but so how they would wear jeans, right? Is that even possible now? Could you ever go on like
totally?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you can wear Delta 68s all day.
Oh damn! Like on a real world op mission, whatever. Yeah. Damn. Okay.
I mean, sometimes you wear civilian clothes on missions. I've done it. Going out. Low visibility operations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to, you could wear them. In the SEAL teams, you can get away with a lot. Yeah. Now, look, if you're in Ramadi and you start mixing matching uniforms in 2006 and somebody sees you and you don't look like an American, that's not a good call. Okay. You want to look like an American soldier or Marine, 100%.
I understand.
So, there you go. All that stuff, Origin USA, made in America from the dirt to the shirt. That's what we're doing. OriginUSA.com. Get it.
True. Also, Jocko's store. It's Jocko's store. Go to JockoStore.com. Discipline Equals Freedom. Shirts, hats, hoodies, some new stuff. Got Shirt Locker, which is a new shirt every month. A lot of people like this one. For real. They really like this one. Little bit different designs, but you get a new shirt every month. So yeah, you can subscribe on there too for that as well. JockoStore.com.
Subscribe to that. Subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to the Jocko Underground. Getting ready to record a couple of those right now. Give some people some backside information about the world. Answer questions. So JockoUnderground.com if you want to get involved with that. We got the YouTube channels. We got Psychological Warfare, Flipside Canvas, Dakota Meyer. I've written a bunch of books. Hey, the beginning today, I read from By Water Beneath the Walls. I was just at the SEAL Team 1 reunion. Mm-hmm. I'm with plank owners, meaning I'm with guys at the SEAL Team 1 reunion that were the first guys. They were there when SEAL Team 1 started. They were there. Mm. And all these Vietnam guys we were talking about this book. And guys were like, oh, there's so much information that I didn't even know. People that started SEAL Team 1 were like, I learned. So Ben Milligan, By Water Beneath the Walls, get it. It's just an unbelievable book. And then, of course, Only Cry for the Living by Holly McKay. That's another book about war. Get you some insight into human nature. And then, of course, I've written a bunch of books. So you can get some of those books as well. Echelon Front. Leadership consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. So if you want to help your company, your business, your team, go to echelonfront.com. If you want to come to one of our live events, check out the events that we have. Also, we have the Academy where we teach leadership online. We got online recorded courses. We do live training on there, extremeownership.com. If you want to help out service members, active and retired, you want to help out their families, Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got that charity organization. You heard about what it did for Gil today. So get involved in that at americasmightywarriors.org. And then, of course, we have Drago's organization, which is NavySealsFund.org, and then HeroesAndHorses.org. So those are some good charities if you want to help the people that help us. And also, if you want to hang out with Echo and I on Twitter, on the gram, on Facebook. Twitter's reignited. There's lots of people jumping on Twitter right now. Some people are leaving. I don't know what's happening. I've been there. I'm still there. We'll see where it goes. But no matter where you are in the social media world, watch out for that algorithm because it'll sneak up and grab you by the throat. And you're not going to like that. Sure. So that's that. One more thank you to Gil Espinoza for joining us today. Thank you, Gil, for your life of service to the Navy, to the teams, and to the fire department. We all thank you for that. And thanks to all the firefighters out there. All the firefighters out there on call, keeping us safe, ready to sacrifice your safety, ready to sacrifice your life for us and our families. Thank you to all the firefighters out there. And the same goes to our EMTs, paramedics, and of course, police, law enforcement, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, all first responders. Thank you for keeping us safe on the home front and with certainty. Thank you to the folks in military uniform who go out, protect freedom and liberty around the world. We are eternally grateful for the protection that you provide us and to everyone else out there. Like Gil learned during basic SEAL training all those years ago, you can't change the water temperature of the ocean. It's going to be what it's going to be. So don't complain, don't whine, don't grumble. Instead, just go and get after it. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko. Out.